Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. That was a very, very cool Darius Axe. We have some very, very cool video games here for you today. I'm Alice, I'm joined by Wolf as we are getting ready to get into a first series that may on paper look like it's pretty predictable.
Yeah, I feel like the whole day today looks like on paper it should be a quick one. 2-0, 2-0, out and in and out. But
yeah,
we've seen the rise of Raptor for BNK. He's looking really good. BNK definitely improving a lot in these early weeks here of the LCK. T1 stumbling a little bit, not necessarily fully figuring out their synergy just yet. Doran having some problems. Smash, of course, still adjusting. So I'm kind of feeling like this one could go to 3. On paper, it shouldn't, but I feel like there's a high chance that today does kind of shatter people's expectations.
Yeah, I'm thinking the go to 3, definitely a lot more predictable than the maybe BNK victory, but we will have to find out if T1 have sorted out some of the issues that we've seen. You can see they're tied in 4th place against the team that they did just narrowly overcome in their previous match this week, and now looking to try and create some distance if they can.
Crazy that with a loss here, they would actually both be at 3-3 after this series, with T1's really difficult start to the season in terms of strength of schedule. You can see here for the side of BNK, it's been a little bit more mixed of a schedule.
Yeah.
You have T1, Nongshim, and Hanwha Life remaining though, so 3 tough opponents, and realistically I think should be favored against the DN Freaks. Well, they're hoping to start that Sandstorm up against T1. With a win here today, if they can get the upset, maybe they could then upset Nongshim. Again, favored against DN Freaks, could end up ending the first round robin on a pretty happy note.
Yep, and they've never lost 0-2, which is really, really interesting. This is the thing that really caught me by surprise, and that is the battle of the rookie bot lane, the challenger head-to-head between Diablo and Smash. I actually thought that this was going to be even more one-sided for Diablo, having commentated the T1 Challenger roster a couple of years back when Smash had debuted and Diablo was there. Didn't look very close, to be honest, in that year. It wasn't the greatest T1 Challenger roster, but when it comes to duo kills, they're the first in the league. Diablo and Kellen, first in the league at 9 duo kills is absolutely ridiculous. Meanwhile, you've got Smash and Carrier sitting middle of the pack at 5. It's kind of crazy. This bottom lane is doing a whole lot more than we were expecting when Kellen was under so much scrutiny and Diablo is brand new.
Yeah, I think Kellen in lane has been really good, especially at counter engages. It's outside of the lane where some of the decision making has fallen apart for him. And for BNK in general, I think this is a team that really needs to snowball early. It's a meta though where we've seen really big flips around second grubs, you know, a dragon fight that goes awry. And I think we've seen a ton of upsets that end up leading to one-sided games because of it, because the level of play at the LCK is still so incredibly high. You know, that even series like yesterday, you know, that make you question the level of play. We've just seen
there wasn't a series yesterday, Wolf.
Sometimes you end up seeing a game go one-sidedly from the underdog because they got that lead, they don't let it go. Diablo versus Smash, I think this is 100% the key player matchup to focus on. You can see the stats here for Diablo are pretty high. His damage percentage, his damage per gold, really high, especially when you consider the record of this team. Smash has been drafted a lot of winning lanes, so it's not surprising that he has the highest CS difference at 14. The gap between first and second in that stat for AD carry, by the way, is 4 whole CS. So you can see that he has a pretty significant lead over everybody. And Diablo, despite being second, is actually very far behind.
Yep, and you can see that Smash turns it into action in the later stages of the game as well, with that kill participation stat being relatively high in comparison to Diablo, who hasn't necessarily been able to get amongst it quite as aggressively, but oftentimes these stats can be a little bit misleading this early in the season, and I just want to see how these two AD carries, these two young guns, are going to be able to go up against one another here on the grandest stage in Korea, right?
When you see the damage percentage be as high as it is for Diablo, and yet he has such a low KP, it really goes to show that he comes online later in the game. He comes online later, he has those big team fights in those big moments that can close the games out, but isn't often caught up in the early game skirmishing. It's not really been his style. Does a little bit of damage in lane, as we've seen, but that's not where you're going to get most of those numbers. I am really excited, though, to see the matchup between Raptor and Owner, because Owner has been so consistent. He has been such the pinnacle of, I feel like, T1 for the last few years. Like, he has been heavily criticized at times, but I think when T1 goes through hardships, he usually just weathers the storm so incredibly well. And with a roster that's changed its top laner, that's shifting pieces in the bottom lane, he's that rock that you need, but he's up against Raptor, who has had his best year, I think, in his career so far, and is really ramping up when it matters right now. After such a rocky start, I think he's really shifted this team from a team that looked like it was going to go on a downward spiral to a team that now feels like maybe the Sandstorm is coming.
Yeah, and Viklas sort of stood his own up against Chovy earlier in the week, and that is absolutely out of control. That is not what I was expecting. I think there are a lot of people as well that after Viklas spent some time overseas, a lot of our Western fans got to know him and didn't necessarily like what they saw. And he's now come back to Korea and I think has continued on that trend until this week, where I think he was absolutely fine. Not exactly, out of control, really good or anything like that, but he was fine up against Gen G. And with the fact that Raptor and Clear have been stepping up so much this season, it's very, very impressive. Not to mention the fact that Ryu's drafts have looked somewhat more playable
That's for sure.
than what they were previously.
Yeah. It was really cool when I first got to the arena today. I saw Ryu and Koma having a conversation. They seem very close. They've obviously had a relationship as rivals in the past, but definitely a mutual respect between these very, very long-standing coaches here and players, in the case of Ryu, for the LCK. So much history in the coaching staff, not as much in the players here for these two squads, but let's take a look at this first draft and see what on blue side, BNK, FearX, they have that extra edge here.
Yeah.
Looking to prioritize.
So BNK, banning away the Rumble, taking it away from Doran, that makes some sense. The thing that I want to see, Wolf, and this might be crazy, I want to see BNK just ban Sion. Because I think T1 in their very last game up against Nongshim unlocked the code. The way to win, and that was put Doran on something he can hint on, and it's fine. And there it is.
There you go, Atlas.
Honestly, it's genius.
It's really smart, and it also pushes the Jace priority up a little bit higher. So we'll see if T1 want to ban that on red side here. Even though Jace is obviously incredibly strong into Sion in the lane, it doesn't give you the same sort of kill pressure and threat as a lot of other Jace matchups would. So I do think that that's why we see Sion so much into Jace right now, although I personally think Sion's in a bad state. Doran's the guy, though.
Yeah. It
will absorb the pressure and turn it into something big. They'll also target the Gwen, so 3 Doran bans here. Rumble, Sion, and Gwen taken away by BNK.
Yeah, and I assume they're angling for a Jace first pick here. Of course, it would be a flex between Vikler and Clear, but that's going to be banned, and so now they get pick of the litter.
Varus seems to be the choice. I don't associate it with
Sejuani, though.
Yeah.
Also up.
I don't associate Varus that much with Diablo's playstyle.
Yeah.
But I think it's just so strong right now in this meta, and I do extremely associate it with either AD carry on T1 pushing the bottom lane. So I think taking it away from Smash here is a wise choice. This does leave the Azir over to Faker. It has been one of his best. They get the Xin Zhao. It's just a tier list setup here, but with a ton of proficiency between Owner and Faker on these two champions. So I think they're pretty happy with the rotation.
Well, Nefiri Talia seems pretty good.
Wow, it looks like we're just going to have these first 6 picks just be really strong on both sides.
Yeah.
As we have, the Talia into the Azir feels great. Varus in any lane feels great. Nefiri's in a pretty good spot when she has lane prio, which you can earn in mid lane. And the bottom lane with Varus, you're almost certain to have. So, nice draft here, but in terms of the scaling and the tier list picks, T1 feeling comfortable as well. We'll see if an AD carry gets locked here. We've seen so much Ezreal picked into Varus. Even going back as far as first stand, where we're seeing players like Kalist pick it into Viper's Varus. They can do well in lane if the right pairing is there for the Ezreal. We'll see if this Varus pick gets protected, if they'll ban a Karma. The Alistar has just been so incredibly popular and powerful so far, so I do understand that ban as well.
Yeah, I get it. We're looking for some magic damage here from T1. That's the thing that's really missing. I don't know whether this is necessarily a Kennen game or anything like that, or whether T1... Oh, actually, never mind. They've got an Azir. What am I talking about?
Well, I mean...
Sort of losing it.
I do think that the Azir damage is going to come online a little bit later, but I think they'll be satisfied with what they have. See the Renata to be taken away here, so another lane potential bully now removed here. Will they ban Karma? It hasn't been that popular, but it has been teched into a few drafts to just guarantee that you don't get bowled over in the laning phase now that lane swaps are, at least in the early game, removed.
Yep. Rel could also be banned. I think T1 is still looking for some sort of engage.
Yeah, because Karma in this comp doesn't really work very well because the Xin Zhao engage isn't as consistent. Sure, you have the Azir, but, you know, that's also somewhat situational.
Poppy's
this one,
up.
Yeah, this one isn't feeling very good with Poppy available and the push power that Varus has, and this is very greedy.
I like this more though. You can fish for cocoons, things like that, and you can play really aggressive in that bottom lane. That would certainly be a good option. This is so dangerous. Harry is still going to do it.
It's so dangerous. It's so squishy into Nefiri as well. And the Poppy is up, and it's looking like it's going to be slap locked in. I mean, Talia as well, as you mentioned. And it will be a blind pick for Clear in this draft against Doran, though. If it was AS on the other side, you'd be a little bit more worried about that, I think. But Doran is just going to look to neutralize. This comp scales really well for T1. The Poppy seems like such a free pick here. They're just hovering here, trying to think about what they want to do. They ultimately decide to go for that blind Jax when Gnar is up.
Yeah, so it's probably the Gnar in answer. Clear has been another one of our top laners that's been happy to take the Jax into the Gnar matchup.
Yeah.
Kind of expecting that Doran's going to go there. I think the Poppy is still by far the best pick that they can lock in now.
Yeah, it's like non-negotiable. You have to lock this one in.
Yeah.
The value is too high. Maybe Kellen not comfortable on it. Kled.
The classic Kled top lane R5 lock-in here for Doran. Very understandable. You know, we see this all the time. Currently being hovered by carrier, so not likely to happen. And there it is. So even though I kind of messed up, you know, missed the fact that there's an Azir, a lot of very consistent AP damage coming from the mid lane, they still lock in more AP for the top side of the map because it's such a good matchup with the Jax.
I do think also there's a world where Doran builds tank on this because they have the Azir damage and you're laning into a Jax, so you're really just trying to neutralize this with Gragas as a counter pick. And then, you know, at this stage, you know, you're dealing with a Nefiri, so the tankier you get, the tougher it is for her to really try to get any big edges there on the top side. I think building just standard AP is also fine, though, in this situation. I'm mostly concerned about this bottom lane and what Rakan is going to do into Talia Poppy in terms of setting up engages. I feel like the consistency of engage isn't there for T1, and also because the composition of BNK has that Varus for poke, they don't necessarily have to hard engage on you, because I think if T1 turn and they're the ones to counter engage with the Azir, with the Rakan, there's a lot of power there, but if I take the nameplates away, I feel like BNK very happy with what they got.
Yeah, no, it's an incredible draft that they've locked in here. You've also now taken both Talia and Poppy out of the pool completely. No need for even bans or anything like that. So game 2 has all of a sudden got a whole lot more exciting. But that is getting slightly ahead of ourselves. Having a look here, we'll just have to see whether Raptor is going to continue to have a fantastic performance, because I think Nefiri make or break in the early stages of the game against this T1 composition that is looking very slow and steady here as we dive into the Rift for game 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Well, if this game was won by fan chants, then we'd have to pause the game because it's already over.
Yeah.
So we're going to do that. It is. It's now paused. I don't know exactly what has happened. We did at least make it onto the Rift.
I do see refs running over to the BNK side.
Yeah, or there was the camera guys running away as well.
Diablo mic.
A bit of a mic issue for Diablo. Okay, no worries.
You know, it's fitting that we get Gragas today because it was today that they announced it's not going to be Drunken Rage anymore. It's going to be Raucous Rage. So...
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, that's... Doran just wants to get it one more time.
That is going to change all of our lives, I think, if they do not have that. So, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do without Drunken Rage in my game. Will mean that when you have a look at the... What is it? ESRB rating? What's the acronym?
Yeah, ESRB. That's what the US one is. I don't know what it stands for.
Well, the rating normally has to say alcohol use.
Yeah.
If you use any words like that. So now at least they get to take that line out, which I think is probably pretty good.
Yeah, I think ESRB in the US. I know it's Sero in Japan. In Korea, I think it's just called the Korea Game Rating Board. I don't know what the acronym is. I don't know what Europe's is, though. I know what it looks like, but
I think we use the same one as you guys. Because I seem to remember seeing it.
Entertainment Software Rating Board,
So
ESRB.
it is ESRB. Wow, I can't
Yeah.
believe I got that acronym correct. That was my brain normally doesn't have things off the top of it. Is that guy's got his passport here?
Yeah, it's the new Korean passport as well. I personally like the green older one better, but
Yeah.
you know I hate change, so
No, I understand.
I think
But
it's just a
also,
wolf thing.
the blue one just looks the same as mine, and so now my wife and I's passports get mixed up when it used to be mine's the blue one, hers the green one. That was so much easier.
my wife still has the green one, so
Ah, there you go, nailed.
yeah.
That's,
I'm still
that's
safe
perfect.
for now.
Yeah, but they only last 10 years, so
True.
you know you'll have to get a new one sooner or later.
Well, luckily this pause happened before we had any sort of like clashing of minions and fighting or anything like that. We did have an issue with Smash's audio that actually required a chrono break because it affected the gameplay. I don't think that will be the case here. Fingers crossed. I hope I didn't just curse it, but it looked like we weren't even on a 5-point start level of like the game has really begun.
No, we were trying to make our way out. But to go back to our original conversation, I just found out, thanks to Daniel Orks Harrison, that the European one is the Peggy.
Peggy, that's right. Peggy 12.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
It's so much better. Oh.
Every time I end up hitting the European trailer for a game, it's always Peggy, whatever. No.
Yeah. I like acronyms that actually make a sound. You know,
Izerb.
I'm not really that interested in. It's not great. If you had a mixed around the letters, you could have made something.
And European game information?
Wow.
No, that's way
Pan-European
worse than
game
ESRB,
information.
actually.
They really hard forced Peggy.
Yeah.
You know, they really, it's the square peg round hole.
They were like, you know what? We could go with Eggy, but we'll go with Peggy instead and make it pan-European.
Wouldn't it be EGI
I guess so.
if it's EGI? Because, like, ego is EGO, right?
Yeah.
So it'd have to be EGI. And that'd actually be kind of fine.
Yeah.
I'd be into that.
I just took the the P sound away.
Well, I think we should have this one sorted out relatively quickly. Audio issues don't generally last too long, and we are
So
at least
many,
on the
though.
Rift, so we don't have to remake
Yeah.
lobbies or anything.
I'm not trying to will a crazy series into existence via talking about a tech pause, but some of the most famous and crazy upsets that we've seen with T1 as an org over the last 4 years have involved some sort of lengthy pause. So I always go, ooh, is it one of those series? Is it going to be?
Yeah.
Usually, it's not an audio issue.
Oh my god, the Korean one's GRAC?
Yeah.
The Game Rating and Administration Committee?
Wow, I didn't know that.
There are so many words that like barely mean anything in that acronym. It's
Game Rating and
fantastic.
Administration Committee. I thought it was different than that, but I guess it's just GRAC, huh?
It's just GRAC.
Do you remember Idra Fields? Do you know? So he was Idra, or Idra, if you're asking our host, StarCraft
the
2.
StarCraft player? Yeah.
He had a nickname GRAC, and then it became the nickname the Graken.
Yeah.
Because
Unleash the Graken?
Slayer's boxer famously misspelled his name, which is Greg, as GRAC. And he said, hi, GRAC. And then it just became this entire meme. So when I see GRAC,
Oh, yeah, because you always saw the lobby before the game.
Yeah.
Like, even if you were spectating, so everyone could see what they was typing to each other at the beginning of the game.
hi, GRAC.
Yep, I agree. That is absolutely fantastic.
You know, Idra was one of those players that everybody knew because he wasn't known to be very polite at the time.
Was it Idra that was against T-Gun in the famous match with the Plague match?
That match is not in my memory. I need more details. But it could have been with T-Gun.
It was the one where
Zerg versus Zerg.
Yeah, he got burrowed on, and it was a complete nightmare. And the Korean commentary was unbelievable.
That could have happened for sure.
It was, I think, yeah, I don't know. It was a great game, and T-Gun then became a professional League of Legends player after that.
Yeah.
And I talked to him at length about how horrible that game made him feel.
As someone who lived
Often on broadcast.
As someone who lived with T-Gun during some of his tougher times in StarCraft 2 when I was on the same team as him.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it was a tough time for a lot of people at the early days of StarCraft 2, so no shame in that.
Yep.
All right, well, we finally have the game back.
Yeah, here we are. Hi.
StarCraft 2 nostalgia away for now.
It can pause momentarily, but we may bring it back out again. It depends how T1 this early game is going to be. And I only say that because their composition is very happy to sit back and scale and just let things happen as we are charging up Piercing Arrow. And already, Kerry is going to have his bone plating taken away. Great start here by B&K.
Good start.
I did not mean to rhyme that.
Yeah.
That's not a sign of things to come.
Well, we're going to have a bit of a magnifying glass on this bottom lane, as that was a nice little set of damage layered in there by Diablo while he gets the last hit as well there. And see who gets level 2 first, looking favorable here for T1, obviously.
Wolf, I got a question. Before we get into video games and stuff like that, I just have one question. Who do you think your favorite actor is? Have you thought about that?
It's crazy because I've thought about this a lot, and it's got to be... This is going to be one that is controversial, but it might be Jim Carrey. I know he ended up being a little crazy later on, but maybe it means that like all the acting he did in the movies was just like who he really was. I don't know, but I just love a lot of the movies he's in. And Eternal Sunshine, The Spotless Mind. He's great in serious movies. Some of the funniest things I've ever seen as a kid he was in.
Yep.
I know it's a weird choice, but I kind of always think of him first.
No, I'm with you on that one. I think for me, it's probably Gary Oldman. Anyway, we've got T1 coming under fire here as Kellen goes in, able to offer a fair bit back, though, as we can see. Diablo standing his ground quite nicely. Oh, we've got a beautiful Jim Carrey picture here that's been put up in our little, what is it, teleprompter.
Yeah.
Very, very cute.
Our teleprompter is no longer just text only.
It is not. It's an interactive whole system now.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. All right, there's a flash forward. Not able to get the heroic charge stun, though, against the wall. As Smash still burning down. I think they achieved what they wanted to, but I think they would have really liked for Kellen to actually nail that stun.
Yeah, I think also they would have really liked, I think Diablo missed that cannon right after that happened as well, so. Sad times, but at least getting the lane control that you're supposed to get with Varus and Poppy into the Rakan lane is a bit of a 3v3 though.
Yeah, or it's just a 1v1 and then a 2v2 as now they're looking to try and turn it onto Smash. That is the kill going over though as Smash does go down. Carrier unable to get in front or stop anything there as the flash from Owner and he cannot follow Raptor as Faker goes in and will be able to finish off the doggo. A little bit aggressive to then go for the crab, but Faker investing the flash. 2 for 2 in the end.
Well, bit of an action-based early game here, and a lot of hands moments in that one, I think, was the real story about this, but you could see how much that mid-prio does really matter in these big early game skirmishes, as the skirmish became really big as it just kind of extended forever there, and then Faker was able to come in and get that kill. As it all starts off here with Raptor trying to control Scuttle, Owner is challenging. Kellen ends up taking a ton of damage, actually, trying to rotate in here. As if he went down, he would have never been there in time. So kind of rocking a hard place there, but does end up getting the nice engage on the Smash. Now watch this, Smash also commits the flash here, still ends up dying. Keria also flashing in the exchange, a little bit unfortunate there as Owner just reads this so well, also has the eye that he can nearly kill his opposition. Doesn't have the damage quite to finish him off, but I think they're happy with what happened in the end because the kill goes over to the Azir, in fact, so...
Yeah.
No flash on the Nefiri, no flash on basically anyone on T1 except Doran, and wasn't involved obviously in that exchange. Keria flashing in that exchange was a little bit weird too. So he and Smash now both down flash in a lane which can be pretty tricky to play out.
Yeah, this one could get pretty ridiculous. And that means, again, that's a double for Diablo. So their duo kills has now gone up to 11 here in like the first 3 weeks of the LCK. That is unbelievable from this very new bottom lane, right? Like, Kellen's been around for a long time, but Diablo, this is his first season in the LCK. Yeah, very, very impressive.
Back when we were commentating him in Challengers, we were like, okay, rough around the edges, but he's so incredibly young. He's got so much time. As Kellen goes in again.
High value Q there, landing on the both of them. Does get the Arcane Shift out of Smash as Diablo sidestepping everything ever. And just walks past Keria, going aggressive, finds the Blighted Quiver, and Smash taking a lot of damage there. Of course, this is the lethal tempo variety of Varus, but Diablo is playing up so incredibly far. That is a brilliant flick here from Vikla as Raptor just immunes the Emperor's Divide, and Faker having to deal with a big old wall. And he has no flash, he has no way out, and that is Vikla answering the kill that he picked up earlier, and Raptor even getting kill credit.
Are BK good? Like, I think this team is actually quite solid, to be honest
man.
with you, Atlas. At the beginning of the year, we weren't sure, but they have really shown up in their last few games, and this early game has been phenomenal from them.
Prior to First Stand, we thought that this might be the worst team in the LCK.
Yeah, and we also thought it might be like one of the worst teams like that we've seen in several years, but it is really turned around. Just goes to show you end up getting the right direction and players, start to gel with each other. Things can change very rapidly. We do love their draft, but I don't think the draft plays too much into how well this early game has gone. As Kellen's looking for more here.
Oh dear, Smash going to be interrupted as Kellen does not want to continue the aggression, just wants to make sure that he has to go home. Staggers the backs as well so that Smash and Kerry are going to be off kilter a little. And now Kellen,
no way, not again.
God, is he going to buckler him?
Well, he stopped his channel, so even if he doesn't touch him,
that's going to be this whole wave gone.
Yeah, it's gone. Dunzo, and that's going to be a plate as well, going over to Diablo, see if he gets it solo here. I think he will.
Yep, there it is.
125, and that's a ton of money in this Varus. It's already up 600 gold. You pick the Ezreal into this, but you also pick the Rakan into the open Poppy, and they are definitely feeling the weight of that decision in this early game.
And, I mean, Talia was already locked. It was already a difficult scenario. And they decide to lock the Rakan. They could have just left Carrier's pick until last, right? Saw exactly what was on show, and they could have picked a top lane Poppy for Doran, which would have been totally fine. It's a great matchup into the Jax.
Yeah.
Then you've got your own steadfast presence, a tank for Doran. Everyone's happy. But as it stands, the Rakan hasn't been able to do too much. Still very early in the game, and Carrier having engaged is going to be very, very important. As Clear going to go aggressive against Doran, but Doran just neutralizing the matchup as best he can. Ona coming over and being annoying as well. His Zin's out, absolutely legendary as he goes in onto Raptor here. The Bleed's starting to do some work though. Red buff versus blue. Carrier moving in, but so is Kellen. Wind becomes lightning, and the doggo becomes frightened.
This is just another one of those examples of why Owner's judgment skills are so incredibly good. He knows that Faker has ult advantage over Vikla. Vikla can't join the fight, and Faker could actually stop him easily if he tried to. So even though he didn't have Cryo, technically he wasn't pushing the wave over. He knows he has a ton of power here to try to harass and push in. Doesn't end up leading to anything too significant, but just showcasing a great understanding of the game state, and some pressure was applied. We didn't get a replay of it. I was thinking we probably would, but man, that play that we saw earlier with Vikla, the positioning of the shove onto Faker was fantastic because it made it so that, in best case scenario, Faker does avoid it by walking towards him. He's walking the wrong way. He ends up getting caught by it anyways. The follow-up was so good there. And Faker just a little bit too far up in the lane in a matchup that can really be quite volatile if you step too far forward. Again, you were kind of saying Vikla's looking better again here into another great mid laner.
Yeah. There's a cask actually out here from Doran as we're checking in on this topside matchup. Doran looking to go a little bit aggressive as well as both ultis were exchanged. So not exactly a huge advantage happening on either side. Clear with a few minions.
Yeah, unfortunately, Doran's not getting the counter value out of this Gragas I think he was looking for. Down 10 CS, down almost 300 gold. The bottom lane is a disaster, obviously. And then in mid, Vikla has that slight edge in CS as well. So looking really good here in the early game. It's only a 700, 800 gold lead right now for BFX, or BNK rather, but it's still a significant advantage, and you need to snowball that type of advantage when you're playing into the Azir spikes later on, the 2-item spike for the Ezreal. So let's see if they can snowball this game.
Yep, I think it's one of those moments where you're like, they're doing a really good job now, and this game, this series, could be a blowout in favor of T1 if we've learned anything from previous years of this roster. All rosters very, very similar to it. But I want to take this moment to really celebrate that BNK are just so much better than what we were expecting.
Yeah, for real. It's such a glow-up.
Yeah.
And I'm always happy to champion that for any
100%.
team in any region. To see improvement is, weirdly enough, somewhat rare. To see big improvement this fast as well is almost unheard of. So it makes you wonder like what they could look like when we move into round 3. You know?
Not to mention the fact that, Kellen, oftentimes you're like, oh, this is a known quantity. We know what this player can do. Kellen's an example of that, right? Where it felt like he kind of had his shot and blew it. But now he's kind of trying to reinvent himself. Clear as well, his debut in the LCK wasn't what we wanted out of this player that was so good in Challenger. But finally we're starting to see that. And Raptor you'd already spoken about earlier on, but I think him and Gideon are really livening up our jungle pool here in the LCK that was feeling extremely top-heavy last season. There's so much to be excited about, not to mention the fact that Vikla is actually holding his own and Diablo is like a prodigy.
So when we zoom out here too, talking about the game at hand, you know, it's 2 objectives taken for BNK because they got 6 grubs with a Jax, by the way, so a bit scary. No grubs for the Azir in a side means Faker can't Faker as hard as he normally does, where, you know, he draws a bunch of aggro, threatens turrets, and they have 3 kills, so 1 more objective, which they could take this dragon here. They have some prio for it, would just give them beats of strength here. BNK really snowballing this game incredibly well.
Yeah, look at Diablo, just frontlining, trying to stop Carrier from being able to do anything. He flashes, will be able to charm up the Varus, but where's the follow-up? The cast will come in, but it gets Diablo to relative safety. Now he's trying to get some auto attacks across as now Ona goes in. Does have the safety of the Crescent Guard as Carrier dives forward once again. These health bars are so low, and Smash is now on the board. There is the pickup as Clear dives in, and he's gonna have to get immediately back out. There's the T1 team fighting, and I think we're gonna have to stop singing the praises of BNK.
I think about 7 flashes were used in that team fight. It was either 7 or 8. I'm not sure about Kellen with the Hex Flash. We'll have to watch the fight back, but a lot of action on this one. I don't think BNK really did themselves any favors with how they were trying to set up here. They had the control ward vision, so they should have known Carrier's engage range is there. And even though they spend 2 flashes to dodge the initial part of his engage, he still gets a ton of value, and so much damage is layered through. Now Clear has to make a decision, you know, do I go on to Faker? Do I actually go in? What's the actual plan here? He knows Carrier doesn't have flash, that arrow does connect, and the Raptor goes in hoping for the ult reset to turn this fight, but he also just ends up dying, and Clear does flash out. So huge win here for T1, and that was what I was going to say before this. We were talking about the lead, and you were kind of alluding to it like, well, they have a lead now, so let's talk about it while we can.
Yeah.
T1 is the type of team that will punish you so hard, and they have so much experience. Regardless of who's on the roster with Faker, Faker's calls have been legendary, and I think T1 saw that while they didn't have any control, BNK were super greedy with their positioning there. They had an angle, and that's why Carrier picks the Rakan here. He's like, we don't have great engage. I can make something happen into this team comp with the right settings, and that was the right setting.
Yep, and also, like, to make the Talia Poppy work, in order to shut down the Rakan, you do need to press your buttons in the right order. You do need to have things available at the right times. And you've, it is sort of something that Kellen and Vikla do need to get in order to make sure that Carrier is useless. So that last play, Carrier, absolutely fantastic. And this is something we've seen him do in the past, right? Sometimes he is punished for it. Other times, he just finds the angle where other players maybe wouldn't. It's Clear, throws down the ulti here, looking to go aggressive against Doran, who does have the body slam available. And once again, it just seems like Doran wants to keep all of the ultimates in the bottom lane or in the side lane just as on cooldown as possible.
Yeah, it's one of the ways you can get a positive trade on the Jax. Forces Clear to try to trade back a little bit, but Gragas has so much sustain. Really hard to actually get any sort of edge into him as the Jax unless you have a massive lead. He is going Rod of Ages on this Gragas, so not the tank build, but will, of course, be a little bit tankier and have a little bit more sustain for that lane with the Rod of Ages build.
Yeah, it looks like he's actually going to go more AP than just this. Oftentimes you'll see like a Rod of Ages built up just for the early game. Of course, you know, Catalyst is pretty bonkers when it comes to the laning phase. But then you can go tank after that if you'd like to. And it looks like Doran has instead decided to fully commit. Does, of course, have the Comet as well, which kind of gives away the fact that he wants to be going for a little bit more damage. Yeah. But I don't know whether he necessarily needed to. Like, they do have Ezreal Azir, which is a lot of consistent damage late game in teamfights, so he could have gone tank if he would have liked. But having a triple threat as far as the damage is concerned is still going to be very valuable moving later into the game.
That ward is pretty interesting there. The observers just highlighted behind the top turret for BNK. We'll give them a little bit of additional information about who's heading to the top side lane of science. It could be a teleport flank angle. Again, unlikely, but I guess it is theoretically possible for that to happen if it isn't seen.
Yeah.
Vikla going to push Faker out of the lane. We'll just teleport right back in. Kellen probably seen here. Yeah, Carrier's tracking him.
And Carrier is going to find him. Steadfast Presence going to come on over as he just bonks the Rakan away, but Kellen's going to have to do a little bit more to escape this one. And in order to escape, he decides the Death Chamber is going to be the best route. So a little bit overly aggressive as far as the Poppy positioning.
If there isn't a ward there and he isn't seen, could be way better as Diablo.
Yeah, Diablo. Good sidestep to start this one off, but the grand entrance not quite working. Still, Diablo flashes, gets the Chains of Corruption down, and just does the do-si-do and gets out. Never mind, there is a Xin Zhao coming in. However, there's a turret here. How did that work?
I mean, he held his flash for so long, and when he flashed after like not flashing the Emperor's Divide, I was like, really, you're gonna flash this? But he knew, man. He's like, I actually have just enough space here. My teammates are in just the right spot. I don't flash the Emperor's Divide, but if I flash towards my teammates, they have just enough time to escape there. Dodges everything. Still has not died this game. Doesn't have the lead he had anymore because unfortunately some of the other disasters that have happened have led to Smash picking up 2 kills here and 3 assists. So it doesn't have a lead anymore, but he is now kind of the hope of BNK. It was a great start, was helping Snowball, but now feels like all the eggs are in his basket in terms of win cons later on.
Well, Rift Herald has been started up. Carrier going to move on in. She loses patience though, as now Ona looking to come round. Let's see what is actually going to eventuate, as here Vikla and Faker are fighting, and Vikla getting the best end of it at this point in time. Raptor thinking about rotating over as the Dragon's up as well. There are plenty of objectives to go for, but there are feats of strength going over to BNK as first turret goes down. Second is soon to follow. It's Faker also going down extraordinarily low and taken out here by Vikla on the top side of the map. This is 6 grubs at play right now, ladies and gentlemen, and BNK playing towards it very nicely as Kellen possibly in trouble here as well. Last Mystic shot not going to connect there as T1 still with a slight deficit, only about 500, but the upgraded shoe's going to feel nice here for BNK Furex moving into the mid game.
It's like BNK did they not get that top turret? That's wild. Should go down.
That's what we call an investment.
Yeah.
You know, it hasn't quite paid off yet, but they've certainly, yeah, the money's in there as Vikla somehow avoids getting hit by the True Shot Barrage and then just shoves away the Xin Zhao.
I mean, it looked like Keria and Smash were trying to push onto Diablo and Kellen after the trade they got in the mid lane and weren't able to come up and rotate to save Faker. It was Faker had a little bit of turret health left and was otherwise feeling like, you know, maybe I can hold off here against a dive, but there was a bit of a split, so he ends up going down. This turret should likely fall in just a moment, but that 6 grub, Jack's got the work done in the bottom lane. And so far, still maintaining, because of that turret and that play there on the Faker, a gold lead right now for BNK is Doran isolated.
Oh dear. Doran gonna have to contend with this big old wall on the bottom side. Does flash to get over it. That will at least get him to safety. It was a long lane, so it could have been a kill opportunity, but BNK unable to catch up with the very agile large gentleman.
Yeah, he's quicker than he looks.
Certainly is.
As we do see BNK grouping to potentially take their first dragon of the game.
All right, clear with the counter-strike as he walks away. Faker still playing pretty aggressively here towards the top side. 2 kills for the Azir. Certainly going to be good moving into the later stages.
I would not want to try to be playing games with an Azir as a Jax up there too hard.
Yeah.
As that, you know, I think he really wants to get that turret, but he just will not be able to do so right now.
Yeah, and he already picked up first turret, so actually if he gets solo local gold for that turret as well, the 600 gold lead that we can see is going to be even larger despite the CS deficit.
Because they went for that play on the Doran, they kind of lost a little bit of Dragon Prio here, and T1 are actually just going to start this one up. Faker's rotating down, does have teleport as well, but doesn't look like he's going to need it.
Yeah, Raptor gets in as, all right, Smash going to be evicted from the fight, but it should be back relatively quickly here, so Keeper's Verdict not really finding the value that they really want. It looks like T1 with control of this at the moment. Raptor gonna have to get out, and Carrier still holding onto the quickness. BNK, I think intelligently, just playing for the side lane. Clear gonna be able to take down this turret, and they lose the 3rd Drake. That is Soul Point going over to T1.
Yeah, it really did look like there was maybe an angle there for BNK, especially because Faker wasn't able to quite get into the pit, but the Keeper's Verdict didn't hit the target I think they were hoping for. You know, if you end up hitting the jungler there, you can make a play around it, but knocking away the Ezreal, who was already so difficult to collapse on and punish anyways, and he can get back so quickly, just didn't feel too helpful. But they, like you said, still get the turret, still get that side lane pressure, but this does give T1 Soul Point. If it were a more valuable soul, this would feel a lot better for T1, but still a big win con. As we saw yesterday, sometimes that Ocean Soul, you've got a Rumble on an Elder fight, can be pretty crazy. Azir will enjoy it as well if he has the right setup.
Oh, let's not talk about yesterday's second series, okay, Wolf?
Yeah, maybe just not talk about yesterday in general.
Yeah, it was quite stressful. As a fan of both of the teams, I was both disappointed in equal measure.
It's, you know, the Beatles,
for both.
they had that song Yesterday,
Yeah.
they longed for yesterday.
I was getting my haircut today, and that song came on, actually.
Oh, that's great. But I feel like they should have had one that was like, I don't long for yesterday.
Yeah. All my troubles seemed so right there in front of me.
This is an Otacon take, by the way, in trade for a Herald, and B&K are very late to respond. TP coming over. I don't know if T1 could stick this, but they at least get a TP out. Doran, though, has to match.
Yep, there are teleports coming in from everywhere as Kellen doesn't have his ulti up, finds a heroic charge though onto Carrier, trying to get him out of there as it is going to be the Otacon secured by the Xin Zhao, and he's also trying to take down Raptor on the back end, who gets a whole bunch of health back, and they're just sending them home as quickly as possible. Smash right in there, but Kellen finds the heroic charge. It's just not quite enough as Vikla with a big old shield is going to say goodbye, Mr. Smash, and there's a seismic shove. Good sidestep from Doran, but that's a turret, buddy. That ain't gonna work. And Diablo's like, I got Shelly, and I'm gonna take her for a walk.
Diablo wasn't there for the whole fight. And it ended up being a big boon for them in the end because he gets the full extra crash into the inner. So much turret gold going over to B&K. Baker looking for the punish, and he will be successful. But it feels like a consolation prize as T1's Otacon buffs pretty much just on the floor.
Yeah, they're gone.
So look at where the Varus is right now. He's up in the top side of the map, doesn't have teleport, so going for the contest here is just an emergency attempt here. Raptor trying to flash and look for the steal. If he gets the steal, by the way, might have been game winning. He's not able to get it though. It is secured by Owner, and then Vikla, he does some heavy lifting in this fight with Kellen's support here. Ends up taking Smash out just barely, and then Doran just sits under turret. Is over here, Doran again.
In the meantime, Diablo is going to get cast in, and now Raptor in a bit of trouble as well as T1 like a freight train moving down this mid lane. Just not quite enough to get them any more than the kill onto Vikla and onto Kellen.
Can they
I think
trade
we
it?
missed one of those.
Can they trade it for an inner? Looks like the answer is yes. There's just no
Six
answer at
grubs,
all.
Wolf.
Yeah.
6 grubs.
These Fakers down here doing some damage to this one, and I don't think Vikla can clear this wave fast enough, so they will still pick that one up. It's a big old trade of turrets, but because this Jax has 6 grubs, because Clear is so massive in this game that these fights, even though it's still technically a trade up for T1, at least they're able to get something back. So it feels good for B&K. The best of the worst scenario here is Doran really living for quite a long time there in a very precarious situation, but he's the one who sets up the siege so they can guarantee this turret as Faker decides to stop channeling his back as soon as the Jax hits the top side turret. So they get that inner, they get the outer mid in trade for that top turret that Clear takes out. Still a dead even game in gold now, but I think the scaling is really starting to work in T1's favor.
Yeah. As this game goes on, it's going to take some more funny business here by B&K to get their Jax into a side lane, put T1 in these awkward scenarios, and with Soul Point for the rest of the game at least, T1 are going to be feeling in pretty comfortable standing as far as dealing with it is concerned. Dragon's not going to be anything that they really need to worry about at all.
Needs to be in these fights doing damage. He did go for Lethal Tempo, of course. We haven't really talked about it too much, but you know, he's the one who can do a long-term damage later on.
2-level advantage now that Rod of Ages is complete.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's kind of crazy. And this is a Jax who's just been kind of AFK in the side lane for most of this game, and he still has a 2-level deficit. Diablo needs to be able to layer that damage in for team fights to work here for B&K. So we'll see what the next one is going to look like. A 16 is here for Vikla as well. 10 seconds until that soul fight if T1 commit to it.
Yeah, I think as well, I think the Keeper's Verdict has to be good and the wall has to be good.
Yeah.
Because Diablo needs space to be able to get auto attacks down and they without just being, you know, caved in on by T1. As in goes Raptor looking for an angle. There's that Keeper's Verdict we were talking about, but it will be cancelled. Counter-strike onto Carrier, who does have the quickness running, but he's on the steadfast presence at the moment. Doran finds the angle, but he's going to immediately get heroic charge. Goes Golden, trying to stay alive as Faker on the flank. He's able to lock down the doggo, but look at Diablo popping off, going nuts in the back line, and Smash not going to be able to stand up against this Varus. Sitting at below half health, it's Faker who is healthy still in this fight as the Arcane Shift gets Smash out of that seismic shove, and Faker now might be caught off on the side. Kellen with that Hex Flash, not able to lock down Faker, who now has his
He still
flash
has
on
ult.
cooldown.
Faker still has ult, so he really wants to rejoin his teammates here and try to make that play happen to control this dragon. See the back here for Vikla. He does have teleport. They do not want to give this Ocean Soul over to T1, and they will, I think, commit him straight back into the fight. There he is, TP. Oh,
Yeah.
drop down.
Yep. Vikla making his way back in. True Shot Barrage just narrowly avoided there by Diablo. I was expecting that one to land, actually.
It's a
Oftentimes
3v3.
you see it does just hit.
It's a 3v3 of the same roles here. Kellen's so low on health. Finally, a TP comes through here for clear as we are really turning this into an extended fight.
This is going to be a 5v4, though. It's in goes Kellen before anyone even arrives, and the seismic shot's so good. Smash locked down, and now Faker realizing that he has to make the master play. He takes down the Poppy, but I just don't think it's going to be enough as Raptor. He is going in. The bleed not quite going to be enough as Ona is still there. I think the Dragon should now go over to BNK. But man, what is it with the T1 series this week, Wolf?
It's just been so close when people would argue they shouldn't be, but BNK really running away with this one in a lot of ways here. It's not over by any means, but the fact that it's this close is super exciting, especially with Diablo's playing this well. Is 0 deaths.
Yeah.
As far as you watch this fight initially, you're like, man, onto an Ezreal, like the Weaver's Wall engage onto an Ezreal. As yeah, he gets hit, but he doesn't take any damage. It gets away. It looks initially like, oh, this is going to be a fight that they can turn with Keria and Doran. But look at the damage dealers. Vikla and Diablo untouched in this fight. Doran can't heal, can't do anything here, and Diablo is just making the health bars disappear. Keeper's Verdict knocks Faker away, which is kind of awkward. He does eventually rejoin for this fight here in this skirmish. That's Kellen snap engage to push Faker, or rather to push Smash into the wall. That ends up winning them this fight. Faker goes in looking for his divide angle that he just does not have. The reset comes through for Raptor, and I think he regrets his decision, but still is able to keep Keria away. They secure the Dragon, deny that soul here for T1, and inject a little bit of gold and a little bit of longevity into this composition. It still has that Jax with 6 grubs. And we're now looking for Baron vision control, that one pesky ward actually just out of range of both of those control wards, really nicely placed.
Yeah, Keria getting the daggers stacked up here as the bleed going down. Does have some honey fruit that he can eat if he would like, as Raptor continuing to just try and keep his control wards alive.
Doran is about to have his TP back.
Yeah.
Could look for a flank angle, but just going to rejoin here through mid for now as they continue to contest vision.
Do you know what? This is a 0-6 Poppy that I really want to give POM if BNK win this series.
I mean, he's had some incredible moments for sure.
Yeah, man.
I'm kind of leaning towards Diablo right now, though, because his positioning has been so good.
Oh, scoreline Steven over here.
Oh, I mean, come on. He's had some fantastic positions.
No, he has. He's been absolutely
like his outplay on the Faker earlier.
I think I'm just really proud of Kellen. As Vikla, he's going in. Seismic Shove doesn't quite land here as Arcane Flash over the wall as Keria into that backline finds the quickness, but there's not a lot of follow-up. Still the rest of T1 able to pull themselves back together. No one dead on the back end, but you can see Clear is very, very low. No teleport to get him back into any fights. As Raptor utilizing that mobility.
This is a huge tempo advantage for T1 now. Faker just set up a Sun Disc if he wants here, and they can look to try to start a Baron and force BNK to rotate over. This is T1's comfort zone right now, and they are going to just go ahead and start this Baron up.
Yeah. There is a ward over the wall here, but no Vikla's teleport is up in a second.
And no Sun Disc turret either for Faker, so they can't hold the wave.
Oh, they're keeping it leashed. They are going to back away. Doran relatively low, and the rest of BNK now moving in. Not having to invest any teleports is kind of nutty here as Diablo in the front line. I love this zoom in from our observers. I think we know who the main character is for BNK right now, and that is this Varus. Faker moves over very aggressively here, but not going to be any sort of answer here to the Azir.
This is why T1 is so scary, man. You give them just a tiny tempo advantage, and then it looks like maybe they can just take a Baron and win the game, right? And BNK keep them honest there, though. They are able to rotate over and deny it. T1 do not overcommit to the play.
I'd like to point your eyes to the Diablo items.
Yeah, he has 4 of them and upgraded shoes. He may get even more upgraded shoes later on.
Real severely upgraded shoes?
He does shoot fast, and it hurts a lot when he does it.
Yeah. I'm really getting that vibe.
He's level 16 now, and he is ready to carry. And you know what? Picking the Ezreal into this so far hasn't felt great, But with the right, scenario, with the right setup for T1, Smash is doing a lot of damage. And it's those exchanges where T1 have made this game still incredibly close.
Yep.
But now T1 have lost prio on the Baron. And they're going to have to play around the fact that there's a 1-minute timer on that Ocean Soul again and see if they can, basically tempt BNK to come over there as another ward.
Yep. Yeah, is being quite annoying. As Diablo is just demonstrating, haha, I have Bloodthirster. So
I could do it if I wanted to.
This.
Yeah.
Yep. Still, that ward position is really bad for BNK.
Faker does have an arm guard for this fight.
Right. They're going to get spotted, but he flashes on top of Smash. Raptor going untargetable, flashes on in as well. Smash going down low, but he's not dead just yet. It's only Kellen that's caught up to him and needs another auto to be able to take him down. There's the cue to finally find it. The rest of BNK trying to dive on top of Faker as it's a 1-for-1, but support for AD carry. I think BNK would take it unless they can kill Clear, who finally finds himself out of position. Seismic shove as also Doran's in trouble, but he has the Zhonya's to keep himself at least alive for now.
Faker used his teleport so he can't back and TP back. I think they're very aware of that, and they're just going to stick this dragon, take it out here. T1 can't contest. And when Smash is dead and Faker's your only damage, he's sitting at 1/3 health. It's just so hard to play out anything here for T1, and 2 dragons back-to-back do go the way of BNK. Not a big enough edge in the fight, though, to turn that into Dragon and Baron, as T1 don't make the mistake of overcommitting. As Faker has TP, he has this ward that's dropped here, and he's going to come into the fight with Emperor's Divide right away. Also has Arm Guard, so it's a pretty low-risk play, but it's again Kellen who makes the engage onto an Ezreal that wins the fight here for BNK, and then Faker, unfortunately, because of that teleport, finds himself on the wrong side of the fight, takes too much damage, and then can't carry the follow-up. And both the Azir and the Ezreal now out of the fight.
And it was a 3-man Emperor's Divide there as well from Faker, but unfortunately, he didn't get rid of Commando Kellen in the backline, who just wasted the Ezreal in exchange for his own life, of course, but
well worth it.
Yeah, and it also kind of kept things even, as it was 0-6-6. Now 1-7-6, so it's still a very even 1 KDA, which we love to see.
It's crazy how exciting this game has really ended up to being. It's not a slow slugfest either. It's just constant fighting, constant positional decisions by both teams, but the fact that BNK are making all the right calls in these really difficult situations against one of the teams that obviously has the most veteran player in the world, the greatest of all time, shot calling it, is just crazy to see. BNK, a team that has had big leads and is fallen on its face so many times this year, but not so far in this one, keeping it super interesting as Diablo's damage is real. He's got the Bloodthirster you mentioned earlier. They can start this Baron.
Yeah, Ona can move in as well. Already sweeping things out here, and I think going for a smite fight against Ona is something you don't want to do. Doran has teleported in. Do manage to get that cooldown. Certainly going to be an important one here, as there's a flick onto Carrier. If they explode the Rakan, things could be a problem, but Chains of Corruption not enough to lock him down.
Still, he's incredibly low now.
Oh, Vikla out of position here. He does have to flash to avoid the explosive cask. Doran going to have that one up very, very soon as well, as Vikla's not done yet. Wants to throw down the wall as everyone gets over. Smash still standing forward. Arcane Shift invested, but we'll have that one back as well.
It's just such an incredibly hard composition to lock down with a wall or with anything, with how mobile it is.
Yeah, you really have to have a follow-up after the attempted engage if you want to get anything done. Level 16 here for Smash. That True Shot Barrage starting to hurt. There it is onto Vikla. Fair bit of damage there. There we go. The backline goes Carrier. Vikla in so much trouble, but he has the Seraph Shield, and he's able to weather the storm. Now Clear getting solo ulted from Faker, and Clear still wanting to find the angle. They get on top of Smash yet again. They'll trade the Jax for him this time, although they don't finish off the Ezreal. Chains of Corruption doesn't land as well as Diablo. It's going to have to find Doran. There's the hail of arrows, and he's going to need to stand his ground, and it does not work. He flashes, trying to get out. He kills Faker, but at what cost, ladies and gentlemen? Vikla's still alive, but he's the only one, and T1 will take the Baron.
It's the first death of Diablo, but it's the most critical kill here for T1. You saw watching this fight take place, Carrier knows there's no vision. Comes in here for the flank, but look at the placement of this wall here from Vikla. It means that Faker can't get the follow-up Emperor's Divide, and the initial part of this fight actually looks really good here for BNK, but they try to link up with Clear and over-chase a little bit here into the pit. Vikla is so incredibly low. Faker flashes to go in and finish him off. He doesn't die, but he's forced out of the fight, and now there's just no peel for this Varus, and Doran does his job well. Sure, goes golden here and isn't able to get him himself, but he buys enough time for the rest of the team to follow up and clean up house. T1, the clutch team fight. Never count this team out, especially the cold lead as minuscule as it was. They will make the proper plays. Carry was so low, finds that flank angle. They cut the team in half as Clear is disconnected. And now T1 fully in control of this game.
That's a locket of the Iron Solari that Diablo just went home and purchased.
He said he's tired of taking damage.
Yeah.
And also his teammates taking damage as well.
And now they've got the double shields to bring into the team fights here. That's a choice you could make. I absolutely love it.
I mean, with how much damage Vikla is capable of doing and how much damage he has pretty consistently done these fights, I think you're like, I've got enough damage items, you know?
Yep.
Defensive sounds good.
Let's try and keep ourselves healthy. There's a flash in from Kellen once again. And Smash finds himself in trouble. Clear, getting into the backline. Faker goes golden, but it means he can't help. Still, Vikla's going to get taken out. Raptor diving on top of the Azir, but Faker's just going to kill him. The doggo's dead. Down goes the Rakan, but that doesn't matter. T1 with Baron now have got 4 on the floor, and it's only Clear that can try and help out, and Doran's even going to deal with that problem. Using that Zhonya's just because he can.
Faker still has Baron buff, of course, so he's just going to TP bottom. They're trying to turn this into a double inhibitor play here, potentially. Think maybe just go mid, and they just realize that's probably the better play, because there's 30 seconds left on both of these damage dealers. This game looks like it's about to end as Doran's denying Clear from returning home, and I think T1 have done it.
Yep, T1. I think, you know, it was a difficult scenario throughout most of this game as Clear is going to miss the flash and then just says, well, the game is over anyway. The Nexus will get taken down. And T1, they're going to be able to do it, but not before BNK really made him work for it.
The resilience of T1, insane. But I gotta say, I wasn't super sold the first time we had the Flash Poppy plus Talia Weaver's Wall engage onto an Ezreal. And I think the second one I was a little bit less sold on, and it ended up being the last thing that we saw from BNK before they ended up losing the game. It's Ezreal. He's kind of hard to lock down. I get it. You gotta get a little creative. But Kellen found so many angles that it's hard to judge him and Vikla for that play and the attempt to catch Smash. But yeah, it ended up being unsuccessful there. And T1, again, so clutch in team fights, such great shot calling. They were super patient. They knew their comp scaled. They knew they had the very difficult to execute, but still solid engage to win out the game. And they played it out incredibly well. BNK got to be incredibly frustrated with the end of what was such a close game, a game they had a lot of control at for a vast majority of it.
Look at these damage numbers, actually extraordinarily high. Even Ona doing 26k is very impressive. Smash looked like he didn't have a great game and then did the most damage in it. And we were talking about Diablo the whole time and he did 11,000 less. So pretty impressive stuff out of the young player despite having a little bit more of a muted performance. And was definitely targeted by BNK this time around. It's best of 3 though, guys, and we'll see whether BNK can find an angle in game number 2. Short break for us, then the space, and we'll see you for that second game.
내가 안 하면 안 가. 레드 뛸게 이거.
나오는 거좀 피하지.
미드로 갈게. 너희는
미드부터. 우리 라인 끼고 하면 좋아. 바로.
10개 나가면 좋아. 아 위치 봐.
미카스
여기. 봐줄래? 이제 보면서.
나 봐주는 중.
뒤에 좋아, 뒤에 좋아.
좋아.
바로스 노플.
뽑 잡아.
천천히 마스.
위에 좋아. 위에 좋아.
바로스.
잡았어.
이겼다, 이거.
Hello and welcome to The Space. I am Valdez. With me is Chronicler and Ox today. That was a very back and forth and very fun game. It was pretty close. BNK were in it there for quite a while until T1 shut the door in their face. What do you guys think about that game?
Pretty messy, pretty back and forth. I think BNK had some some good chances. I think that honestly started off with a draft where I think BNK had a pretty big edge. I feel like the fact that they have, like the Talia and the Poppy into the Rakan, I feel like it's dangerous picking the Rakan into the Talia, but the Poppy's there as well. The Varus Diable was massive on. I think they got everything they wanted, honestly, and I think came in with good odds out the back of that.
I also really appreciated the fact that BNK was very aware what T1's rotation was going to be, particularly that Azir Zinza combo. We've seen a million times, right? So being able to ensure that you pick up the Talia, which has been really solid. I did like specifically the Ezreal pickup here. If this was any other AD carry, I actually think that they would have lost this game, right? Like, I feel like Smash is obviously still going to use it. I think Keria also is not playing well, and as Ox highlighted, the fact that Rakan was kind of face-up playing into Poppy Talia was definitely a decision.
Yeah.
But T1 was able to make it work in the end, and the Ezreal, I think, provided the much-needed safety, because if this was an MF, they don't win this game.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we should take a look at the highlights here. We did have a lot of action early on in the bottom lane, 2v2, that goes the way of Diable.
Yeah, and this just ends up being a pretty massive misplay that comes out for the side of T1. They've already been under a decent amount of pressure, which is expected from this 2v2, but they try and commit on a Kellen. You catch him before the Steadfast Presence comes through, but then Smash just disrespectful. He has Flash, he has Arcane Shift. You should never get slammed into the wall here. And Diable is able to clean up, follows the Flash with the Q, and then also picks up Keria after. It's just a pretty massive mistake.
And we have seen Diable now consistently, even in this game, have crazy performances on this Varus. Varus is a pick that already has extremely high prio, but to me currently, he feels like he's the only one. And this was not an easy game to play it out. That's actually able to both do well in lane and then translate that to team fights as well.
Yeah, he did eventually have a little bit of trouble as the game got very late, but he was playing quite well. As we had this fight as well on the Otacon, T1 started this up, and it was a 5v4.
Yeah, this is crazy, because Diable is just doing Rift Herald by himself, so the Otacon goes over. I think, honestly, BNK FX didn't have to fight this, necessarily, and just maybe wait out the buff, but they take the fight, health bars start getting low, and then it gets super scrappy in the tower, and in the meantime, Diable's just pushing mid.
Also, do not get fooled by KDA. It's actually one of the better games we've seen from Kellen. Yes, he died a bunch, but with this composition, there really isn't classic hard engage. There's no Leona, there's no Nautilus, so he is going to go in, and he has the one that needs to start the fight so that he buys space for his Neferi, buys space for the rest of his team. I think he actually did that really well, and you see how many of these plays rely on him finding these big smashes. Even got in one of the team fights like a kill on Smash after the work was already done, but it looked really funny.
And at the end of the day, yes, the Otacon means the deaths cost less, but you lose that entire buff, you still give over a good amount of gold, and you lost so much mid, so T1 not really getting what they wanted out of that.
Yeah, BNK were ahead like 3,000 gold after that fight, so they were very much in the lead, but it got very close by the end of it, and we had this 34-minute fight for Highlights 3, which it was kind of all over the place. We had a teleport across the map, and, a nice angle here from Keria, at least.
All T1 need is just one opportunity. The timing on the teleport is a little awkward there from Claire. Because of Kellen's ult, this doesn't end up being a complete disaster initially, but they really, again, try to over-index into killing Smash. But this time, the infrastructure of the Rift actually works against them. Smash survives, and then once the front to back is kind of found, right, Claire got dispatched with thanks to Fakers doing a nice job stalling, or Doran can just keep re-engaging the fights. Really was all that T1 needed. I walk away from this feeling kind of strengthened. I think BNK are not going to be a top tier team, but they really are showing again kind of that middle of the pack performance with a slight potential to punch up. T1 though, they won, but not in the most convincing fashion.
Yeah, I think T1 still, there's a lot of negatives to take out of this game, unfortunately, even though they got the win in the end. A lot of question marks. I think, Owner was really good, solid throughout, but I think for BNK4X, they're consistently finding these windows to challenge these top teams, and I think if they keep this up and just sharpen up a little bit, they'll start taking more games.
Yeah, I think, your AD carry's playing really well, your jungler's playing really well. Kellen, if he steps up as well. Vikla even had a pretty decent game this time around. I feel like, BNK are beginning to figure out what makes their team tick, and it's working out pretty well. You see T1 spending a lot of time in the booth, just going over a lot of the back and forth mistakes and what they could do better. BNK as well, they're going to move over to the blue side. Well, I mean, they were on the blue side, but they're going to stay on the blue side for game number 2. We'll see what the draft looks like for that one as well.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, they had a solid draft, so I think that if they get a similar draft advantage, it'll be nice for them. I don't think really it was draft that held them back in this one. I think just a couple too many mistakes, and some of the coordination in those later fights, that's really where you have to be sharp if you want to take down T1. Even if you have an advantage, you still have to respect how devastating they can be in those later fights.
And T1, their team fighting, I think, remains on point. I think also their setups around Baron, you see kind of the glimpses of the team that we know. But the laning in particular for me is something that they have really heavily relied on. And even though Doran did kind of come back towards the later team fights, the early laning phase was not pretty. That's on his Gragas.
Yeah, the Scion ban was pretty good. It actually made a lot of sense. I think they'll go for it again here in game number 2. But guys, we're done on the space for now. Let's throw it back to Atlas and Wolf for the call.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown there of game number 1. A very close one between BNK and T1, but I think everyone kind of sharing the same opinion here at the LCK broadcast, and that is the fact that BNK got a pretty good draft that time around. We'll see whether T1 tidy it up for game 2.
That is the hope for T1 fans. When we jumped back in, it was a sign for a T1 fan that had a giant, just basically said win, and then at the bottom right in very small letters it said please. I had a feeling she may have been writing that in the mid-game of game 1.
Yeah, understandably so as well, as it's time for us to dive into the draft for game number 2. Once again, BNK on the blue side, T1 being able to even out their scorelines between red and blue by picking up a win here in game 1. Definitely impressive stuff there. Is the Victor going to be taken away? There goes the Vi as well, as it was full topside bans to come through from BNK last time. This time they are foregoing at least one of them, as the Rumble still banned Sion and Gwen, the last.
Yeah, if you want to play Jace into Gwen, and Clear feels confident after how the last matchup went into Doran's Gragas on the Jax, maybe they do end up leaving both of the Gwen and the Jace up here and ban the Sion again, which they will do. And now T1 have to make a choice. You know, the Vi and the Kalista are somewhat non-negotiable. You could ban Sejuani here, you could ban Skarner here. Or you could just be safe and ban Jace, but then they get the Gwen. So, you know,
unanswered Gwen, not going to be a thing you want to deal with.
I think that you have to be willing to play Gwen into Jace, and I think that's up to Doran. If he's going to be the one to be willing to do that, they will leave both open. The Yone is banned, so Jace. And we've seen this matchup go both ways, but I think in theory, if you look at the history of the matchup on Gwen's release, this was the counter pick to it. It can be quite tricky to play out the first few levels.
Yeah, the thing that's really tough now is that T1 have to pick Gwen. Because otherwise, Jace gets flexed to mid, and you still play Gwen on the top side of the map. Raptor picks a tank, and it's game over.
Gwen Sejuani feels pretty strong here.
Yeah, that would be a fantastic. I think that's the only line.
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do, and it's a strong duo. It has a lot of power, so it just makes a ton of sense. Maokai stock's kind of high right now for the side of BNK. It's still a flex pick as well, so that's something that I think they'll be looking to potentially flex if that does come to pass, the Gwen. I think it's very obvious that no one is comfortable with Doran laning into the Jace on this Gwen in the early levels, even though Gwen's been buffed there. As Skarner, because it was unbanned, I think what might have been a smarter ban actually to ban instead of the Yone, is going to be left up here.
Yeah, so Skarner versus Sejuani, just a pretty stock standard tank matchup there, but we know that the Skarner has found a lot of value. Raptor has been pretty good at the tanks so far, although is Sejuani definitely the better of his picks.
I don't think you should lock 80 carry here necessarily, because it's just, you're leaving so much in T1's control if you do, in terms of how the counter picks can go and how they can ban your, best partners and stuff like that. So they'll ultimately go for mid over support, which I think is the right choice, and go for Ryze, which is very safe.
Yeah.
Strong side laning, strong rotational power, and it's a pick I think Faker would love to play in the draft that they already have, as Draven would be a risky choice in this draft.
That was unprovoked. The unprovoked Draven.
Yeah, usually we kind of know when it's coming. Like yesterday we were like, oh, it's coming,
Oh, yeah.
But this was not one of the times I would have predicted it. The Corki makes a lot more sense to me. Does come online a little bit later but is very safe and is a flex pick in this draft as well.
Yeah, you could still play that in the mid lane if you would like to. It's not necessarily my favorite. I do like melee champions into when you do have a Sejuani, but you don't necessarily need it.
It's hard to now ban champions in terms of what you expect to pair with the quirk in the bottom lane when it could just be mid. I think banning Alistar just like they did in Game 1 is extremely safe. Always going to be a strong ban, so that part is the easy one. We'll see what they do for their final ban, though, because that gets a little bit more murky here for B&K. For T1, you could just ban any scaling AD carry makes sense. I don't think MF is really the route that B&K are looking for in this one. They could go for Misfortune Rel in this draft, but feels like you're playing into the hands of T1 because the Sejuani can shut down the MF so easily. The Gwen can obviously just kind of run through it and not care. So I don't think that's necessarily what B&K want. This final ban, though, this is a tough one.
Yeah, I'm interested in what it's going to be. I think Nautilus and Rel stock are kind of through the roof right now, and the Nautilus is going to be the chosen ban. But with the fact that the Alistar's already taken away, you could just take the Rel if you'd like to.
Ooh, Ashe
maybe Ashe instead.
Would have been so good for both teams. Actually, that one kind of slipped under my radar here a little bit. That's so incredibly strong with the Sejuani, a lot of laning power. Misfortune Rel could be what they lock in. The Alistar is banned, but I'm not super sold on what it means, especially because I think Diablo, as a mechanical player, deserves so much more than to just be an R button and a Q button bot in lane. And I do think T1's draft works really well into the Misfortune, especially now that they have the Ashe as well. So I think this is... I was sold on the first parts of this, so I'm a little bit less sold on the latter parts. It's got good tools, good setup, but...
Yeah, look at this. Like, it's Carrier just cycling through the really great options he has into this bottom lane.
I mean, he could play Bard here, and I'd still like their draft more.
Yeah, I would agree.
But I think he's going to play something that's stronger, and will probably opt into the Renata.
Or the Thresh, just because you can. He's just having a giggle. It should just be Renata. There it is.
Because Renata is so incredibly strong into... Like, you could basically guarantee that her ult is going to stop the advance of B&K in any scenario. It's not a traditional dive comp. It's not like a Vi, hyper dive. It's not an Ahri comp that wants to dive super hard, but it does require a lot of setup for this Misfortune. You could just ruin that instantly. Or just make the Misfortune really mad. So it's a very safe pick here. My biggest concern here for T1 is how Faker's had some rough laning phases, with Vikkel also looking really on point these days. And Doran are going to do in the lane, because Doran, we have seen Gwen win this matchup. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's necessarily how it's supposed to go, but we have seen it happen. But generally, though, Jace having the range advantage can kind of chip away and get a nice little lane prio there. I'm hoping Doran has a better performance in the early laning phase than he did in Game 1. With the counter pick he was given. And I think it was a really nice setup of draft here for B&K until the end. The MF didn't hit as hard as I think other picks could have, but they lost the Zeri,
Yeah.
But Ryu, I got to give him credit, because he was probably the coach we were most critical of draft in the entirety of this year and a lot of last year, but in this series, for the most part, has had some really good reads and forced T1 into this awkward Gwen situation. Let's see if Doran can pilot his way through it.
Yeah, it's an awkward situation, but it's also a dangerous one, right? Because if a Gwen gets out of hand, she really gets out of hand. As T1, I think this time around, you're feeling a lot better about where their draft is sitting, and they only need to win this game, and they've taken another series this week.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, and we are onto the Rift without there being a pause. Look at that.
Solid.
Not too bad. Better start than last time, as Diablo's skipping around here. As T1 already moving aggressively into the enemy jungle. You can see Faker going to meet up with his bottom lane here. And they haven't put the ward down just yet, maximizing the amount of value that they can get out of that one.
I think Misfortune is incredibly strong. I think she's very oppressive in lane, and in most matchups, she does a ton of damage and can get you mid-prio almost instantly in every scenario, can delete waves at any point in time with her ultimate. But what she does not do, or what her kit is not, is a outplay insane mechanical skill type of kit. And with what I just watched Diablo do, and some of the plays, the best plays we've seen with Diablo across his career, is to be the hyper outplay guy as much as he can. And so that's why I'm a little sad about this draft.
Oh, I think
Raptor does not know. He's not a knower.
he is not a knower indeed. He immediately flashes, but I don't think it's going to be enough to be able to get him to safety as he really wants to get on that blast cone, but it's not going to be him. It's going to be the flash from Ona that locks that one down, and they'll start off with a red buff. T1 playing dirty at the start of game 2.
Yeah, they just didn't give any support to him whatsoever in terms of defensive vision there, and that's that. So now, Smash has a kill on this Ashe. Level 1 for Ashe is incredibly strong, especially if you just leave a Scorpion out there to dry.
Yeah,
and die. And now his jungle is ruined.
It is. Ona's going to just completely clear out the bottom side. The one good news thing here for BNK is the fact that Smash hasn't bought yet. As Callan's going to dive in on top of him, will take a lot of damage in response, as they do hit level 2 first, so that will give them that slight advantage. As Ona now, moving over just as the ward dies. That feels terrible.
Well, that's a 3 buff.
Yeah,
and
could be.
Unfortunately for Raptor, there's just simply nothing he can do about it. Corki having Cryo in mid. Doran playing this matchup so far pretty well, looks like. We didn't watch how all the intricacies did happen, but maybe
level 3, and Doran is just going to get flashed on and murdered.
Sorry, everyone. Sorry, Chronicler. Master Curse are real.
No, don't say sorry to Chronicler, because he doesn't even believe in caster curses. Say sorry to everyone.
No, I'm just saying sorry, like, because it's very clear that they're real.
Yeah. Oh god.
There's proof on our screens. I wasn't really looking at the XP bar of clear when we came in, so that one's.
Neither was Doran, as it turns out.
Yeah, I guess Raptor now has an opportunity to come over here and try to get something back.
Yeah. Let's see whether he can nail the smite, and there it is. So gets a red buff. Yep, no more. Is he gonna get 3 buffed?
Looks like you were missing a ward outside your red buff too. I didn't even need my friends to get that one.
Sounds like a bad action movie line that a bad guy would say.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic movie. A friend of mine from high school used to absolutely love it. It had a bad guy called Stingray. And anyway, I don't need to talk about it. Let's have a look at this one from Clear's perspective, as it was, like you say, looking dicey at this point in time.
And look at the XP bar. He's just 1 minute away from 3. That's the extra button he needs.
Oh,
boom.
Man, doesn't say a word. Ice cold. All right. In the break, by the way, I will let you know the super dope line.
Yeah.
It's a bit cheesy.
You said the guy's name was Stingray?
Stingray. Yeah.
That's a cool name for a bad guy to have.
He gets his eye poked out or something like that, and he's like, I don't know. Anyway, it's funny, and I'll explain it when I can actually
you ever play
know what it is.
F-Zero GX?
Yes. Love that game. Looking forward to it on Switch 2.
Yeah. Okay, hold up.
We're looking forward to seeing how Faker manages to escape this one, and Valkyrie is going to be the elected button.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong mobility tool that Faker can use to escape from a gank.
Yeah.
As it's just going to be a sell ticket. But anyway, Samurai Go Roll is a fire sting. Aw. All you do is talk about F-Zero and it makes it go away.
It does.
It makes F-Zero go away, just like Nintendo won't make a new F-Zero game.
Arian is going to get shatteringly struck, and then he's going to walk away. That is the action. That is what's happening here. Some flux being worn by Faker right now. As you can see, everything just kind of okay right now. BNK with a slight gold advantage, though, based on the fact that they were able to get Clear into a great position on the top side, almost 600 gold. And this is the problem.
Yeah.
When the champion that was already likely to dictate the pace in lane gets ahead, you're the one that then has to start moving around and trying to avoid it. Tempo naturally going over to BNK in this situation.
As a discussion point, because we've talked about this a little bit, we've kind of skirted around it as Faker is pushed away here, only level 5. I think you could have just dropped the Callista ban in this situation, as Faker is in trouble.
Oh, if that Q had landed there by Vikla, then Faker could just be dead right now.
Yeah, had to flash anyways, so down a flash, but definitely going way better for Faker, I think, than at least Vikla hoped. But if that lands like you say, he is definitely, I think, dead. No two ways about it. Still, maybe a small little edge that Vikla picks up as Faker does not have TP.
Kellen discovered as the rest of his team around. Nice little sidestep on the Winter's Wrath as Raptor grabs 2 of the grubs pretty quickly. And with that smite now on cooldown, he's just going to back away and let Ona have 1 of them.
Yep. So better than they were doing in terms of grubs last game.
Yep.
Infinitely better.
Diablo here towards the bottom side, just looking to clear things out. I like that infinitely better because they got 0.
Yeah.
Is it technically infinitely better because they did get nothing? So infinite nothing is still nothing.
Yeah, so like, okay, it's more than infinitely better, I guess. Right?
Well, it's also, it's impossible for like anything to be times it.
Yeah.
Wow, mathematically confusing. It's okay. We've got another trade of stuns here between the supports.
You know, when they say don't do math on stream, they really don't mean do theoretical math on stream.
Yeah, let's have a discussion about 0 on stream. Oh, do you remember when that weird thing with the guy that thought that like the 1 + 1 is like 5 or something like that?
Oh god, man! Or
that was so funny.
Or every time Facebook the algorithm thinks, like when I'm just trying to check up on my friends, they think I want to do some stupid math puzzle.
Yes. Like
I
this is
don't
gonna
want
get
to
you into Harvard.
You know what I also don't want to do is to try to figure out how to draw a line between all those dots with just one line.
Oh god! And the thing saying this game is actually real, and then they've got like some guy pretending to stream it. It's like, no, man!
Don't want to spot the difference between those two Simpsons pictures. I really don't, Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg, please. I just want to see how my friends are doing.
That's why I removed that app. Oh, God.
Looks like T1 are going to get this dragon. Oh, man, it's worse than the Italian memes.
Oh,
that chronicler keeps showing us for some reason.
Yeah, it does feel better to talk about it, you know. Now, I know that it's not just me. Is Faker going in? Vikler in a little bit of trouble, perhaps. Has already traded quite nicely, but he keeps missing these Qs. And that isn't necessarily the best. There's another one going wide. Maybe they're not supposed to hit. Maybe that's part of the plan. As owner will be able to secure his own Raptors. As Raptor is unable to get the Rash. Smash is in trouble. Some more autos coming through here from Diablo. He's going to need another one, but the bailout comes in. The handshake's down, but Diablo doesn't die. The flashing it out of the crash down here is Diablo makes a rain, and Carrier needs to try and find him in the fog of war. Diablo, can you get out of here? Because there's another crash down, and the bullet time comes in. The stun comes through as well, and Carrier will be able to get out. That's a beautiful U-turn done here as To The Skies goes clear, and Owner has to avoid the impale. B&K outplaying T1 all over the map.
Everywhere. Look at the gold lead.
Vikler, maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's still got a gold lead because he's got kill pressure even if he didn't kill him. It's a small gold lead, but and it isn't an outplay. But anyways, yeah. It's looking very good for B&K. And unfortunately, I don't know what happened in this exchange. Okay, I was going to say, I need a little bit more information because... okay, Kellen was on top of him. So, it's okay because you have bailout, right? Except not quite enough damage here.
Oh, no. Did he flash over the top of Diablo after the handshake and then not hit him with the volley? Is that what happened?
I think that's what happened.
Oh,
everything was on top of, like, one hex there as he flashed on top of him, but...
That was half a Teemo. That was like a Teemo whisker away. That's very unfortunate.
A counter gank setup that goes wrong. You know, I think that there's not... Like, that's not Doran's mistake there. I think they were planning on trying to surprise there, but really just good movement from Raptor. He is Skarner after all.
I didn't know that the lawnmower had such a good turning circle, though.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
I love those lawnmower, the riding motors where you can actually just fully 360.
Yeah. I kind of feel like a lawnmower should have caterpillar tracks, you know?
I had
like a tank.
I had such a huge yard growing up that I had to drive one of those to mow it.
Oh, that'd be so cool. Arrow is going to split the heavens here. Good sidestep there from the B&K bottom lane. Opportunistic play from Smash. Not quite going to work out as Raptor moving over, wanting to grab another 3 grubs. That will put them on 5. Moving into the next stage of the game. Also evening things out when it comes to the objectives as well, as T1 able to take the first dragon of the game.
I just don't see any contest here. As Owner's going to the bottom side of the map, try to look for a punish here. This is risky.
Yeah, as there's the bullet time just to try and clear out the wave. That's a great ulti from Owner, though, as the handshake comes in. Kellen trying to keep them at bay as Smash is in trouble. And that last auto, not quite enough. Oh my god, how did that work? The immediate bailout is going to save him, but Diablo finding that double up angle was absurd.
That should not have happened, but Carrier was on it, man. Carrier saw it. You and I thought maybe it could happen. And Diablo was like, I'm going to look for it. Carrier was like, I am ready to press the button. Yeah. He pressed it so fast.
Meanwhile, here on the top side of the map, I don't think Ascana really cares about whether Gwen is immune or not. just going to poop her away from the turret, and Doran, no needlework's going to save you from that. So more plates going over to clear here towards the top side, and so T1 saving things on the bottom side, but like, it's a dying spree for Doran.
Yeah, I mean, over here, when you, like, the wave isn't fully cleared out, obviously, it's interrupted, carry interrupts here, but then from here, Smash just back up and just back up, just back up, and okay.
That bailout must have been just barely.
Yeah, that was, it was an almost worse situation than it was. And this is a Gwen that is just, it's not a bouncy castle, it's just stasis, not moving, not interacting castle.
Yeah, it's a You're a production line more than anything else. Sort of just picked up. Maybe it's like one of those like the gacha game things with the cranes. The crane game.
He did get crane gamed.
He did, and you know sometimes it actually works. Most of the time, those little cranes, like those claws, are just not really doing very much. This time, though, Skana certainly working.
Every time I have to do in Yakuza the crane game mini game, you think you've mastered it, but then they make the dolls inside a little bit different, and you're like, this doesn't work anymore, my strategy.
Yeah.
But the capture the Gwen strategy seems like it's pretty good for the Skarner in these scenarios, working out for him 100% of the time. As Doran is 2 levels down, and I was afraid of this. You were afraid of this. We were afraid of playing Gwen into Jace, and they left the Jace up. And
like
they could have just dropped the Callista ban, I think.
Doran has been able to sort of weather the storm in these matchups in the past. This is not weathering the storm.
No.
This is the storm, like, destroying your house and you not being in there when it goes to the Wizard of Oz.
He's even denying more farm here. He will get the turret after this. T1 grab another objective as
whoa, that's a flash in. Killen's going to come on over. He's not really helping out with damage, but there is Vikla in the area. That's a Glacial Prison, but the Magnet Storm comes through as well. Hostile Takeover doesn't connect onto the Rise, and so they just take out the Sejuani. And B&K just continuing to find value everywhere on the map. 3,000 gold is now their advantage.
Yeah, we did find out just how much CC it takes to kill a Sejuani. Doran is not in this game.
No, nor was he in the mist. Well, or at least able to use it to stay immune. So he is going to take a whole bunch of damage.
If they ban the Jace, then Clear plays Gwen. But I think I would prefer that scenario to what I'm witnessing here. And now they let the Skarner as well, so the Skarner is just allowing Clear to constantly just take him out. Now he's so big he doesn't need the Skarner's help anymore. And Doran is just... If you told me Gwen was buffed in the early game and showed me this game, I would find it hard to believe. But when you watch the gameplay, what Jace does in this matchup, it's a little bit more reasonable. T1, 4,000 gold behind in this game. 4,000 before 15 minutes.
Ooh, Diablo just walking out of the way, strutting his stuff quite nicely here as we can see. Getting the love taps down.
Faker
smashes. Yeah, Faker could be in trouble here, as we've seen.
This
Skana gets some work done. It's going to slow him down first, but there's the Rune Prison actually, as Raptor looking to try and drive this one through, and he just gets out. They'll grab themselves the arrow at the same time as Doran was on a flank angle and had teleported in. That is a lot invested here by T1 just to keep Faker alive, but at least they keep Faker alive.
Yeah, I think that was probably Faker telling Doran your teleport is moot in the top lane. Please come down.
Oh, handshake. Nicely played there by Carrier. Still takes a lot of damage as the bullet time comes through to clear out the wave just to make sure that Diablo isn't murdered.
Faker did have TP, so, you know, after Doran comes down there, he could have TP'd top, but the wave is so pushed, he just rides his little rocket, little plane out there and says, Diablo looking to stop him back.
Yeah, we'll be able to do so.
Yeah.
Also, he can just stay here, right? He's got Bloodthirster now completed, so as you can see, health bar goes from pretty small to quite decently large pretty quickly.
So maybe the Misfortune pick doesn't matter in the context of team fighting at all in this game, Atlas. Maybe that's just where we're at. Maybe it's just, it could have been anything.
If you were going to win the side lanes this hard, then absolutely. It's just kind of irrelevant. As Clear here towards the bottom side, kind of feeling like something is up. He's going to spot Doran for the moment as Ona looking to come in. They get into the mist alongside the Gwen, but Clear realizing he has to get out. That's a great hammer boot, but it's not quite going to be enough. Now committing to the fight as The ulti comes out from Keria, and that spells the end of clear permafrost as well. It's going to mean that Kellen is in the wrong place as well. And Faker, he's also just going back. He knows that T1 have won this one.
This was
Vikla just split pushing.
just a great call from T1 and a nice setup there from Owner, knowing that the target has been Doran, and that's the next turret they can take out there in the bottom lane if they get the pick onto him. Instead, it ends up being the gank to come through from Owner. It will be in exchange for a Herald and a little bit of damage there by Vikla onto the top inner turret, then just teleports down to the bottom lane and can continue to push and threaten the turret they wanted in the first place. But this should be mid going down unless...
Yep, that is a handshake being employed, but Raptor is just going to ride Shelly and shows her where to go, and she is going to be able to take down the turret as Raptor tries to do it again, and then Shelly is going to die.
So they should still be able to get this turret here in the bottom lane after all when the dust settles, but it took a little bit more than what they were looking for. T1 getting that kill onto Clear was pretty massive, and it kept their turret alive for a little bit, but it didn't come without cost, right? The Herald being taken in counter means that they lose the mid turret, top turret gets damaged, bottom turret goes down anyways. There's still a Gwen-shaped, maybe a scissor-shaped hole here on the map for T1.
Not to mention the fact that Smash is pretty far behind as well.
Yeah.
On that bottom side, 30 CS, approximately the lead here for Diablo. And that's sort of what has to give, right? If you really get crushed in one of the lanes, the others tend to suffer because Owner is pulled around the map. Things then, like the power has to shift in order to try and make things work. And Faker has been doing a decent job. He was sort of the only T1 gold lead for a little while there.
I mean, okay, Faker here maybe caught.
Yeah, Owner going to come in. Just throws the ulti away, was expecting a Duke, and Clear just didn't do it. Still, he's going to die.
Okay, a second time. I actually thought that it was, in fact, Raptor was in the bush. As Kellen's here.
Is it over? As the teleport out from Faker is going to get him to safety, and Owner doesn't have teleport. And so he is instead just going to die. It's going to take a little while because he's pretty tanky, but it is a 1-for-1 trade in the end. What this does, though, is provide space for Doran to try and get back into this game.
Yeah, he is still significantly behind, but this will help a little bit. He doesn't have any grubs, really, besides the one they have to be a real threat in the side lane, but at least he's got that extra time, like you said. And it's these small victories that I think aren't going to be enough for T1 to get back in this game. It's going to take a big flub. It's going to take a big team fight win. But we're so far away from that being a reality. They have a 2-dragon lead, so there's going to be time. Faker will hit his 2-item spike here pretty soon. But I just look at what BNK have, and it's just such an impressive comp from ahead. You know, you just keep pushing the sides. You keep threatening with Skarner, who can engage from so far away when there's no vision on where that Scorpion is. He can come at you at any angle, and it's really easy to set up. So, you know, T1, again, they're a very resilient team. They have pulled bigger wins out of their hat than what it will take for this one in the past. It just feels like BNK is not the same team that threw that lead against Gen.G and LCK Cup. You know, this is a team that really has worked a lot on how to play from ahead.
Yeah, this team has really evolved, and it's really impressive to watch. They're going to be able to deny the soul point as well. That was something that they weren't able to do last time, and now looking to continue this as they move into the inner turret on the bottom side. Raptor playing defense. They'll let the outer turret on the top side fall down, but that is the second turret from T1 to be taken so far this game. That is still a definite trade up here by BNK.
And Vikla could just come and stop Faker from doing anything else, catch those minions. You know, ultimately this was the only call for T1 to make. It helps Faker get close to that 2-item spike. He finishes it as he backs. So again, a huge moment for him. Second item actually picked up here now at the same time for Clear on this Jace. So Muramana's spikes have been hit, but it's going to take more than just Faker's 2-item spike to win this game. And it's going to take a team fight that you can take on your terms as T1, or some sort of side lane pressure to set that up, because in a straight-up 5v5 where BNK can just run at you as 4 people and say you can't be anywhere near this objective, anywhere near this turret, etc., you know, you're not going to win that as T1. If the Gwen was in an even game state, she'd be the best one for it, you know? Push people around side lanes, get some advantages. Curry is 2 levels up, but I don't know if that really matters at all.
Nope. Kellen is going to be able to clear out this ward and does manage to protect his own as well.
Doran has had this look on his face for this whole game of just, you know, this is my personal hell. You know, like I lost the lane. I was focused by Raptor, and now I just can't do anything. As now BNK with so much control of the bottom side, just going to start this Otacon up. And this is what I'm talking about. T1 can't take the fight on their terms. Vikla can ult in even though he doesn't have TP.
Oh man, there is no vision here. Hawkshot does give away that BNK are down here, but look at all of this vision. Look at all of this control that they have. And the immediate turn as Raptor is going to get his hand shaken. There's the Magnet Storm though, the bullet time to come in as well. As the two-man Impale delivers Owner and Doran, but they're pretty tanky. Owner's burning down, the bailout not even required here to keep him alive as Vikla trying to get out and he kills Smash and survives. Vikla, how the heck did that happen? As now T1 are all limping away from this battle. In fact, the health bars everywhere are so low, and Clear isn't going to pick the right turn.
Well, they deny the Otacon.
Yep.
And it ended up being a very messy and broken up fight, but I mentioned I didn't love the misfortune in this draft, but when you have the perfect setup for it, you can do a ton of damage. Just that the targets that they end up getting here are not ideal. He is ultimately interrupted by Karia's ult there, and then Raptor goes down. Diablo's positioning here, though, pretty good. He backs away. Vikla able to kill Smash on the fadeaway escape is pretty massive, and then T1 can't fight this one out with Faker alone. The health bar just too low on Doran and Owner, so they just need to leave, hightail it out of there. It's a, small edge gain from T1 in that fight, you could argue, in terms of the gold, but stopping the Otacon was the real goal, and they were successful at that. Maybe they get more.
Yeah, this is a play towards the top side as Faker is going to be, Clear is going to be discovered by Owner and Faker. He is going to buy some time though as Raptor is in the area. So Clear just going to go north, and that will keep him alive.
That was so scary with Owner and Smash's ults coming up.
The good old face check here as another Q goes wide. Let's see who's going to win this battle as Doran's running with scissors and Vikla is missing Qs. He does have the Seraphs, and that Q he lands. Still, arrow point blank is going to be able to do it, as it was in fact a rocket from Faker that locks it down. Got to work out which projectile is killing the Rise here. As now Raptor finding yet another angle, but there is the Arctic Assault to stop the Lawnmower from running over Bristle.
Okay, this is a wild and crazy game suddenly.
Oh God.
The Smash does take a big hit from Empowered Shock Blast, but there's no Baron up, there's no Dragon just yet. Not a big enough edge either way here, as I feel like Vikla at least got what he was looking for there. It took a little bit longer than maybe it necessarily should have. 2 levels up here on this Gwen when he also had the jump on him in the brush, but Gwen with a fully stacked Q is going to be loving fighting this if she's in an even game state. Vikla missing a few times makes it kind of interesting here, and also means that Vikla ultimately does end up getting taken down because it took a little bit too long. They commit the TP here, and that's the end of that. So no TP for Clear. Vikla will have his ultimate as well, but both of these objectives come up at the same time, and T1 still didn't get any prio back. They still didn't get any deep vision.
Oh, handshake going to come through, but that is the two-man Impale. This time the bullet time is going to work as Smash was shooting him, but it doesn't actually do anything. Owner goes down, Faker's dead as well, and BNK, they can take both of the objectives if they'd like.
This time they get the value target on the Impale. This time the combo hits Faker, and he is obliterated right as the Dragon is up. So BNK can turn this into Dragon. Southside Otacon here next to the Dragon is going to be taken. T1 can't cross with Baron. They lost 2 members, and it's not even spawned. And now
BNK's Otacon as well.
Yeah. And now BNK could just turn this into even more control. When you have this much control over the map, Skarner can just set up an MF combo at will. And if you're T1, you kind of have to slowly force your way into vision, otherwise they're going to get the Dragon.
야, 여기 있어. 나 그만 볼게.
Raptors
야,
first person view.
코르키.
Calling Corki because he got the prio target this time. The
네,
bailout
씹어야 돼,
is not
씹어야 돼,
going to
결국.
work because no one is anywhere near dying here for
야,
BNK.
가다.
Yeah, beautifully done. Opportunistic, sees his target and takes his target immediately. And BNK, like, the worst part about this for T1 is the fact that it was also ruinous, right? So all of the flowers going over to BNK on the back end.
I mean, look at the levels here. 2 levels up for Diablo, 2 levels up for Vikla, 2 levels up for Raptor.
It's only Doran that's even, which is mind-blowing, to be honest.
He's spent a ton of time alone in a side for this whole game, so he got a lot of XP, I guess, to help catch up.
Certainly needs it as well, as now Clear and Kellen waiting off to the side. Keria able to shield himself up as the Shock Blast rains in. Still Vision on the Baron here for T1, so they're not losing that one anytime soon, but...
You can see the visualization of the XP lead here for BNK. And now you can see the lack of vision here for T1. They got that one ward in there, but they have to constantly hover around this Baron because it could be threatened at any point, especially when players like Vikla are missing. We'll show here now on the bottom lane, but they know he's got TP.
Oh,
so
that's a -1.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a roughie.
So maybe the game is more even than we thought.
I guess slightly, about a cannon's worth.
Yep. 3,000 gold, though, is nothing to scoff at. Make that 4. As Raptor going to have to deal with this Baron. Does so quite well, because he's got a Thornmail and a Heartsteel, and he is got a fair bit of health.
If there's one thing T1 does incredibly well from behind is outplay team fights around major objectives.
Yeah, and then just win, like they did in Game 1.
Yeah, so I can feel BNK, you know, in comms probably saying, hey, play it slow. Let's not repeat Game 1. Let's not repeat so many of our big near wins we've had here in 2025. Let's keep playing around Vision. Let's keep playing around this Ryze in the side lane. It's level 18. Let's just wait for the best opportunity possible at T1. We're going to force them to come to us. So speaking of...
Yeah, could be in a little bit of trouble here. He is not the one that T1 wants to lose around this Baron.
The one thing that T1 do have that BNK does not is a 80 carry that can actually, you know, clean up a team fight and functionally will do consistent damage. Diablo could in the right scenario, but it's really just about his ultimate. So if you can shut that down, if you can stop the combo, maybe Smash can clean up house, because you got Faker on 80 carry here as well. He's got his LDR. Oh, no.
Raptor comes in. Little Miss Piggy going to be delivered here as Diablo looking for an angle. Hostile takeover doesn't connect onto the Misfortune, and the bailout is going to be there. Bullet time was more in celebration, but I do like the fact that MF does a whole lot of laughing while it's happening.
That's all you need, and that's how you play it slow. It's how you play around Vision and BNK. Find the enemy jungler. There's no smite fight here.
Nope. Still, Carrier moving into a aggressive position. The double up still doing work here as Smash down to 50%. Shock Blasts raining in as Doran at full health, but I just don't know whether they're going to be able to help out here. 4 versus 5 is the advantage.
Got the angle here with a flash.
Yep, Doran's in the mist right now. He does have the bailout, and Smash is already so close to dead. Going golden is Doran surviving for a moment, but Faker going to get knocked into the wall as Raptor is going to push him out of the fight. There's Carrier going down. Doran follows and smashes on the wrong side of the map. The Baron is taken, and BNK, they are not losing 2 games in a row against T1 here today.
Not going to happen. Kellen takes the kill, but I think it's the least of their worries right now. And BNK now Baroned up here with a massive 7,000 gold lead. It all starts off with Raptor having this really long wraparound angle here. Catches owner. Carry is not the one who gets hit. Still had the angle there for the Impale, and this hostile takeover isn't enough to peel him out of it. Unfortunately, bailout also employed. This is just a slow and steady play here from BNK. Kellen doesn't have ult, but still has an incredible angle here, so it's just so hard for Smash to actually layer that damage in and close the gap here. Faker as well, trying over the wall. The Realm Warp here is pretty short, but it's pretty clean as well. Faker just has to exit.
Kind of insane as well, the fact that Diablo and Vikla just like going together point blank into the enemy team, but they were so far ahead that it didn't even matter. To the Sky's going to get interrupted here, but I don't think Clear is too worried about it. Vikla now versus 3, but he's just running away. Phase Rush pretty powerful, and BNK will be able to take this inhibitor, but they're looking for even more. Doran doesn't have the needlework anymore, no more arrow, but there is Glacial Prison as well as the hostile takeover.
Yeah, they can just move their attention up here to the top side. Clear's setting up the wave here. They can threaten double inhibitor. Everyone being alive on T1 means there's not an end angle here unless T1 make a mistake. Kellen on a nice angle.
Yeah, every button is up here for BNK though as far as these ultimates. That's Magnet Storm, Impale, Bullet Time. This is so dangerous for T1. Still, they have to try something. Glacial Prison going to be picked up by Diablo, and Smash almost dies from 2 ticks of the Bullet Time.
And Vikla is escorting this mid wave in. So, I mean, there's super minions with Baron buff coming into the T1 base. Second inhibitor is going to go down. They can just siege this if they want to. There's a ping going into the bottom lane, though. Vikla is looking for the 3rd inhibitor now with the last minute of this Baron buff. And if T1 make a mistake, they just lose the game. Such a critical defense they need to have here.
Yep, 10,000 gold is the lead. Smash taken to half health. These shock blasts are so scary. As Diablo moves over, he's going to get to work on the last remaining inhibitor, and T1, nothing they can do to answer it. They're being pulled all around the rift. It's kind of beautifully played by BNK as far as their siege on the T1 base. As the handshake comes in, hostile takeover connects onto only the Skarner, as Vikla going to be taken down. And now BNK, with the entire base in shambles of T1, are just going to back away.
Yeah, Dragon is up. It'll be their third Ocean, empowered by Otacon as well. It's a 4,000 gold Baron power play, Red Bull Baron power play to be exact. And it's going to be BNK taking this Dragon on the exit with the super minions that T1 are occupied with here. But T1 still have a chance. It's a small chance. It's a snowball's chance in hell. But they still are alive here as Keриa's ult does kind of dissuade here. Vikla goes in a little bit deep. I think they could have waited for the minions to crash on that third inhibitor before they decided to really push the envelope there, as the third inhibitor actually still alive.
Yeah,
so
Doran was able to save it. So I told a bit of a lie there, but with one inhibitor left, I think it's still, like, shambles is still correct.
Shambles is still accurate.
Yeah,
It just could have been a little bit more shambled if BNK, like, they played it so respectfully until they didn't. But they're still in a great position in this game. Don't get us wrong, but T1 is still alive. They are still breathing in this game, and so there's a chance for that crazy, hopeful team fight to happen. We've been watching this game be in BNK's control for a really long time, and T1 haven't quite found it just yet because this comp, as we've mentioned so many times, is so oppressive with no vision for T1. But one mistake, one error from Vikla, one choke, and maybe T1 have a chance, but
see what they can do. All five grouped up here on T1, as Diablo with the Make It Rain actually able to hold them at bay quite nicely, and he is not afraid of anything. Maybe the arrow is going to sail by, does absolutely nothing here. So Shock Blast does not do absolutely nothing. In fact, it just hits both carries.
The second time's the charm here on this inhibitor. Now they're all gone.
Yeah. And Clear still has his shield. Glacial Prison is just going to split the difference in BNK. And now Keria, it's his turn to throw out the handshake, fake a half health from a few ticks of the bullet time. And they are just trying to poke them out underneath this turret. The double up, my God, he's hitting so many of those Qs. The hostile takeover does nothing. Doran trying to take down Raptor, but the Magnustorm is so good. And the layering of the Impale. Doran goes golden, but this time, the Zhonya's is doing absolutely nothing. The Nexus turrets are going to be taken down. The Nexus exposed, and once again, no team in the LCK for 2025 so far will take down BNK 2-0.
Not going to happen. BNK get it done. A little bit of a hiccup there in the end, but they still had an insane amount of control, and their second attempt is successful. T1's base truly, I would say now, completely shambled, Atlas.
Yes, I would say that it's officially shambles.
And it's just good gameplay start to finish. I think T1 with some errors in the early game, but also Doran kind of left on an island there. And he was playing Gwen into Jace, and Clear had a good game, and that was that. I mean, the game kind of opened up from there, and then some of the team fights we saw later on, because of that big hole in the map and the amount of control the Skarner had, just allowed BNK to snowball very well. And I feel like we've just seen so much improvement from this roster so far this year. The beginning of the series, I thought maybe it's going to be close. Maybe they take one game off of T1. I think a few errors fewer in game one, and this is a 2-0 for BNK. Crazy that we're saying those words out loud, but I'm also not doubting them moving into game three. Potentially, they could still win this series.
Yeah. And Diablo is still just playing absolutely out of his mind. He even made the MF look like a champion where you can hand stiff people. Like, he was hitting double ups that I've never seen people even manage to find. And, you know, it takes two to tango. T1 definitely not looking on their best form. So it is time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether T1 can get back on the horse and close this one out, or whether this is Sandstorm Day, baby.
해주고 해서 빼고 야 빨면서 야 각도와 천천히 해봐 가자 나 밀어줄게 레아타 노플이고 괜찮아 야, 천천히 밀어낼게 아래 세게 할게 야 애쉬 야 천천히 봐봐 천천히 봐봐 애쉬 노플 레아타고 한턴 빼고 아 각도 천천히 봐볼게 아래 봐도 근데 생각하자 도엔 잡자 야 이거 다이브 칠래? 내공으로 다이브 칠래? 게임 건져 됐네 얘네 힘 없긴 한데 알았어
젠지는 그냥 한방 승부만 안 보면 돼요. 어차피 상대가 미스프춘을 체급으로 뚫거나 브라움을 그냥 야! 불어버렸어!
Respawn 5,000 on the Elder. It all comes down to this. 113 trying to get him from the side, but immediately he's locked up and he will fall. Shale gets in and steals away the Elder. And from the jaws of defeat, Heretics have found victory. Tell me whatever goddamn god they've been praying to, because the Heretics have found a miracle.
Only answer the money calls, you know I can't send no bounce back.
사실 KT의 조합도 안 좋은 조합은 아닌데.
네, 노려요? 노려봐요? 걔네 잡았고요?
그렇죠. 그렇죠. 사실 이거는 T1이 턴을 한 번 더 쓴 건데.
Bounce back. Like 23 did with 45. I've been skirting the whip so they see the drive. I put 20,000 hours into this grind.
看惩戒，最后被扯掉了。两条风龙拿到想撤，这时候姐姐直接闪现踩在反手，也吃到这个魅惑，扬过来进场的一个流星冲先被嘎拉给点死。姐姐这个位置扛住以后，感觉拉比也不好走，嘎拉飞掉拿到了大雅飞剑的人头，而且车被打断了，这波可能会是直接一个清扫，3杀了嘎拉。最后一个人头4杀也是由嘎拉拿下，夸抓 kill， 只剩下 Jiki Love 没有办法来参加这波的战斗。
就真的在混战当中，没有人管得到这个卡莎啊。
那大龙半分钟，但是有可血2塔韩。
那这波稳稳的是双资源。
O Arauto tá solto e o Weiser tá chegando na backline. Mas o time da PEN não quer deixar esse Arauto bater não. Eles vão segurando e impedindo que o Arauto faça seu avanço. A entrada do Homer foi feita e o Weiser também chegou. Todo mundo dando em serviço. Balaço do Titã! A galera da Red segura o que pode, mas perdeu 2 jogadores. Então a PEN fica com vantagem numérica. Ainda assim o time da Red tenta brigar, mas a luta é da PEN. Já são 3 eliminações.
Walk that tall, bounce back, better count that, count all of the time that I went and put in the grind. Hustle hard about this.
口子不太好打，要稍微撤一下，拉扯一下。鳄鱼一进来，女枪大招直接洗，闪现躲开一个弹，但是横被睡到了，大招凿一下，力量过伤还挺高的，力量还在转。直接睡觉吧，被干锅给解了，3个残血，力量有没有机会？力量 Q， 再回口血，力量好像不要游龙。我看这个位置没有什么位移技能了，再 A 一下，力量有5杀吗？有没有5杀？哎 ，W 加金身 ，A 5杀，传大 Q。
哦哟，最后还有个护臂。
在奶油回归 LPL 的第1大场就完成了5杀。
又是上野的一波操作。
我主要是力量，他这个第3睡没交的太急，慢慢再去拉扯。
Bounce back, better count that, count all of the time that I went and put in the grind. Hustle hard about the sign.
We are back here at the space, and we do have a series on our hands as BNK was able to take Game 2 over T1, and in pretty one-sided fashion. It wasn't exactly a close game. T1 did not play very well. BNK played quite well in that game number 2, so the second time on blue side is the charm as we move on to Game 3. Thoughts on that Game 2?
There are a lot of problem areas for T1, and the only one that I think indisputably is without any issues is owner. I think that Faker has in the last week also stepped up. I think his first weeks in LCK Cup was a little rough, but I think right now he's also definitely trying his best. But Keria is nowhere to be seen. Smash is playing way below what we've seen of him, both in Challengers and even as recent as the LCK Cup. And Doran is also clearly, I think, not coping too well. And I think it's really important to highlight, I think the players are playing bad. For me, it's not really about making excuses, but it's such a giant gap in where we know these players can perform that I think we're going to have to see how they're going to deal with it. Because right now, BNK, they're just playing better.
Yeah, they're just playing good. I feel like we've seen these players step up quite considerably. Our estimations for them was pretty low coming into the season. I think a lot of people placed them pretty like 10th, I would say, for this roster.
Yeah.
And ultimately, you know, the players we didn't necessarily expect it as much from. I think Kellen and Vikla have had a pretty good series so far today. Top jungle, Clear and Raptor have just returned to that form we expected. And Diablo, he's kind of been a shining light for this team.
Yeah, he's been great, and it's been cool to see that everybody's really upping their form when they need it most up against what should be a strong team in T1. But we do have to talk about this early game, which was all going the way of BNK, especially up in the top lane.
You know his level up timer. You should know. This is basic stuff. He has a level up timer on you. He has prio, and he also has a cookie. You can't die there. In a 1v1,
You also took Ghost, so he has a flash advantage. And then here, you get out, and he goes back in. You were free. You were fine. You were
Owner was there.
You were literally safe. They couldn't dive. They were so low. You were fine. And then, look, this one, there's not much you're doing in this situation. You're already too far behind. There's no outplay potential here. But you kind of put yourself into this hole. You know, the first 2 deaths were on Doran. This is what happens when they show up there again. And I just think Jace is favored into Gwen. We've definitely seen that. But it shouldn't be going this bad. This is a combination of a matchup which is volatile, which is why Jace is so favored right now, because he does well into all the other really strong top laners in the meta. But these mistakes just allow them to completely dismantle you in the top lane, and he never really had a chance to recover.
And I think we can collectively agree, Zeus is a really hard player to follow up on. But Doran domestically, in the last 3 years of LCK, has never done stuff like this consistently. And I feel like it's been the entire LCK and even the LCK Cup, right? We're coming up on a good amount of time. I know that Ox doesn't quite share my opinion, but I do think that there's a reason why Doran has been still, despite everything, considered a great player in the LCK over the last couple of years. You can't be making such basic mistakes. And I think it is clear that, again, level of gameplay is not where it needs to be.
I think especially there's more competition in top now, because for a long time it's been, okay, Keen and Zeus were kind of the top 2, and then Doran was just behind, but like, she was looking fantastic. Kingan's having a good run of form. Clay's now having a pretty strong form as well, so I feel like Doran, if he doesn't return to his typical level we see domestically, he is going to start to see a lot of matchups where he's struggling.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was a bit of a rough start there, to say the least, and we have to talk about the fight about 27 minutes in as well, which a very nice angle comes through here for Raptor, and BNK essentially close out the game from here.
We do see that once Owner gets taken out, I think he, particularly in this composition, but just for T1 as well, has been kind of the backbone. And once he gets targeted, the team fights fall apart, and normally that gap would have been filled by either pressure from topside or by Keria. Neither of those players really are performing the way that we know they can right now. So as a result, it just comes down to trying to make something happen again. Faker is the only one that's like a little bit fed here, but Smash is not in the best of spots, already have health. And they desperately try to do something about this Baron, but I think at this point you can see BNK, the team fighting is looking good, and Kellen actually having a great day today.
Yeah, it does get a little bit scary when we start to see Smash push forwards here, but honestly I think Vikla, the fact he got that route onto Doran at the start and then the Realm Warp here to reposition, really clutch, because I think if you can't close distance onto like the Ash Renata, that's where you could maybe see like a bit of trouble happening, but they found the angle, managed to get the Baron, managed to clean out, and just really well, like re-examining the play and finding the angle.
And guess what, guys? I think this doesn't come as a big surprise, but Guma comes in with a gigantic smile here for game number 3 as the fans were going wild as he moved onto the stage. Smash, he looks very nervous. I think he's not having a great day today. This makes a lot of sense to me.
This is warranted, given the level of gameplay, right? We can talk a lot about the reasons why whatever is happening, but I think after the last 2 games, this makes a ton of sense.
Absolutely, as we get a nice little timed wink from Gumi Yusi as he will be playing here for game number 3. We'll see how it goes as we throw it back to Atlas and Wolf for the call.
You guys should have been here. It was deafening. We kind of got some forward information as to whether the swap was going to happen or not.
Yeah,
Oftentimes you have to like send a little message in the group chat like between games to be like, oh, are there any subs? No, it didn't have to this time.
It was like a chain reaction because most people were just on their phones, chilling, you know, waiting for game 3, a little bit disappointed on the T1 side with the loss. And the one girl screamed so loud that I thought something had happened. Like you and I were walking to go to get some more coffee, etc. And there was this loud scream, and then suddenly more screams happened. And I was like, there's either a cockroach on the in the booth or on the stands, or. And then we looked over, and you and I both knew Guma was in. And I think it's been something people have been waiting for a long time, and this is the right timing to sub him in.
It is, but is it the right lane?
Well, there has been some discussion about Guma playing top, but you know, if you haven't been living under a rock, you know, I don't think we need to do the previously on the LCK and show like a shot of Chovy killing Guma Yusi in the most watched regular season game of all time. You know, there's a lot of drama, there's a lot of tension. And I think Smash, you know, knowing he has to earn his spot, perhaps playing with a little bit of extra pressure, the most pressure anyone could have right now. But Guma looks like he is ready to play. So we move into this Game 3 draft. We'll once again see BNK target this Rumble pick. They'll take the Vi away on red side. See what that final pick is. A little bit easier on red side to draft when so many prio picks have already been played. No Gwen, no Jace, no Skarner.
Yeah, the top lane pull certainly being pinched just a little, as only the Rumble and Ambessa really standing out. So we're going to have a little bit more of an honest battle up there towards the top side. First pick Sion, baby. That's what's happening. It's got to be. Doran needs to be put in Sion prison, and that needs to happen right now, and he has to do it to himself.
It's a tricky situation here for first pick, actually. I wonder if Faker will just play Victor. Yeah, it's the safest pick. It shows nothing. It's got great scaling. It's a strong pick in this meta. It's great in lane. Obviously, Faker, a ton of experience and success on this pick. And Nara's kind of in the same vein, you know?
Oh, I actually like this. Nara has a decent matchup into the Sion, and you pick it away from Doran at the same time. I actually, they're gonna pick away the Sion instead. I think Doran's gonna be very happy to play Nart into it as Raptor on a very aggressive pick here in the Viego.
Yeah, I don't know if you have to deny Doran's Sion. Like I liked it in the draft when there was a lot of other picks that Sion is good into, but now that they're gone, I'm not as much on board with this, especially with the blind Viego. Now, the Ahri pick here looks quite nice, potentially here for BNK, but doesn't necessarily fit the MO for what Sion is going to set up for you in team fights.
I don't feel like you have that much damage. Oh, God.
We're trusting him with the Yorick.
We ain't maidenless today, as Yorick Mori will not be forgotten and will instead be put into the top lane in the hands of Doran, and we'll see how it goes. It is into a Sion, and this is like a split push demon. And Sion doesn't necessarily cope that well with that.
Yeah, that's true. We saw what Italy did to Sion as well very recently.
Oh, no, we agreed. We weren't going to mention that.
I was going to say, remember when Morgan played the Yorick? And I was like, no, nobody remembered because he didn't do anything. It didn't matter. But, okay, Lee Sin picked here for Owner.
That's Owner's Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic. We don't know what he's playing into just yet, as, you know, this draft gets a little bit more interesting from here. The Ahri seems like the obvious pick, still in a great spot right now. Two very viable builds with the Malignance build and the Rod of Ages build both being viable. Faker popularizing the Malignance build. We've seen it come up a little bit more. I love the Caitlyn ban. Guma subbed in. You know, I mean, it's his most iconic pick. It gives you a ton of prio. The pool is thinned out so massively down there in the bottom lane. But I do think that BNK are going to need some consistent damage here. I would love a Draven ban, to be honest, from T1, because you've got the Sion to set it up. It works well with the Viego and the Ahri for getting that cash in, getting the Viego resets. And it's also strong in lane.
I'm kind of into the Draven angle. Doesn't necessarily strike me as a Diablo champion, but still, I think I can see it.
Yeah.
Unless B&K just ban that one away themselves, and or they ban Xayah and they go for a Kai'Sa angle, although the Kai'Sa's been banned, so never mind. I'm going to take that one back.
To be fair, there is no Renata either, and Draven does need a strong laning partner to do what he wants to do, so maybe they will shy away from it.
This is very smart.
That's incredibly smart. Works really well with Lee Sin. Also works well with Yorick, to be honest. So, see what this final ban will end up being here. Could be the Draven ban just for safety, but again, without the Renata, a little bit tougher to pilot. Like we've seen Draven Nami in the past, but I don't know if we're really living in that world right now.
No. What is the ban going to be here from T1?
It's a tricky one. It will be just Nautilus, which is very safe. And this is the million-dollar question, is what are we playing here? Like, Zeri fits the bill for this comp. Doesn't necessarily work well with the Ahri, but great for cleanup. You've got a really strong front line. That's going to keep it a mystery and get that Prio Alistar pick for Kellen. It's a very polarizing pick for this player across his career.
I would agree.
And downs.
It's also really dangerous, right? Because you can either give a hyper carry a free lane, or you can run into double ranged and get murdered.
Yeah, like Lulu Jinx.
Yeah, Jinx Lulu would be one of those options there, Wolf. Let's see what T1 decide to do. Oh, there's the Jinx.
It also weakens a potential pick of the Zeri, because a Lulu is taken now. You know, Zeri is weaker when it's just sitting with an Alistar. When you're laning into this, it's going to be a little bit tougher to play. The Draven doesn't work well with the Alistar here either, so we might end up with a really weird pick here for Diablo, like Aphelios or something. You know, like I'm not sure what angle he's looking for, but Guma's return game will be on the Jinx, one he's played very well in the past. It's all eyes on Diablo now.
Yeah.
With the return of the King. And what's he going to be playing into him?
Joker is talking a lot, and it is just going to be the snap lock-in of the Zeri.
I like it for their comp. It's just going to be a little bit tricky to pilot in this game, but it's strong into Yorick. You know, Yorick never going to put Zeri in a donut. Pretty strong into the Lee Sin as well. And when you have the front line of Clear's Scion plus whatever Raptor transforms into when Vikla gets a charm, for example, the fights can look very clean. Also, the early skirmishing power of this Alistar, the ability of a Scion to rotate into team fights with his ultimate also feels very good. Victor fairly immobile, and you only have one wild growth. I think of all three drafts, I feel like this one feels the most even to me, to be honest with you, Atlas. I give a slight edge to T1, though.
I think if I was looking at this without the nameplates, I'd probably say that I'm feeling all right for B&K. But then when you put the nameplates on, and it's Gumayushi playing Jinx, and he's pretty good at that champion, as we've learned from years and years of play and him winning on the champ, I think that him having a range advantage on the bottom side with double range is probably too much for B&K to deal with. And I think you're right. T1 have themselves a pretty good position coming out of draft.
The implications of this game are massive. It could be B&K moving up massively in the standings, getting an upset win here. It could mean a ton for whether we see Guma or Smash in the future. T1 do not want to lose this game. Would be a massive upset for them after what's already been a tough schedule.
I would agree, but this is a decent draft come out from B&K. They have a chance. Let's see whether they can make it work as we get onto the Rift for game number 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. The first time that we are seeing some red shorts on B&K. They were on blue side both times in a row prior to this. You can see Diablo and Gumayushi facing down, even though they can't see one another. They are still doing it as the 5-point defense system coming in. This time, Vikla's already taken a little bit of damage as Faker on his Victor. In game number 1, it was his Azir, definitely his most played champion by a larger margin than a lot of players' careers. And Vikla now going to be trying to take him on with his own skin, as the Ahri has been elected for. And I think Vikla, like the last time we saw him play Ahri, it wasn't exactly awe-inspiring.
No.
So I'm hoping it's a little bit better because Raptor needs him in this game.
Yeah, I mentioned this last time he played it, or last time I was casting him playing it. It's a pick I associate with him when he was sharing time with Arya on KT, and that was when the Ahri rework came through, and he played it quite a bit back then. But Yeah, we'll see what his performance is going to look like here. There was a chance that we could have seen some Sion level 1 shenanigans in this game as well to try to get this area ahead, but that won't be the case because I thought perhaps like, oh man, level 1 for this Alistar is going to be unplayable. Maybe Sion comes down, there's a little bit of shenanigans, he TP's top, but
that'd be cute.
They didn't do it, even though it has been a T1 special in the past. It's not going to be BNK doing it to them this time around.
And this bottom lane, yes, it is as bad as it looks, ladies and gentlemen. It is never a fun time to be an Alistar lane into any other champions, to be honest. But this especially when you get so severely outranged by the bazooka of the Jinx. So Kellen...
And then the other champion the Jinx is with also
yeah, the good old Lulu situation's problematic also.
The Alistar doesn't shoot anything, so he's definitely not going to be shooting far.
He can give you more cowbell if you request it, though, so at least Christopher Walken's happy, you know?
Yeah. Could have been more cowbell, to be honest, from Kellen in this early laning phase.
All right, well, they are not going to be able to get very much of this farm. You can see it's already 15-3. I'd say that that's 5 times more CS here for Gumayusi, who, as he comes on to the T1 roster here after a little bit of time off, he is gifted with a very good lane matchup. That is a great start to this one. See whether that continues.
Really struggling here as well.
In the meantime, Doran is also up in farm on the top side of the map. It's not expected that a Sion is going to be doing a whole bunch of work, as Vikla does get the cannon, but then he's going to have to go home, I think.
Yeah, Faker is trying to calculate if he has kill pressure here, and I think the answer is, with one more auto, he did.
Yeah, the Zap not going to connect onto Diablo, but Diablo is not going to connect with the minion wave for quite some time. And so I could imagine that Raptor's presence is requested about everywhere on this map right now, and the Viego kind of just wants to be power farming at this point in time. He is going to be grabbing the top side scuttle, and Ona is looking for an angle here in mid lane. Remember, there is no teleport from Vikla, no Spirit Rush either. As Raptor in position, Charm has to be flashed. Big advantage actually from BNK on the back end of that play.
That is massive.
Whoa, massive. There's a flash pulverize. As Gumayusi with a perfectly timed flash gets him out of the way. The Zap positioning not great, but Diablo flashing forward, or at least ghosting forward, looking for an opportunity here against T1.
That flash from Guma may have just saved this whole
That was as
game.
late as you could possibly flash that.
It almost looked like Kellen messed it up. You know?
Yeah. Well, he's Hex flashing now. Headbutt Pulp comes in. The Ignite is going to be cleansed, and first blood goes to Diablo. Make that another 2v2 kill here for Kellen and Diablo in the bottom lane.
There are so many Zeri all-in angles you can have. And I think Guma thought, okay, I got out of the last one. I should be fine, but he forgot about the Hex Flash. And Kellen gets in just on the edge there, not able to headbutt him into a turret, but headbutt him, or knock him up so that, you know, Diablo could do that damage. That's all he needed to do there. Really nice setup from Kellen.
I have to say, Kellen is like a man reborn.
Yeah, he just really has been, especially in lane, out of control.
Yeah.
And the positioning here from Guma is somewhat greedy as he's trying to harass you know, his opposition out of lane. Diablo, though, polymorph is not enough to stop that damage from coming through. And what was a great lane and a great lane matchup here for Guma feels a lot less great now.
These little ghoulies being quite annoying here. As remember, we were petitioning Riot to turn Dark Procession into Ghoulie Wall. This isn't the really cool skin for the Yorick, but I just really want it to be Ghoulie Wall, man. It is a Ghoulie Wall.
I was honestly a little bit sad yesterday when there was no mention of the donut. It's clearly just a donut. It's a Ghoulie donut. It's not my favorite flavor, but...
Yeah. Oh, a little bit of Bazinga onto Gumayusi there, who comes back licking his wounds here with a cull in his back pocket. BF sword there. I've seen this play before, ladies and gentlemen, and Gumayusi, nothing he can do about it. No cleanse, no flash, no chance, as Raptor turns into a Jinx and says, Carrier, there's nothing you can do.
Oh man, Guma's first game back since the Gen G series. He is hard focused by Kellen, but this time he's got Raptor with him too. And I might have to stay off the internet for a while after this laning phases. Yeah,
it's clear.
Clear's having a bit of a rough time in the early laning phase, but that's to be expected. Down here, the 0-2 Cull Jinx into the BF Sword Diablo is not really what I had in mind, not really what I expected. As Hex Flash comes out, headbutts in, gets the knock up, and really nice follow comes through from Raptor.
And it's exactly the same play. He just made the same play again, and it worked beautifully, as it generally would if you now don't have as many resources to put into it on the side of T1. I don't necessarily know what Gumayusi was supposed to do, but maybe just not being there was the way out of it.
Having more knowledge about where Raptor was or where he could be, I think would have really been all you could have done, and try to be a little bit more safe there. As with no sums, I mean, what are you going to do? You've got no options there. And you can see why he held his flash the first time for so long. As once it's gone, Kellen is just on repeat with the attempted plays. Clear.
Now there's that Ghoulie Wall coming on in. A massive knock-up onto all of the Yorick things is pretty impressive. This is just not a really fun time. Thankfully, Clear has recently had a fair bit of experience into the Yorick, as it's kind of flavor of the month in solo queue for a lot of our pro players.
Guma gets to go topside here. They have Prio. If they could somehow interrupt Clear's back, it would be massive, but they won't be able to do so. Clear does not have teleport. Doran has a massive lead in terms of his rush to the bottom lane here, so nice little tempo gained by T1 to patch some of the bleeding up, or the holes that are in this early game for them. Still a very close game in terms of gold, despite the 2 kills going over to BNK, and because of the laning advantages of the solo laners here for T1.
The thing that I'm worried about is that things weren't going great for BNK in the laning phase. Everyone was getting shoved in. There was a lot of control for T1. But the fact that Diablo and Kellen were able to outplay their way back into the game means not only great things for how that laning phase went, but also for just the vibes on the team, right? Like, this is a Zeri. You can just solo carry with this champion, and if Vikla and Raptor can just get behind that, could be just game over.
They're just going to look for an 80 carry dive here. Like, Guma swap back. They're going to try to kill this Scion as Clear desperately tries to clear the wave. Now, Diablo's getting plate gold on the other side, by the way, so they need to make this work, or it's going to come at a hefty cost.
Yeah, Raptor going to move over as he is spotted, knows that he's spotted. As the rest of T1 just waiting for this Viego to move in.
Another wave means I think they can go ahead and commit to this dive.
There is a cow down here as well as, oh dear, Roar the Slayer going to slow them down as meanwhile the fight continues. Doran gonna have to flash away. Is the flash out from Clear as well, but Doran in so much trouble. It's Raptor that goes down first though, and Doran will survive.
Okay, see if they can try to get more here. The wave was thinned out and completely cleared. Diablo ended up getting 3 plates, I believe, solo here on the top side as Kellen identified this early, roamed back over, or just backed and came down the bottom lane to try to bail Clear out. Didn't go as well as I think T1 were hoping for. They still end up getting a kill for this Jinx, but again, so much money went over to Diablo in the interim. He already has his Yuntals online here at 9.5 minutes as he returns to lane. So go back to this play. Kellen coming down here means that they can actually commit to try to be aggressive themselves. Unfortunately, Clear's not able to connect this. A nice flash from Keria does get him away. Doran goes incredibly low.
The third flash from T1 was Ona getting the kick flash onto the Viego, which was able to take them down,
Otherwise, you know, that's a dead Yorick, and Doran goes down, and it's a trade.
The thing that's not great for T1 is the fact that it's 3 flashes they had to invest into that play. Yes, they get the kill onto Raptor, but it's not worth it. Diablo was in that top lane, just destroying turrets. Like you said, finishes his first item, has a CS advantage, 500 gold lead. I think we're still on track for certification as far as this area is concerned. I know you're the expert there, so
I'm not going to get, I won't get too into the weeds on it yet. We're not there yet, but you know, it was a really cool call from T1. I was initially puzzled on the rotation over from Guma and Keria because they would have given up a ton of tempo. Doran didn't have teleport at the time, but they ended up turning it into something as Vikla looking for an angle over the traps.
Yeah, manages to get the charm in onto Keria, who is definitely going to be dead, but does Gumayusi go down as well? That's the question. The answer's no, as Raptor wanting to grab himself one. They are going to at least use the wild growth for Keria. He knows that he's dead. And it's going to be Raptor that eventually locks that kill down.
Vikla just passed the traps there from Guma, gets in, hits the charm. They pivot targets onto Gumayusi, put him low, so now he's denied farm.
Diablo ghosted and used his ult at some point. I'm not entirely sure why, but that did happen.
Dueling Faker, it looks like, in the mid lane.
Yeah, perhaps. So Kellen going to be blocking a Super Mega Death Rocket. Did absolutely nothing. Was looking to try and steal away some grubs with that one.
BNK.
The first 3 did go to T1.
Yeah, BNK do end up getting another plate for Vikla. They're going to grab these grubs. As you mentioned, will be 3 for them to even it up.
Yeah.
And You know, the plays we're seeing, the rotations we're seeing, the communication between the squad makes them honestly look like the more well-coordinated team today, which is somewhat understandable when you consider that the bottom lane here is swapped out, but it's a duo that has had tons of experience together. You know, Guma has obviously played with this roster for the last 3 years, going on 4 really when you add it fully up.
Yep, and he's won a couple of world championships, I think, relatively recently, if memory serves. Now Ona is just going to get headbutted out of the pit and just gets back in. Safeguards out, and that's what Lee Sin can do, ladies and gentlemen. The very comfy lockdown of the Dragon. It's a Cloud Soul to finish us off for this series. And the next one that does go down is going to result in feats of strength as well.
Really significant that, because as you were saying, the feats of strength, if that was stolen and secured by Owner, because if it's not, then that's just it. BNK have feats of strength off of the Dragon and have a 2 Drake lead for Cloud Soul, so really important play there from Owner, utilizing that mobility. It's not going to change the fact that everything is a little bit on fire here across the map. It is going to be the Rod of Ages build here that Vikla is going for. And he's made already some really impactful plays in this game despite having a really tough laning phase into this Victor. Now he may be in danger.
Yeah, he has dealt with the wave though, so just going to back away. Owner is going to vacate the area as well and slink back into the Fog of War. He's got his top side to take down. Assuming a Death Rocket is not going to secure the red buff, but man, that was close.
Guma is known for stealing objectives with Jinx Rockets, with Varus Qs, and any manner of long-range abilities that he is wielding. But not this time around. Was a good block from Kellen you called out earlier too on the Grub attempted steal. And BNK just hovering around this top side, threatening a potential dive onto Faker. I think Faker knows he's totally fine. He's cleared the wave here. Now they're setting their eyes on mid, and it's just so uncomfortable for T1 right now. The threats are so high with this composition, and they're constantly making sure that even carrier rotating over to clear vision is not safe. It is a dangerous move. It is risky, and it's just so uncomfortable to play out. Clear has actually taken a pretty big gold lead here as well with the alone time he's had.
Yeah, Sunfire Cape now completed. Most of the plates being extricated from the top side of the map here by Vikla, who's now looking for a reset angle. And I think it's now time to talk about what these compositions are going to look like in fights later on in the game, because I don't think that T1 really want to find them. Yeah, because Yorick wants to spend his entire time in a side lane, and it makes this Jinx pick kind of awkward. As, speaking of side lanes, Doran is going to be in one. And it does put down the Ghoulie wall. There's the knock-up. Flash actually has to be invested here as Raptor still looking for it. He flashes forward, doesn't get the stun, but he gets into melee range, and the Maiden not going to be enough to save him. Down to the bottom side goes Diablo as well, as I just choke on myself.
I mean, you said slightly awkward. I think that situation at the bottom lane a little bit awkward for my man Doran. Nice ult from Clear. The wall is not enough to stop the onslaught, and unfortunately, you know, the rotation was just way faster for BNK. Unfortunately, if you're Doran, unfortunately, if you're a T1 fan, as they find themselves with another big deficit here in this early game as we crest 15 minutes. And this was the one lane you thought you couldn't mess up, the one matchup, the one advantage you had that felt robust regardless of what happens anywhere else. But to push and pull game of League of Legends, where once a little bit of control is given over, Doran steps one, set of minions a little bit too far across the line, and he's a target.
Oh, this was cute actually from Owner. It looked like he was kind of baiting in there as Gumayushi Carrier were waiting for Diablo, but not going to go and do too much. As T1 continuing to siege here in this mid lane. Yorick now positioned back down towards that bottom side, but it's an even bigger lead for Clear, who does have the steel caps as well.
Experience lead for Diablo over Guma as well, with the amount of solo time he spent in that top lane. He's about to be 2 levels up on this Jinx right now.
Oh, that's going to be level 2 ulti as well, as Safeguard just try and bait some buttons here from Owner.
He's like 1 minion away from that level 11. He wants it so bad.
Oh yeah.
He's like, does that word give XP?
Well, it does, if you can see it. Unfortunately, he cannot.
And we'll get it off of this one. Yep. But the fight opportunity is now no longer there. But still, that was, I mean, imagine he hits that level 11, there's an engage. That could have been a certifiable moment right there.
I mean, it still could. There's a Rift Herald up and available in 45 seconds time. The Cloud Drake is going to be spawning. It's an honest game as far as Dragons are concerned, as far as the first two. And we'll see who's going to be able to get an advantage as far as that is concerned. Kalen and Diablo now back in this mid lane, as is Gumayushi Carrier, and things calm down.
Yeah.
2,000 gold the lead for B&K. Nothing to write home about. Completely even on grubs.
So you were talking about before Doran ended up getting caught, like what these team fights look like. I think for T1, like you said, they don't want to have one right now. But later on, they have a lot of angles as Doran is once again under fire.
Into the baby cage! Still gonna get knocked up by the Scion. Raptor is tanking this turret for way too long, but still able to go untargetable. Takes down the Yorick, and now Faker's teleported in. 0 mana, but the gravity field is too good, and the Chaos Storm is better. Owner comes down to protect, and they do go 1-for-1 in the trade.
Yeah, it's really clutch here coming through from Owner. Faker commits in as well with the TP. Barely has the mana to make the play happen. I mean, on its last vestiges.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's able to then get in there and clean up, help clean up, and turn that into a positive. They do end up getting the kill onto the Viego. It goes over to Owner, unfortunately, but still small edges here. It's plays like this that T1 are so known for, as these, you know, turning side lane pressure against them into a tool, into a weapon they can wield. Raptor transforming here. Clear has the aggro. Faker comes in, has the ult coming through, barely has the mana for it. I mean, barely. And Owner comes in here and secures the kill. Vikla comes over to make sure Clear can get out. They wanted more out of the play, but it was a good rotation from Vikla. But it alone is not enough.
No, it's not really going to change the landscape too much. This might help.
We need time. I mean, T1 needs time before we're going to see this Jinx be a real threat in team fights. Faker needs time to hit that second item. He's going to do a ton more damage. Speaking of Faker.
Oh, nice sidestep there, as he does get the death ray in. Still, B&K looking for first turret in order to get themselves some feats of strength. They need one objective or that, as we've got Rift Herald up, we've got Dragon up, and it's a race to see which team can lock that one down. T1 still with a chance to get themselves feats of strength as well.
It's 2 items, Runins, Hurricane, online for Diablo. That is such a big spike. Gives him so much, you know, power, so much damage in these fights.
Gravity field goes down. Faker creating some space here as the train leaves the station. Takes a fair bit of damage, and the Chaos Storm is going to interrupt the queue. Still Clear is doing a bunch of work, gets a nice knock-up, but he's bathing in chaos. And I don't know whether that's necessarily good for you. Raptor going to be starting this one off now, and we'll see whether T1 can stop Shelly from being claimed.
Scary fight here at this moment to fight into Diablo in this choke point on the Zarya. I think T1 definitely should just back away. Doran's going to get a turret on the other side of the map, and you can see Guma channeling that back, looking for his second item here. I think this was absolutely the right call. Doesn't quite have...
There we go.
Okay.
Thanks, Raptor.
Doesn't quite have the IE, but does pick up the BF sword. This Jinx is going to be terrifying if T1 can stem the bleeding and survive long enough to get to that point where just a single pick makes Guma the hyper carry here. They don't have a super robust front line, but they have obviously the wild growth. They have the redemption, and he can take over this game as he has many times on the Jinx in the past. But if he gets charmed, if he gets caught, if he gets hit by the Alistar, if he's caught by a flank from Clear, if he gets picked first, the team just falls apart.
Oh, Kellen has the headbutt back, and that's the charm delivery. The chain CC, gorgeous, as Raptor comes in.
That's mid-turret.
Yeah, and also they've got a Rift Herald, so Diablo will be able to finish this off. They get another charm on the inner turret, and B&K all of a sudden jumping out to a gigantic lead because Arakan's on the bottom side of the map. They've got a Drake down, Drake down there as well.
And Clear has teleport, so he can just join. Doran cannot. I think if they're able to identify that, they certainly start this up. There's the TP. I'm gonna say, Doran, you can have that turret. T1 already pushing for the mid turret.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think the Otacon is going to, in this case, be a more high value. Diablo's here.
Yeah, he's going to split them up as well as the ulti comes through. Diablo almost just dead by Faker. Headbutt Pulverize comes in. The knockup's down as well, but the wild growth is so good. Faker in melee range is not exactly where he wants to be.
And he's still doing this.
Is going to take him down.
He's still on this Otacon. I don't think he can do it alone, but man, he is holding it. He was hoping they were going to win that fight a little bit faster. Still going to hold the aggro here.
Yeah, Vikla turns up. And
yeah.
You saw Vikla was so animated in the player camps there as well because they know they're losing things on the other side of the map. That is outer turret and inner turret on the top side. But Otacon is claimed. They're able to take down Faker as well. B&K do get a few things back. Let's check out this play one more time.
Yeah, this is all about the catch on to Owner. As Kellen has so many friends nearby, you've got to respect that. You know, in this moment here, I think it's Owner just trying to push a cow out of his jungle. It gets a little bit ahead of himself when there's so much follow-up. Diablo takes a ton of damage here. It looked initially like this was going to be a bad play here for BNK, but they just have so much follow-up CC, and as low as Diablo is, the damage he has means that T1 have to run away, and they end up losing Faker there, losing the Otacon. Dragon is still up as Guma in danger.
Yeah, Kellen knows that he's not on vision, has Hex Splash up and available. Still, Diablo able to push forward, and Gumushi not going to show himself, so no opportunity for the cow. Still, this out inner turret in the mid lane going to be not long for the world, although these are two melee champions up against Faker, who does have a lot of range damage that they don't necessarily want to deal with, or do they? I think they're going to be able to take it.
I think looking back at it, it was absolutely the right call for T1 to try to push that mid turret, and say, look, they're going to hold the Otacon, we'll get away with this. They push the top turret, right? But the fact that BNK was able to, with Raptor alone, hold the Otacon, keep it leashed as, nice try, but keep it leashed and still deal with the push in mid is just incredible. Like, the decision-making that has to go into that is a lot, and it's not something I thought going into today that BNK was capable of. Faker.
Yeah, there's a Hex Splash. The immediate answer from Carrier is good, but that's an ulti in trade for a Hex Splash. Or at least there is an ult coming out from Kellen as well. He's now looking to try and make something of it. As Diablo doing some work. Headbutt Pulverize gets the cow in there. Another knockoff as Doran is going to get thrown back. And there's the first kill for the reset composition. BNK not going to be able to find too much more, but taking down Doran after getting the flash is huge. And even Vikla able to push Owner out of here. This BNK is just firing on every cylinder.
And I think there's certainly a vibe around the team that I think after game one, everyone trusts each other. Everyone knows that this is a big upset win that they absolutely can pull off. And they're making these high-risk but extremely successful plays over and over and over again. And when you have Otacon buff as well on top of this, you can just force. You're at very little risk here to actually try to make something like this happen. And even with the donut, Doran is just not going to be able to get out. He's not very mobile. And Guma is still just so far behind in this game. It's so hard for him to layer damage, and it's so hard for him to be relevant without a first pick. And BNK, once again, just like game two and for a majority of game one, once they have a lead, they are so oppressive with it. And this composition is one of the more oppressive ones you could have. They have feats of strength. Vikla's got his tier 3 boots online as well in this game. And this is the experience Lee I talked about earlier. It's even worse than it was then. Now 3 levels up on Guma.
Yeah.
For a brief period of time here.
This is absolutely insane. Diablo, 1-0-3. It's not necessarily an insanity performance, but that's 3 items. We know this is a breaking point for Zeri. And I don't know how T1 are supposed to do this without some crazy theatrics from both the Jinx and the Victor, or some severe stalling out of the game.
Yeah. I mean,
if they do that, it might help. But my problem is I look at the comps, right? And in a 5v5, the Scion is going to do so much more than this Yorick.
I mean, also Cloud Soul is just so incredibly good for BNK's composition.
Oh,
and
true.
if they end up getting both of those, sure, it'll be 10 more minutes of game time at least for both dragons being taken, but I think T1 need to get at least one of those. If Cloud Soul goes over, like, name a champion here that isn't going to love it. It's rough for T1. And T1, again, they have the tools. It's just the lack of control. I mean, Doran can push up like this because they know where everybody is, but when they're not sure, there's just no way you can actually threaten. And as soon as everyone starts missing and moving towards back towards the Baron, you know, T1 have to rotate over. They have no vision. They have no eyes here whatsoever. That trinket is deleted, and now they're fighting completely blind.
Yep, Quadra teleports on the map, but there's no anything to teleport to. As Kellen's going to come on over, he finds Owner, the headbutt brings him out, but it's Gumushi that's the target, and they come in from every angle. Faker teleports into his death, and now T1 are scattering. They have nowhere to go. The Charm Lance from Vikla. Owner's trying to safeguard his way out, but it's more like Dangerous Guard in this game as BNK leave only the blind man alive and look to beat T1 in their second match of week 3.
Like the blind man, they had no vision. They couldn't see anything, and it's the Zeri Ahri engage onto the Jinx that they just didn't see coming. Guma felt like he was far enough away. They could be doing Baron. They could be anywhere. You just don't know. But you've got to come over and contest for Prio. Guma's the one who's picked. Watch this again. Vikla has a control ward, so he knows he's not spotted. Carrier knows there's a chance, and when they see Kellen, they know, but it's just too late. Wild Growth alone is not enough to save the Jinx, and this teleport from Faker was desperation, but it did not put him where he wanted to go, and now with no damage, It is just a fun house here for Diablo and for Vikla to clean up, and that goes straight to Baron and take it in live. This game is all but over. We're looking at an 8,000 gold lead here, and I just don't see any way T1 get back in it.
Yeah, this is 12-2. I haven't, like, this kill score is absolutely absurd. I mean, we saw a couple of days ago the Gen G basic perfect game, so as far as shellackings are concerned, it's nowhere near our biggest of the week, but it's getting there. It's an 8,000 gold lead here for BNK.
It definitely feels like top 2 right now, I would say.
And look, that will require BNK closing this game out. They were formerly the worst team at closing out games that we have seen, but that is not the BNK that we've seen this year. As Raptor slinking in, looking for a few angles. Doesn't get it.
Faker
testing the waters.
He has no defensive items. I mean, he's got Merc Treads, I'll give you that, but he's got to play so carefully here, trying to clear this wave, unsuccessful at defending the inhibitor.
And it all has to be 4v5, because the only thing Doran can do is split push.
Yeah, he can't fight. And Vikla is just going to take this turret out. BNK, once again, just like game 2, playing it slow. Not willing to give T1 the opportunity to get back into this game, to find an angle to engage.
Well, we're going to move Doran in. Does have that home guard as he's booking it towards the rest of his team. Faker going to get engaged on, but no charm going to land. That's a great interruption once again. Every wild growth has been great here from Carrier. Just hasn't been enough. The Maiden going to be taking out more money over to BNK. Another charm is going to go wide as the Scion also goes wide. Has to flash away. Kick into the Flame Chompers is kind of cute as Kellen gets a headbutt. But T1, yes, they're beating them around, and Clear will go down. But it's in trade immediately. Both top laners, and Diablo loves this kind of craziness. As the Orbit Deception comes in, and now BNK with some free time. That charm going to land as Ona goes down. And BNK, I think they've done it. The Nexus is exposed, and Diablo keeping them on the fountain. And will be able to take down the Nexus. BNK, take out T1.
An absolute upset here. We saw Kuma return in game 3, but I don't think we learned anything about what he looks like compared to Smash when he was focused in the lane. He was caught by Kellen, who had the series of his life. Man splashing on Ezreal in game 1.
This guy.
He is popping off. Diablo showcasing his mechanical skills, and more than anything else, BNK just straight up looking like a well-oiled machine, a team that with the right early game leads can beat anybody. And Raptor, I think, has proven himself to be an elite class, consistent jungler here in the LCK. And BNK fans, this is the kind of series you should get excited about, because it means more than just you upset T1 today. I think it means you're a real strong contender for that final spot in the Legend group. If you can keep this form up, I think you could do anything.
Yeah, and we actually kind of thought that the Legend group was done and dusted, right? With the addition of Nongshim finding a lot of great play. Like, they really pushed Gen G this week. So did BNK, and then they took down T1. And so they're the ones that are contesting for this spot. It is most definitely not confirmed at all, and it's to do with this guy. I think Clear having an absolutely outstanding series as well, showing a whole lot of different facets of his play style. But we do have to turn our eyes to the other side of the rift, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, it was not a great performance from T1. It was not the elite team that we have known this team to be, not the team that we saw lift Worlds trophies back-to-back, and some of it's in laning. A lot of it is in the decision-making around early fights, and I think the level of the middle to bottom of the LCK has risen so highly. I feel like teams utilized both the extra time in LCK Cup as well as the off-season, which, because LCK starts so late, you have so much more scrim time, you have so much more practice time. Some of our teams have really grown and exploded in ways we haven't otherwise seen, because yes, the LCK can be a great place to improve because you're playing against good teams all the time, but sometimes it's just looking introspectively, choosing who you want to scrim and what type of strategy you want to play and what your real inner problems are in terms of what your early games look like, what your composition, what your drafting looks like, because that's another thing that this team has massively improved on. Ryu's drafts were the worst, and now he's putting together some really cool ones that teams like BNK, I think, utilize that time very well, more than I would have expected coming into this season of LCK.
And we're having a look at all of the plays that Kellen has been making this game. I just want to let you guys know, like, Kellen has laned with Ruler before, with Doctom, with aiming. Like, this guy has been around the block and is having his best performances that we've seen outside of a few Renata games with Diablo.
Yeah.
Like, it is insanity that him and this young player are doing so much on the bottom side of the map. Those duo kill stats are like, what, 13, 14 right now? Highest in the league, but it was already highest in the league at 9.
I think T1 have bigger problems than the drama around who's sitting next to Keria right now.
Yeah.
I think we could say it. Guma died in that moment there, but we had the vision toggle and everything. Like, what are you supposed to do? You can criticize him a little bit for the early laning phase into the Hex Flash Alistair, but I think there's a lot more going on, and I think T1 have a lot of problems to solve, and it is a very long season. But I guarantee there's going to be a lot of time to review the tape for this series, as this was not the result they were looking for.
Certainly wasn't. And I want to focus mainly on celebrating BNK, but you're exactly right. This is not the T1 that we were expecting. And also, it wasn't the kind of welcome back Guma that a lot of people would have been looking for as well. I think you can understand that both him and Smash have been sharing time here on T1, and there are certainly some teething issues at the beginning of the season. And that is just kind of what happens. Still, T1 regular season, not necessarily something we need to worry too much about.
It's not a slight on BNK to say that, like, I just didn't even think this team could be resuscitated at the beginning of the year. I feel like I saw, like, on the 3rd week of LCK, like, BNK rose again. Like, they moved the stone of mid-game problems and just walked out, man. And BNK, I whenever there's a team in the LCK that I'm not excited about, when I'm feeling like this team is doomed, there's no hope, and they shirk those expectations.
Oh, that's my boy!
Kellen shirking those expectations.
The 1 in 9 Poppy POM, that is what I'm talking about.
He had my vote, and I think he's going to have a majority of the votes, despite the fact that the team had individually some great performances across the board. I'm happy to see this team be not only just relevant, but actually strong, a real force to be reckoned with.
Yep, and we have to remember this is the LCK, and these are the best teams in the world. BNK joining the ranks of some of our best, and I just want more to follow suit, right? When is the DNF rise up? You know what? It's actually probably right after this series, as they are taking on D+ Kia, so maybe that's going to be their opportunity. Maybe we're speaking a little bit too soon. But what we really want to do is have a chat to Kellen and talk about BNK and why they are getting so much better, why this team is just going from strength to strength, and how we've kept Diablo's incredible amount of genius a secret for this long.
It is a mystery for the ages, but we saw some sick gameplay from this team. I'm looking forward to more.
Yep, let's hear from Kellen now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Kellen on the side of BNK Fear X. Congratulations! Thank you. You have defeated the mighty T1 and got your POM. How do you feel? Yeah, I'm so happy. Such an intense match and a great victory. Even before we stepped foot on the stage, we knew that it was going to be rough. And we have a long history of losing against T1, so I'm just really glad that we're able to get our victory today. And even from the last match against Gen G, we were able to see BNK's potential, and you really pulled through today for the win. So what did you focus on since the last match? No. We don't have a lot of time. It was our match on Wednesday, and then we had to scrim on Thursday. But I think we just really tried to focus on winning and playing well as a team today. So when were you sure of today's victory? Until the very end. Just because we actually lost against Gen G, even after pushing through their inhibitors, I wasn't really sure that we were going to win until the very end when we blew up the Nexus. And from skill shots to laning, you have grown so much, so what have you personally worked on? First of all, to pull off a good performance, I think it's just about building synergy and chemistry with your teammates. So we actually focus on talking a lot with each other. And how high is your confidence in the bot lane right now? I think we are probably the top 3 bot duo currently, and you're playing alongside the fresh rookie Diablo. And currently, your bot duo is at rank 1 in duo kill with 13 kills. So what do you think allowed you to grow so much in such a short period of time? Well, as for Diablo, regardless of our losses, he's always so high in confidence. And I think just being able to communicate thoroughly and proactively with him throughout all the process, I think that's what really allows us to be a good duo. And what is your what's something that you actually talk about? I think we just talk to each other too informally, so I think we need to, you know, show a little bit more respect. And what is your bot duo's strength? I think we have a really good variety of champion pool. And since you're able to get such a precious victory, can you give us a memorable winner ceremony? I love you, fans. Thank you.
의미 있는 승리를 직접 직관하셔서 기분 좋으실 것 같아요. 다음 상대는 농심 레드포스입니다. 마지막으로 각오한 말씀
And your next opponent will be 농심 Red Force. What is your resolution? 농심 Red Force is, you know, they're playing really well. So I hope that we can prepare well and show you guys another great performance. And that's the end of the interview with Kellen, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. More of that coming up soon, by the way. As, yeah, Kellen, just Kellen, and feeling really good about his performance. We all voted for him on our side, as did Wolf, as he did declare. It was between him and Diablo, but I feel like everybody on the team played so well today.
Yeah, I feel like the funny one was we got the score where it's like 1-9 in the Poppy game, where it kind of looks bad even though it got POM, but like he was actually doing so much in the Poppy game, the deaths weren't that relevant, and you know, again, all 3 games was finding 2v2 advantages. I think he just had an amazing series.
What a redemption moment for Kellen, right? After particularly his Alistair, which was the nightmare of many a player back in, what was it, 2023 DK? The first time we had Swiss in Korea, and just legitimately had an insane game this time around. I thought it was really cool to see, and as you highlighted, I also love that out of everyone had their moment today, right? Clear out the solo kills, great Jace game. Even Vikla looked so much better. The Rise actually showing up huge. So I think really great sign for BNK, and I can't wait to see what else they're going to bring.
Yeah, it was a great performance. We can take a look at the POM votes just to see what the breakdown was like. It was actually 6 out of 13. You see a smattering of Diablo votes there, and even a bunch of votes for Raptor. Definitely very well earned. It was kind of just jungle and the bottom lane duo that I feel like were popping off the most. So it makes sense to me that they get the majority of the focus here.
I don't think there was really a bad vote today. I think, honestly, today was one where everyone, as Chronicler said, had a pretty good performance. And I think having a spread just kind of testament to that.
We can take a look at the comments as well and see what you guys had to say about this POM. A Chronicler says, Kellen, I apologize. I was not familiar with your game.
I was wrong. Very wrong. I had been a Kellen doubter. I think many of us were. But actually played, again, and we keep going back to this. If you see the KDA, you're like, man, oh, that's a Kellen game. It's not a Kellen game on Poppy, unless you mean today Kellen, where it was cracked and actually had a wonderful performance.
Ox, you also had something to say.
Yeah, especially because we had lane swaps for such a long time. I feel like I've really missed seeing like 2v2 kills, but the fact he found kills in the 2v2 in every single game, and against, like, especially when you're up against carrier, that is not easy to do. I think he just had such a good laning performance.
They kept him 2v3. It was a 2v3. It was 3 players on the other end.
They're just that good. As did Wolf have a comment? Yes, this bull has horns. Not Bull from Bro. Kellen actually playing Alistair. So
yeah,
both of you guys.
An Alistair reference.
Yeah, probably an Alistair reference.
It's also the B is not capitalized.
Yes. Pony also, I'll show you the completely changed myself. Yes.
Kind of love it. It gives it a certain mystique.
Yeah.
I think Pony did this. I'm sure Pony did this on purpose. Knowing Pony,
absolutely.
You know, it kind of creates an aura that otherwise
thought about how his comment would be translated into English when he wrote it.
Well, guys, we have a special interview for you prepared once again today. As BNK did get the win, we do have a very special guest with us. It is, of course, Raptor, who we are going to now welcome over to the space. Come on, Raptor, come on down. Yeah. Hello. All right, Raptor, you got a you got a huge victory and a huge upset today. How do you feel about this victory, and what does this victory mean to you?
랩터 선수 이제 오늘 정말 중요한 1승을 역전승으로 업셋을 이뤄내셨는데요. 오늘 승리 소감과 이 승리가 본인에게 어떤 의미인지 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단 오늘 T1이라는 강팀을 이겨서 정말 좋은 것 같고 저희가 지금까지 제이스를 좀 안 썼었는데 잘한다는 걸 보여준 것 같아서 너무 좋은 것 같아요.
So we were able to defeat the powerhouse T1 today, which makes me so happy. And up until this point, we weren't able to showcase how good we were at Jace. And today was a great demonstration of that. So it makes me even happier about that.
Secondly, how was the transition from going to challengers to LCK jungling? Because we've seen a lot of junglers really struggle transitioning, playing from players in challengers to players like Peanut, like Canyon, that are playing at a much higher level. How are you able to figure that out and improve so much throughout this season?
이제 정글러로서 챌린저스에서 LCK로 올라오는 과정이 어땠는지 궁금합니다. 일단 정글 포지션이 특히나 1군 합류를 할 때 다른 포지션을 통틀어서 적응이 좀 어렵고 뭐 피넛 선수나 캐니언 선수 같은 베테랑 선수를 이렇게 상대할 때도 되게 힘들잖아요. 그래서 이제 이번 시즌에 이 정도로 발전할 수 있었던 계기가 무엇인가요?
일단 LCK에 잘하는 정글러분들이 많고 그래서 또 보고 배울 것도 많은 것 같아서 CL 때는 조금 흐르는 대로 했다면 LCK에서는 좀 그냥 지금 갖고 있는 지식대로 하는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, so in the LCK there are so many great talented junglers that have been playing for a really long time, so it's always a lot to learn from them. And if I can explain my experience at the CL, as I had been really going with the flow as what I have been playing as. But in LCK, I think I'm able to sort of apply the knowledge that I have overall as an experience that I got from a pro player. So I think that's just the biggest difference in LCK.
BNK has really stepped up this regular season compared to the LCK Cup earlier this year, and we can see that BNK's never lost a match 2-0, always given a fight and getting at least one game, really showing how dedicated and focused the players are. What do you think is the biggest change within the team for this to be the case?
이제 BNK가 LCK 컵의 안 좋은 성적을 극복하고 나서 이제 이번 정규 시즌에서는 단 한 번도 2대0으로 패배한 적이 없이 항상 한 세트 이상을 따냈잖아요. 그래서 이제 그만큼 선수들이 집중력과 끈기를 잘 보여주고 있다고 생각이 드는데요. 이런 변화가 가능했던 가장 큰 요인은 무엇이라고 생각하시나요?
LCK컵 때 좀 잘하다가 역전된 판도 많고 해서 다 같이 운영이랑 팀 방향성에 대해서 얘기를 많이 하다 보니까 그냥 다들 잘해서 지금까지 온 것 같습니다.
So even back in the LCK Cup, I feel like we had really good moments and then we would get reverse swept. So I think we had talked as a team about the whole macro and the whole direction that we are supposed to be going towards. So I think that's what really brought us to this point to become an even better team in the end.
That does make a lot of sense. You guys have really cleaned things up. I have a specific question, actually. We had a lot of different POM votes, for support, for bot, and also for you in the jungle. I was curious who you would vote for if you had a POM vote today.
그리고 오늘 POM 투표가 정말 많이 갈렸는데요. 서포터에도 받고 바텀 그리고 이제 우리 랩터 선수도 받았잖아요. 근데 오늘 만약에 랩터 선수가 POM을 뽑자면 누구에게 투표를 줄 건가요?
오늘 일단 바텀 듀오가 많이 잘했다고 생각하는데 전부 다 좀 잘했어가지고 전부 다 주고 싶습니다.
Yeah, so I would say that our bot duo did really well today, and they've improved so much over the course of our season so far. So I think I would have to give it to them.
That does make a lot of sense. All right, Raptor, last question. A word to your fans and potentially anything you could say in English?
이제 마지막으로 혹시 가능하시다면 영어로 팬분들에게 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
Thank you.
Yeah. There you have it. All right. Thank you so much, Raptor, for the awesome interview. And thank you, of course, Steer, for the awesome translation, as always. Pleasure to have you today, Raptor.
오늘 영문 데스크에 오셔서 정말 감사드리고요. 또 오늘 다시 한번 승리 축하드립니다.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, that was the interview we had with Raptor. Always great to hear from him. Let's take a look at the standings as BNK are now exactly tied with T1 after this victory. They are on the left side. I suppose that's part because they won today in the head-to-head, which would be the tiebreaker.
And the thing is, BNK Ferex, their form feels like it's been ramping up as well. So the fact they're in 5th right now, if they continue this trajectory, we're going to be having a conversation about, like, do they make it into the Legend group?
Because it started off with, I think it was DK dropping a game to them, and all of us were like, classic DK. But now, if this keeps happening, eventually you just have to kind of accept that maybe this team is a lot better than we thought. It's obviously too early to make any big calls. Anyone who's ever been caught up in the Sandbox hype train will know that, even though they're no longer the same team, you know, the threat is still there. But what a performance here today.
Yeah, it was basically a defining win, right, for BNK. I think if you ever take down T1, a team that has so many fans, you're going to feel excellent as a team, and you could tell that Raptor was really feeling it today. Guys, we do have weekly lulls during the break, so check out that content. And we also do have DNF, the DN Freaks, up against D plus Kia. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
pick up an unprecedented 2-0. LCK의 호랑이 텐츠가 OK 저축은행 브리온한테 사냥당합니다. 어떤 분들은 뭐 경기 내용이 일방적인 것 같다라고 하지만 오늘 같은 날 의외로 그 이변 드라마가 나올 수 있어요.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.
50분 기준으로 선수분들이 다 모여주셔서 분석을 보고 계시면 됩니다. 이제 바라보겠습니다. 옆에 스태프분들이 이제 인사해요라고 하면 들어가요.
네, 정말 언빌리버블한 데몬킹의 모습을 한번 기대하고 있습니다. 자, 지금부터 양 팀의 선수 만나고 있습니다. T1과 KT 돌아오는 페이커 스매시 캐리어 그리고 캐스팅 커즈 BDD 파덕 히터입니다.
등장부터 정말 심상치 않고 정말 엄청 굉장히 좋았었거든요.
그랬죠.
그래서 오늘도 역시나 더 기대를 많이 받고 있는 거고 KT
아, 나 같이 입장한 거 까먹었네. 왜 그래? 그러게. 캐스팅 형, 하나인데? 형 인사 안 해줘가지고.
네, 혹시 상황이 어땠는지 설명해 주실 수 있을까요?
아, 제가 일부러 그런 건 아니고요. 제가 T1이 먼저 나가고 인사하고 그다음 KT가 또 나가고 약간 그럴 때가 있었어서 그때 생각하고 이제 옆에 있는 선수를 못 봤어요. 그래서 캐스팅 선수님을 못 보고 그냥 가다가 뒤늦게 봐서 인사했습니다. 오늘 경기 전에 그런 일이 있어서 사과의 말씀을 드리고요. 다음에 또 좋은 경기 함께 했으면 좋겠습니다.
상대 원딜 탈주했어 일단.
뭐라고? 뭐야? 진짜 없네?
BNK BFX와 DNF 1세트 팬픽 지금부터 전해드리죠.
연기 시작하겠습니다. 애들 상대방 몰라서 끝까지 집중하자.
예, 갈리벤. 바로 자를게요.
이제 칼리스타벤 일단 해주고. 네.
바이벤 했네.
바이.
그웬벤 하자.
네.
왜 오줌 못 사러 가죠? 왜 오줌 못 사러 가죠? 오줌 마려운데?
어? 안 돼.
기반님한테 물어봐봐.
게임 들어가서 퍼즐 걸고 가능합니다. 페널티 부여될 수 있습니다.
갈 거야?
갈 거야. 한번 터질 것 같아 지금.
한 명 간 김에 다 같이 가는 거 어때? 의리로.
의리? 아, 나 갔다 왔어.
나 괜찮긴 해.
자, 이렇게 해서 BNK BFX와 DRX 1세트 팬픽이 완료가 되었습니다.
갔다 와도 되나요?
비상이죠? 그냥 카와이 데스네 그냥.
잼민이 어떻게 해야 돼?
상대 원딜 탈주했어 일단.
화장실 퍼즈? 어쩔 수 없지. 긴장을 많이 했나 보네. 온다.
왕자님 왔다.
네.
돌아왔습니다, 티아베.
박수가 쏟아지는. 그러네요. 박수갈채가 나오네요. 야,
박수도 맞네. 시원하다 그냥.
캐리라? 오케이.
그리고 전술원진의 아직의 펠레라불
KPX!
아주 시원하게 달려나가고 있습니다.
라칸 렌저고. 오늘 내부빙 괜찮은데?
여기까지 쫓아. 오케이.
룩이 됐든 뭐 인게임이 됐든요. 그래서 오늘 뭐 돌진 조합을 거의 확정하고 준비해온 DNF의 모습인데
너무 부담스러운데? 잉크 한번 해줘. 잉크 한번 해줘.
아 진짜 해줘. 너 진짜 슈퍼스타잖아. V 한번 해주라.
V 한번 해줘. 큰일 나. 바로 아일리 춤 한번 쳐줘.
하면 너 진짜 인정. 너 진짜
얼마 줄래? 얼마 줄래?
뭘 얼마 줘? 너 어차피 그거 하면 너 이제
너 베스트 세레머니상이야. 관심을 즐겨. 안정환. 너는 슈스야.
저희 카이사 픽까지 뱀픽 동일하게 유지하겠습니다. 준비 완료되셨을까요?
네.
네, 확인해왔습니다.
Makes me stronger.
DNF 화이팅!
플러스 기어 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. The last series was not a dream, and in fact, the sandstorm does indeed rage, and we will see whether the DN Freaks can do the same thing. Wolf?
Yeah, you and I kind of postulated, we thought about the fact that that series could have been an upset. We could have seen 3 games. That came true. We also kind of felt like this series on paper, likely to be a stop, likely to be a 2-0, but D+ likes to cook, especially when their opponents are looking like they're on the lower end of the standings. Yeah. And I feel like this one might go to 3 as well. I just have it in my waters.
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down, and I very much appreciate the use of waters. Let's have a look at the standings, though, because that paints a different picture just a little bit. -6 versus +4 here, 3rd versus 10th.
This is the paper. This is what's on the paper. Yeah. When we say on paper.
Yeah, right. on paper, it is not looking great.
There's a 10-game score between the two of them in terms of difference. In terms of DNF winning 2 games total. And that has not been the standing and the position that they were hoping for here, as no time to spare. They're both in a really big hurry. They've got plans tonight. I'm not sure what it...
Well, honestly, Showmaker is always in a rush. As we know, this guy does not like to waste time, but they have had a lot of 3-game series. I'm going to forgive them for the B&K loss. In retrospect, you know, you can just go back and rewrite history if you want. That one seems fine because B&K look really good. But DK certainly do like to focus on finishing quickly if they can. DN Freaks certainly not going to be the most difficult to overcome, especially when Showmaker is approaching 600 games here in the LCK.
But in order to hit 600, they will have to cook too much in Game 2 to go to 3.
He's relying on Beryl for his 600th game, because of course that's where a lot of the cooking does occur, towards that bottom side. Senna Cho'Gath, anyone? Let's have a look though. Damage to champions over 10 million, as of course still his second most played is equal with Azir in Zoe. He was so good at that champion back in the day.
Look at his win rate career, 62.1%. That's only a few percentage behind Faker. It just goes to show how dominant Showmaker was, especially at the beginning of his career. Like how incredibly winning this team was. I think people do forget that when, you know, Damwon Gaming won Worlds and then tore through the LCK in 2021, they weren't as successful internationally, which is why I think a lot of people forget their domestic performance that year. But Showmaker was dominant for so long, and he's remained so incredibly consistent.
He certainly has, but let's see whether the DN Freaks will be able to knock him off his high horse there, Wolf, as the players make their way out onto LoL Park here for our second match of the evening. The DN Freaks, I mean, to use a quote that I have probably overused so far this season, they're due, as our friend Orcs would say, because they haven't found a victory thus far. Of course, they're also the last team to play in the first half of this week, right? Teams will play 2 matches. DN Freaks having the first 2 days off. Will be playing once again on Sunday as well. So they're a bit behind as far as the amount of games that have been played by a lot of our other teams.
An incredibly talented lineup here in the DN Freaks. Just not able to find the synergy, not able to find success.
Yeah, I think it's like the on-paper thing that you were talking about.
Yeah.
Like B&K, on paper, it looked like it kind of shouldn't work. DN Freaks, I felt like on paper it could have.
Yeah, you know, Ox has been saying it is what it is. We've all been saying it is what it is quite a lot, but...
Yesterday doesn't exist.
No, I know.
So therefore, he wasn't saying that.
Sure, but I think for the DN Freaks, it isn't what it is, actually. Like, that's the problem, you know?
Yeah.
It should be what it is, but it isn't what it is. Berserker stats, by the way, one-man army on this team. We've talked about a lot of players in that position, like BDD, 4KT, Rolster, where you're like, okay, if this guy was on any other team, he would do so well. But even on this team, he's doing incredibly well. Look at his DPM, his damage percentage, obviously incredibly high, his damage per gold in all these losses. Remember, this player has won 2 games this season, and he is so relevant. He is so important. He is the only real win con this team has found. They need to play through him. They need to get him ahead, and they need to set him up for success, because if the rest of the map is on fire, that's what he's used to. But you got to set him up for those team fights, because maybe he'll still get it done anyways.
Yep, and I think Berserker and Diablo, actually, there's a lot of similarities in the way they've sort of shot up and found a lot of form, especially in the laning phase. The differences start coming as you look towards the rest of the map. Dudu and Pioshik have been not playing up to the form that we know that they're capable of. Of course, Pioshik has been all over the place his entire career, but we're not seeing those world champion plays, right? And Dudu, I don't know where he went. He was doing the Keen treatment, right? Where he was still playing really well even though his team was suffering. He's not doing that anymore. And now he's up against Xiu and Lucid, who are probably one of our best top jungle duos that we've seen so far this season in the LCK.
And when you talk about drafting, I mean, this team, D plus Kia, they will draft anything. It's impossible to predict what they're going to do. So you really need to get something that's strong for what you've got planned and play to your fundamental strengths. It's just those fundamental strengths as a 5-man unit really have felt like they just aren't there right now. And that is the problem. This scientist repeatedly says you can do it, and I think they can. I do think this roster has the potential. It just hasn't been realized, and that's the frustrating thing if you are a long-time Afrika, Kwangdong, and now DNF fan.
Yep.
Is that, you know, this has been the story of so many of these rosters. I mean, they went to that finals, what was it, in 2018 as well. Wasn't able to win that title, but this team has always been on the cusp of greatness. They've been on the edge of the West Side. They've been the gatekeepers, but never the ones to actually lift the LCK trophy. And with a 0-4 start, I think it's warranted to worry that this season might not be any different.
It's not looking great. As I was looking for where Punch went a couple of days ago, found him. He's there with the DNF, so didn't have to look very hard, as it turned out. Neferi going to be taken away from Lucid, though, as we dive into the draft here for game number 1. The Ezreal going to be the follow-up, as the Kalista has been a mainstay on the ban list alongside the Vi. This is about where things start to deviate, and with having the added blue side flexibility, being able to ban away the Ezreal must feel pretty good up against aiming.
So it's feeling like either you ban Jace and they get Gwen, or you leave it up and then you have to play Gwen into Jace. We've seen this already before.
Yeah, or you somehow put Gwen somewhere else.
Yeah.
That's sort of the only way that I'm seeing them get out of it.
And if you ban Jace, they get Gwen, and you're very sad about it.
Yeah, or
that's
you
red
ban...
side. That's red side, baby.
Yeah.
Ban starter, and then you get 2 picks, but you have to play Gwen into Jace.
I almost think this is worse. I almost think just ban the Gwen.
Yeah.
And then just go for some other pick into the Jace.
Yeah.
Try and figure it out. Even though he is just kind of too strong, so it's hard.
Yeah, you could also drop the Kalista ban and ban both if you wanted to.
Oh yeah, that should have happened first.
Yeah. Either way, they're going to go for Varus instead. So...
What? Wait. Wait, I mean, so now you just play Jace Gwen.
Well, it is Berserker, so he is the main character here for DN Freaks, so it's...
Yeah,
it's warranted, I think, in this case.
I mean, no shade, but that doesn't make it okay. Still, they're not going to do it.
No, yeah, it doesn't make it okay, but I could see the thought process. I could see where Rapid Star is picking up and then putting down in the draft. We see the Xinjiao lock in here, as I think it's a pretty easy Jace angle here for Xiu, but instead they'll opt for the Gwen.
Okay.
So I guess DN Freaks also just get Jace into Gwen and the Varus.
And Jace Varus is kind of crazy. And Besser is the hover, though, so maybe Jace was shadow banned in this game, or
perhaps it's just really, like, one thing it might actually be is just a lack of confidence in Dudu's ability to play against who has been leading Rookie of the Year in Xiu. You know, he's had such a fantastic year so far, and playing the Ambessa gives you a little bit more agency in other ways and can be a great engage tool later on. Tons of mobility. And maybe with the poke they already have with the Varus, they don't feel like the Jace is there. I'm feeling like they should have picked Jace, to be honest with you, Atlas, but they didn't, and I'm trying to figure out the thought process on it.
I mean, I think that they should have picked Gwen at the very beginning, or at least something like that, because now DK have the double circles, right? You have to come really, really close to us if you want to hurt us with stuff. And they have a Varus. It could be the lethality Varus as well, which would make things even worse. The good news doesn't necessarily continue, as Showmaker thinking about what he wants to play. And Xin Ari is certainly a decent 1-2 punch in the mid jungle, as Lucid and Showmaker have been so good together so far this season.
There's so much power in this draft here for D+, but it doesn't necessarily work together as well as a lot of other Ahri comps could. You know, Ahri Xin Zhao is still really strong. Gwen is going to be a powerhouse later on, but you know, you're not necessarily going to win those early skirmishes to win the grub fights to make her that. But we'll see how this bottom lane matchup is going to work out here, because Aiming has kept his pick so far a secret, and we will see, I think, that bottom lane pretty heavily targeted now by DN Freaks. They could just ban picks that they think will pair with an 80 carry that could deal with the Varus, like the Renata, for example. I think would be a wise ban. But their comp doesn't really go in that hard, so I suppose they could leave that one up. It really just depends on what DN Freaks are most concerned about here, but with so much, so much, like, D+ have left so much up in the air with this draft, it's quite difficult to say this is the exact one that you need to ban here. The MF is a nice catch-all, and maybe they'll just ban the Alistar in that final spot and say, well, that's what we're looking for, just the safest bans.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that Aiming just wants to pick Kai'Sa and call it a day. That's where my head's at. Just go the physical Kai'Sa route, just because they do have a lot of magic damage already with this composition. Keep it low range, and just dive them all day. That may not necessarily be their thought process. They could play something a little bit more range-heavy, play aggressive into the Varus with something like a Caitlyn. We'll just have to see.
I think that's a decent ban here, especially with Aiming's proficiency on the champion, and just how incredibly strong she is in general right now. But instead, they'll opt to take the Corki away, since he is a little bit more mobile, and they have Ambessa, and they have the flick back from the Taliyah. I think they could have banned Alistar instead, but I guess they feel like Varus into Alistar plus X is probably going to be still a pretty good situation, especially with Alistar's level 1, so they leave that one up. As Alistar has been the only real S-tier support that you can fit into almost anything this season so far. Renata does go over.
I like that a lot, actually. Renata, Varus, a lot of power in that lane.
It's also just so incredibly strong into Gwen Ahri.
This would be a little bit more difficult to make work, as instead Pioshik's pick is being considered. The Viego could be locked in.
Great angle for the Viego. Love that a lot.
Ooh, Nico is a lot of power as well.
It's a little overcomplicated. I like the Elise more.
Yeah, lock down a single target, get the Viego some resets, and go about your business. Don't mind that one either. See whether Life does lock that one down. Instead,
the Rel is the one I like the least, to be honest, of the ones he hovered.
I would agree. It feels like he's being told, there is no engage, we need engage, pick engage. And he has done that, and look, the coach has had a point. As Aiming, just thinking to hop on the back foot, and never mind, he's not. It's called the front foot. That's back foot, that's back foot.
Yep, back foot, back
Watch
foot.
him lock Kai'Sa, it's happening. Oh no, okay. We are listening to the coaching stuff today. That's what's happening.
That's what's happening.
Or Beryl just locked it in for him.
I do think that despite the fact that there's not a consistent engage button here for the DN Freaks, the Rel is going to be quite challenging to pilot here. Is always going to be having to deal with the Alistar to just push her away. That's why it's a strong counter pick. That's why it's so difficult to play Rel into Alistar. You can find yourself charmed by the Ahri when you try to go through. You're not going to last very long into this composition. Trying to get on top of a Jhin is almost just never going to happen. So I didn't really like that pick here, but the rest of this composition can front to back, even if that front target is a Gwen or a Xin Zhao. It has the damage. It's got the backup and follow-up to actually make it work and get those resets for Pioshik. I do think D+ Kia's draft is a little bit less standard. It's a little bit more freestyle in a lot of ways. But with the players that are piloting these champions, I can kind of trust it, and I do really like the Jhin pick for what the draft is trying to do.
Yeah, my issue is that it's Gwen into Ambessa, and that has never gone well.
Yeah, no.
So that is just DK running away with it. Then it's in Ahri, which is a tried and true 1-2 punch in the mid-jungle. And then Aiming isn't required, really, as far as the carry performance is concerned, so put him on utility. And he is going to do that with the Jhin. The Alice is going to be down there as well, just gets to get through the lane on the back of some deadly flourishes. And I think that this is just a kind of stomp in the draft for D+. See whether it is that way on the Rift. Let's get there.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, and now the DN Freaks to prove me in particular wrong, because I'm feeling like this isn't necessarily going to work. But also, I think the nameplates are playing a big part, and I'm glad
I think
you
the
stayed
biggest
professional,
part. Yeah,
Wolf.
the biggest part, indeed.
I think for me, and I've said this so many times specifically on the space, the simpler it gets, the further down you are on the standings, the better I feel about it. Speaking of simple, that's a cow.
Burst damage, as there is the interaction that we often talk about. Often it's more the headbutt, but pulverize
Pulv works
as well.
too, yeah. But the one way this could have gotten even more simple and single target blow up would have been the Elise. You already have such a great lane here in the bottom lane. That's why I'm sad they didn't lock it in. I think this gets a little bit more finesse playing the Rel into the Alistair.
Oh, Life is already getting amongst it.
A little bit more finesse.
Yeah. So the lane is finally just going to start. And we'll see whether this jostling to position is going to continue. Pyosik moving down towards his Krug second. Maybe some cheese? That could be fun.
Sure.
Seen that in a while.
Yeah.
As instead, it is just evenly taking out these melees. And Aiming's reloading. That's the chance for the crash down to come on through. Beryl is going to take the brunt of that. As even the Aftershock doing a fair bit of work there on the side of Life. Very nicely done.
Aftershock Pikachu face. All right, level 1, Cow. Still level 1. Still looking for an angle.
Ooh, almost level 2 here, but
yeah,
will
very
be
close.
able to pick up the more minions. There it is. So
more
the Alistair lane actually hitting level 2 first.
Yeah,
impressive.
Very respectful here. There's a lot of damage put into the Cow and not onto the minions, whereas D+'s lane hit the minions. And they got level 2. Now level 2 here for Berserker and Life. After what happened in the last game, I can understand the observers' apprehension about panning away from this lane.
Yep, Dancing Grenade actually getting a bit of poke. Don't see that every day. As Life with the Shattering Strike, but once again utilizing his Aftershock quite well.
It is lethal tempo, which I do think makes a lot of sense here for Berserker.
Yep. It's also the this Glacial Augment Alistair that so many supports have been going towards as well. So it doesn't have the same Aftershock durability that Life does have.
It's just so incredibly powerful, especially in those early game skirmishes. Sometimes it can be what makes or breaks the fight, that extra slow on top of everyone. Whoa! That slow.
Yeah, there's a Pulverize, as Dancing Grenade is all Aiming really has. Follow-up.
Hex Flash unlocked.
Exactly. Beryl very, very happy about that one, as Aiming is going to reload, and that is DNF. Just shooting after him. There's the flash forward. Beryl going to be the target. Deadly Flourish doesn't do anything, and he's just knocked back and destroyed.
The kill does go over to Life, and I think that's the one happy thing you could say if you are a D+ fan about what just went down there. Over here.
Yeah, Dudu is going to get the first rotation over as Pyosik is in trouble. That's a solo kill. As Lucid's looking for even more. Snip, snip goes the Gwen, and the flash out from Lucid. He was playing with him the whole time.
I think the good news for D+ fans is definitely Groan after what happens to the top side, and Groan is probably what the DNF fans are doing after that attempt.
Yeah,
oh,
excellent use of groan and groan.
Yeah.
Homophone usage here on the broadcast. You love to see
I didn't like what DNF did up there in the top lane, and so if I could, I would groan myself as well. But down here in the bottom side, we do see, okay, we're going to go back to this. So Beryl has no flash and cannot escape the engage here. Aiming does have flash, so actually gets his way out of there. So luckily for him, he's not the one who goes down. Pyosik wants this scuttle real bad. And after Lucid uses his kit, he's like, maybe we win these. I've got Dudu coming over. Gets the knock-up, and it's just a miscalculation. Just straight up. And like, why play this out this way when the potential reward is a decent advantage, but the loss is like, you may just have lost the entire top side of your map for the rest of the game.
And it was already really hard.
Yeah.
Because it was Gwen into Ambessa, and we haven't necessarily seen that go the Ambessa's way. So, yeah.
Like, if Dudu gets that kill, you're like, all right, cool, you're still playing Ambessa into Gwen.
Right now, Dudu is actually playing it out quite well, as we can see up here. No one hitting level 6 just yet. As Xiu wanting to shove this one out. Xiu gets the information that there is a Viego on his way up, though. So he's going to forego the last couple of minions in that wave and look for a reset.
Life is just going to herd these minions away from the turret, try to keep them safe. Minions just have a way of walking towards turrets and dying, so
yeah,
he just wants to save minions' lives. That's his other calling besides engaging on Alistair's. And that will be the wave caught there by Berserker. And otherwise, a relatively standard early game despite two small disasters. I would say the top side one was a little bit of a larger disaster than what happened there in the bottom lane. A Rel picking up a kill versus a Gwen picking up a kill. I wouldn't weight those quite the same myself.
Not to mention the fact that the Viego is so far behind now into Lucid, who now just has run of the map. It's going to be the Grubs to be taken here first, as it's Berserker by himself on the bottom side. Bit of a death squad being roamed around towards the bottom side of the map here by DNF, but that is going to result in these Grubs going over no contest. And Pioshik does find aiming as he and Beryl make their way over, but that is another snare as Beryl decides he doesn't want to headbutt Pulverize his former teammate.
The respect shown here from D+ is really important, because if they did end up overextending to try to force this fight and got caught by the Weaver's Wall, then maybe they end up losing more here. But instead, they just kind of back away and say, there's no way you can do Dragon. You cannot actually trade the topside objective for Dragon here. So we won't play into your hand. We won't play into the Taliyah. We'll just walk away, and we got a free Dragon. Guess what? Lucid's heading towards the Dragon now himself, and they can go for a contest. So very patient play here from D+. Absolutely pays off.
Nice little step back there from aiming. I do want to say, I think it's a little disrespectful to not be using Ghost's Damwon Jhin skin.
Aiming says he doesn't live in the past.
Yeah, but I want him to.
Well, you and I, we definitely
I love a good homage.
You and I definitely do.
That might be just a differing opinion. But like, everyone uses the Canyon Nidalee skin.
Yeah.
Like, this is your chance. Oh well, it's fine. Beryl doesn't even use his own skins, so...
Aiming's just upset they wouldn't let him play Ziggs. And Ox is very happy they didn't.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say about that. But Beryl here on this ward should be able to clear it. I don't see a way for Life to stop him. And we keep looking at this lane. I think the observers think something's going to break out. I don't know if it will, but we do see Pioshik is heading over there, at least, with level 6. But I just don't see the angle. There's another fight up here.
Well, yeah, needlework coming out here from Shu. Not going to find that last one.
Oh, he actually is going to get into the brush here without being seen. Life scans this trap as well.
Sneaky. Level 6 for Pioshik.
Quick, Life, do something silly. Sell it.
Well, he's certainly going to do that. As okay, Life.
That's not what I had in mind.
That he did what you said, Wolf. He did what you said.
Yeah, I don't think Beryl was ever falling for that one.
Yeah,
and at least he didn't have to flash. I thought for a moment he was going to have to flash to live, but
oh god! And Pioshik shows himself for like 1 second, loses his entire top side of the map.
Yep.
Well, that's subpar. As Showmaker does find a very nice charm, but the Seismic Shove equally as good. Bulldog, this is one of his better champions. We've got a few of these players. I think Vikla and Bulldog are certainly two examples of some Taliyah players here in the LCK that aren't necessarily performing so well.
Closer
this season.
A classic recently
as
well.
Yeah.
I think Taliyah is just really strong, and a lot of players have great mastery over Taliyah, so I see some over-performances, I guess.
I do like that it's up against the Ahri as well, and she has certainly been extraordinarily powerful, but I think it has to do with a lot of our Ahri players here in the LCK at the same time. Showmaker certainly being at the forefront of that one, as he has played the champ more than a lot of his others so far this year.
Yeah. Looks like just going to be barely Berserker getting some of those minions there on the bottom side before the turret gets them instead. And it's not looking disastrous outside of, again, that misplay on the top side by Pioshik and Dudu, but the fact that D+ just get to chill here, and this Gwen is going to get stronger, and it's really difficult for DNF to find a way in unless D+ make a mistake, this doesn't feel great. And, you know, speaking of, that's just the Dragon for free, because they have full control.
Look at the wards. Like, they know exactly what's happening in Pioshik's jungle. They know that the Raptors are there for him to take next.
They have a control ward in the Dragon Pit. Like, you know, DNF can't know anything, and D+ know everything.
Well, DNF know that the Grubs aren't spawning for another 20 seconds. That's to do with vision and with a timer they have access to. So this is potentially a surprise. They didn't have any vision on what Lucid was doing. They are here positioned in the mid lane, though, so we are going to have potentially a jostling for position around these Grubs.
Level 6 Alistar, the bane of many teams at 10 to 12 minutes on second Grubs where we flip the game.
Yeah, and
I think we don't do it.
5.
Yeah, do not do it.
No,
DN freaks, do not flip. Just don't do it. Don't go in.
It's illegal. It's illegal. They've got support, experience advantage. It's just not something you can actually do. As well as the fact that Lucid is, what, 30 CS ahead? How is he 20? Sorry, 20, I can't count.
It's that has a lot to do with the fact that Pyosik was hanging out in bottom lane, and Beryl didn't want to hang out with him.
Yeah, and now it's 5-0, 6-0, and he'll grab a crab as well. Lucid is so far ahead, it is absolutely absurd. 800 gold here at 11 minutes without anything other than that couple of kills. That was all the mistake that Lucid needed as he just goes in onto life. Wind becomes lightning just to slow him down, but Berserker being there, that is going to stop any sort of added aggression.
Bulldog playing so far back here, knowing that Pyosik got pushed out. There's just not a whole lot of information. His best bet is to hide in the shadows and stay as close to the turret as he is allowed to do. And he's going to be thankful, I think, that Shio is pushing this wave into him so he can farm it.
Rocks coming on down. Trying to avoid some of the damage as Bulldog is easily able to clear out the wave. So Gwen being held at bay.
Rod of Ages done first for Showmaker. Not a surprise with how the lane went, but it's only a slight advantage he has over Bulldog, who now has his Rod of Ages completed. Rod of Ages into the Seraphs is pretty good, I think, into D+'s composition. You're not going to be getting a ton of value out of like a Leon restart or anything like that into this Gwen composition. So, makes sense, and we're going to have a bit of a slower start to this game outside of, again, the incident that we had in the top side, which is a problem, but it's not the end of the world. It just feels like, though, D+ and Lucid are just running circles around the DN Freaks with a slight advantage that they have already, and they already have the objective Feat of Strength, so things are looking very good for them. They really don't have to force anything, and they're just playing this tug-of-war with vision so incredible. Look at Lucid. He has control over vision here. They have deep vision behind the pit. Like, Beryl can hang out. Pyosik's like, can I do my red? I don't know. The answer is no, you can't actually do your red.
Oh, well, he knows now that Lucid is there as the Brambleback is going to head towards the Xin instead.
He's like, I just can't see where Beryl is. I can't see where Lucid is. I want to do my red buff, but it's not allowed. Hopefully he can pick up his first item on this back. I'm not sure he can. I don't know how much gold he has, but...
that's not a Trinity Force.
Nope, that's not it. He got his magical boots by the clock.
No, not all the bits of a Trinity Force. Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. You could afford it. Whew. That was scary. Just for a moment, because it doesn't really cost very much to put the Trinity Force together, so that would have been very sad.
Yeah.
Beryl is now just picking flowers and things like that in the enemy jungle, having a great time. As 2.5 minutes until the Rift Herald as far as the next objective on this top side is concerned.
I feel like Pyosik has spent a majority of this game looking, like running around being like, there's nothing here for me to get or do.
Ooh, seismic shove going to come in. There's a Magna Storm onto 3, which is working out pretty well, but special delivery of life towards Showmaker, and he's going to be the first one to go down. Spirit Rush going to do that, and that's the reset here for the Ahri. Even more mobility available, so they're not going to be able to kill him, and that is just a dead rel.
It's just so predictable the way that DNF Freaks have to play this game because of the way that Lucid has taken away so much of the camps here from Pyosik. There's only one part of the map for Pyosik to be. There's only one angle for him to attack, and they predict it. Beryl's there, Lucid is there.
Oh no, it's bullying.
He
doesn't headbutt, he just sort of walks up and pulverizes.
There's no moment where D+ are not aware of where Pyosik is, and they will exploit that. It's honestly beautiful play here from our favorites in this series. And unfortunately for Pyosik, he's just not allowed to play the game. Because look, Lucid and Beryl are here. They're like, I know Pyosik is around, so let's just hang out on the top side. Really nice engage from the Rel, but it's Alistair into Rel, which we've talked about quite a bit. And
yeah, and the fact that he just headbutts life out of position, and then the follow-up doesn't actually mean anything.
It's just done. After that, it's done. Yep. And that's what Alistair does. So
yeah, so it's either you deny the engage or you make the engage into an overextension.
I mean, more than the Alistair versus the Rel is really just that D+ were so aware that this was going to happen because they've been tracking Pyosik and taking his farm away, and he's 1,200 gold behind.
Yeah, this does feel a little bit like a Lucid gap at this point in the game, but the gold isn't exactly ridiculous, right? It is 1.2k in the jungle, but that's the only real ridiculous lead. You can see Bulldog is still pretty close. Couple of hundred, nothing really to scoff at. It is closer to 4, so maybe it's double what I just said, but it's still not the worst thing.
It's still a playable game here for DNF, especially when they're grouped on an objective like this. They have Prio. His Ocean Dragon is looking like it is theirs for the taking. Lucid looking for a steal.
Yeah, does manage to move on over. It is Pyosik locking down the smite though, but there's the slow barrel. He's on a ward, but he's looking for a pole under 3, and he'll find it. In they go, and the circles are everywhere. Magnustorm's decent, but not decent enough, and it's the Crescent Guard that's going to stop any of the extra damage. Shiu taking matters into his own hands. Snip, snip, running with scissors is real dangerous. Is now Showmaker looking for Berserker, and he finds the charm. Public Execution is actually just going to be walked out of the way of, but the flash in from Tudu will complete the kill. So they get 1. But 1 for 4 ain't really great.
Yeah, 1 for 4 plus Herald plus mid turret. Anything else? No, I think that's the end of the infomercial. Call now. If in the next 5 minutes, we'll even throw in 1 Ambessa who's trying to catch a wave.
Okay, I don't think anyone's calling.
No.
Oh, that's good.
I think the Ambessa's safe. I mean, look at this judgment here of the situation by D+. Aiming, by the way, risky to go in alone because he's Jin by himself. Lucid kind of going on his own. But they have this angle for barrel as well. And DNF, not for 1 second are confident enough, don't have the information enough to actually collapse on any of those really risky moves individually from D+, that just ends up being a beautiful collapse because they know they're playing around vision so incredibly well. The snipe here as well from aiming is just beautiful. Showmaker almost gets out, forces the flash, so at least he gets that.
Yeah.
And he made funny sounds. So I mean, is anyone really unhappy?
Definitely not Showmaker. He's only died once. It's nothing to really worry about.
He lost his Dark Seal stacks.
Oh god. Well, Lucid facing 2 people and isn't really too concerned about the situation. Shiu is going to make use of the fact that there is a man disadvantage for D+ on the top side to just take things down as Beryl. It's behind enemy lines, getting information. He ran out of control wards. Actually, no, he didn't. He's got 2, but he is the control ward in this case.
Yeah. I don't know if they can actually kill Dudu, so I don't think they will, but if aiming was, you know, if he had his ult, they might have had an angle. Herald is going to get dropped here on the top side where there is no answer whatsoever. Like, Bulldog can't even necessarily get here if Lucid cuts him off. The blue trinket has to be employed for him to know that he can get back to his turret to watch it explode as the Herald crashes into it. And he's like, you know, maybe I'm thinking I'm not going back to the turret. Let me get over to this wall and get on my surfboard, and I'll see you guys in game 2, because this one looks like it is just over. I mean, it's not really. The gold lead isn't that massive, but it feels DNF over. Have been, you know, this was pointed out yesterday. I know we don't like talking about yesterday, but I mean, for those who did watch, I don't want to act like I'm saying it for the first time. DNF are the lowest kill, lowest action team in the LCK currently. And it feels very relevant to talk about that right now, but a lot of it is just because they can't see anything on the map. There's no vision. D+ have lines of vision everywhere. They have the entire time. I mean, that dragon fight was so beautiful from D+, because if DNF could see anything, they would have been able to punish that, would have stopped D+, but D+ know they can't see, and they just play so aggressively around it. It's mind-boggling, the like small advantages they can have that they can turn into a 2,300 gold lead for their jungler, who is the one who's making those plays and setting up those advantages. And it all comes down to just one flip earlier from Pyosik and Dudu, and D+ are like, not against me, baby. I'm 5K up now at 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's precisely what's happened. Seismic Shove going to go wide, and Lucid is looking tasty. Remember, does have the Crescent Guard, so isn't actually worried about too much. Just wants to steal away this blue buff. Will be able to do that. Shattering Strike comes in. There's a headbutt pull, but the Deadly Flourish connects as well. Charm is going to be layered through at the same time, and the Rock's just ignored here by D+. And this seems to be about as far up as DNF are allowed to walk. And I want to go to your point, because I think you're exactly right. In the places where the objectives are being fought over.
Yeah.
Everything is just empty, but DNF have vision on the other side of the map, but it's just at the wrong times. They're not able to actually fight around the positions they've set up for, because D+ are not only clearing things out correctly, they have the tempo advantage. They get to dictate where the fights are going to happen, which objectives are going to be prioritized, and they haven't let go.
When you consider, too, that if you walk into the brush, if you walk forward to try to clear vision, the comp of D+ has an Ahri in it, has a Xin Zhao, and has Jin to follow up from a million miles away, so at any point in time, when you check a brush, you have to be willing to die to do so. Because if you don't see where those champions are, every time you walk into darkness, you might be taking a one-way trip back to the death chamber in order to actually get that vision. So some of the decisions you've seen, some of the ways Pyosik has fallen behind in this game, might look like, oh, Pyosik is just like AFK, but he doesn't have options really. Every risk, every decision he makes is a risk inherently. And that's why things like this happen, where this dragon just gets taken with no contest whatsoever, because DNF know there is no dream world scenario where they could ever walk up and try to stop that.
Yeah, control ward goes down as Beryl looks to grab a little bit of control, but you can see it's just a cheeky little ward here. And so they don't have any worries about this Arakan being started.
I wonder if they played Jason to the Gwen, if things would have looked different.
Yeah,
I'm kind of leaning towards yes.
Yeah. I mean, we have seen Jace be relatively good, as Bulldog is instantly going to flash, as Beryl dealing with some rocks, but just holds onto the CC as best he can. He's standing in front of everyone, and there's the Pulverize finally, waiting for them to line up, as Life Magnet Storms, it looks cute, but it's a double kill for Lucid in the end. Pyosik, he's going to be happy that he got a Wolf Camp. D+ are going to take a Voracious Arakan.
You can't clear vision, you can't farm, you can't be anywhere away from your inner turret. It's 1984, man. D+ are the oppressors, and for DNF, it's looking double plus ungood. Atlas, it's looking real bad. Like the fact that this Talia can't even be halfway up the top lane without a total collapse. By the way, who's being shadowed by her jungler and her support means that, I mean, the game is just unplayable, and D+ just go, oh, we're on the top side, because guess what? The objective is top side Otacon. That's mine now as well.
Yeah, and they should be able to convert this into a Drake, or at least a heck of a lot of control around the Drake pit as well. Feels like every little victory just flows on to the next, and DNF really need to find a way of disrupting the game plan here of DK, because right now they are just going through the motions, and Beryl, I mean, this is vintage Beryl, Alistair control of the game. And I actually thought that he was waiting for Pulv, but he actually just straight up missed the first one, so I had to wait for it to come off.
He's just not, he's not that bothered by it, you know?
No, I don't think so. Has he ever really been bothered by much at all?
Every time,
is the big question.
Every time Pyosik smites and secures any jungle, you take it as a W. It's the best you can get.
Yep. Well, this could be a red buff. We'll just have to see as Chains of Corruption go wide. Beryl now looking for an angle, and he's going to take that seismic shove as an engage, and he probably shouldn't, because he's just going to get withdrawn. That is going to be a red buff going on over as Shiu looking to try and get out of there. The needlework is scary, but he's going to go home as well. Public Execution is going to get a flash out from aiming, and Dudu may have overextended, but does have the wall for backup. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly not how you're supposed to use the Arakan, because it's a lot of money going over to DNF. Unless Showmaker can find the angle, these health bars are getting lower and lower. Orbit Deception takes out the Talia, and Shiu looking to come back. Pyosik was there, buddy, but he's found a minion wave, and he'd prefer to take that.
Well, you know, it looked kind of okay, but ultimately it really wasn't. The state of the game for DNF is, to get a red buff, you need 5 people. And D+ are like, surely they won't bring 5 people.
Oh god, Dudu might just be dead here, as Shiu is just going to flash on top of him. That's going to be Lucid. Wind becomes lightning, becomes murder. Here on the bottom side of the map as Showmaker pushing in mid. And yeah, it looked like it was just DK running in one after the other to donate 200 gold. Well, I mean, it turned into, like, not really being a problem.
Was topside, so Showmaker is pushing. He did end up damaging this turret a lot. It is going to go down here ultimately anyways. But, like, that's the best DNF can hope for, is go, oh, okay, D+ is going to try to pressure us here on the bottom side around the red buff. That's the only farm that Pyosik can get. And then D+ are like, there's no way they 5-man this. They'll lose so much of the map. And then they did 5 DNF members to get red buff. And D+ still are kind of like, I think we win this. We have Otacon, like, whatever, like, let's go for it.
Yeah, Beryl really wanted the sick Pulverize angle and instead walked in circles and died.
And at this moment, you could tell Showmaker is just like, well, oh well. Can you guys soften them up? Should I TP? Should I TP? I guess, all right, if you're going to twist my arm, I'll come down here and help clean up the fight. Why'd you guys commit? Just pressure them. I was pushing. I have to do everything. And then he comes over here and helps clean up the fight. And it looked pretty good for DNF, except that you consider that, or except when you consider they had to bring 5 people to do that, and they only got withdraws.
Well, there's the engage from Beryl as he's diving in amongst 4 people. Dudu has been discovered on the side though, and Showmaker's there to lock him down. Speaking of which, curtains have been called as this Ari is doing so much work. The Varus able to take down the Cow though to start this one off. However, there goes Pyoshik. The Gwen starting to get completely out of control, and I say starting, continuing to get completely out of control as the gold lead heads to 10,000 and DK head towards the Baron.
If there's any takeaways from this game, I think there's probably 3. Don't let them have Gwen when you're gonna pick the Ambessa as a response. Don't flip the game early. And D+ is an incredibly impressive team from ahead. And I think that's all we can really learn. The rest of this game is just going to be DNF trying their best to find anything, any angle, any opportunity. But look at this. Is anyone threatening the Jhin as he just shoots bullets from a million miles away as D+ just ripped through their health bars with his Fed Gwen? Bulldog is Weaver's walling his way away.
Yeah.
As that's all he can do.
Of the game.
Yeah.
That is the state of the game. Unfortunately, it is now a disengaged tool. As DK, they have the Baron. The entire top side. Look at all of that vision control that they had.
So, did you ever look up the thing about the Stingray movie from earlier?
Oh, no, I didn't. It doesn't matter.
You had one job. We knew there was going to be a one-stop game in this series. Come on.
The last series got too interesting, so I got distracted. Maybe I can do it between games here. Find the quote. I need to talk to my mate Simon about it because it's been... I don't even remember the name of the movie. It was like so weird and obtuse. But I can do it. I can figure it out.
Yeah, no, I mean, I have faith in you and the internet and AI chat tools that could probably help you out a lot.
Yeah, I could probably figure it out. Not myself. DK, they're going to be pushing towards the bottom side. And they are barely required either because they've got Baroned up minions that are doing a whole bunch of work. You can see Shu just standing away and buffing them up so they can get the work done. Bulldog is able to clean up the siege minion here, but there is another conga line moving forward as Lucid looks for the wind becomes lightning as Showmaker goes golden. I don't know about this one as in goes life. Magnetstorm is going to be safe, but just the Ari is there are the knockups. Oh my god, Pyoshik is indeed Paperman in this game as Showmaker is dashing forward. He'll find a seismic shove, and honestly, feels like it kind of worked. 40 plus as Bulldog has the curtains called, does manage to win the game of DDR in the end, but not the game of League of Legends.
Wrong game.
Oh no, in fact he is just going to die as he tries to wall his way back towards his friends, and the Nexus will explode. D+, a shellacking in game 1 here. That one was not even close.
Not even close, not even a game. It was like, after that topside 2v2, D+ and Lucid just took their keyboards away and said, just sit back and watch the Nexus explode. There was not even for 1 second even a chance. The one moment that looked good for DNF was when they had 5v3 to secure the red buff, and even then all they got was withdraws and didn't trade up. And that was the one single moment for the rest of the game where they were able to accomplish anything. That D+ made them look like they weren't even logged in. And I mean, I don't know what else to say, like how much hyperbole I can give, but we need to see something way better than that in the Game 2 draft. The draft was sketchy at best. I thought in terms of how the comp could have worked, there were ideas there, but throwing the game or flipping the game early was a problem. Playing the Rel into the Alistar ended up being an issue for how they tried to then play through topside, tried to make those plays, but man, the communication between all of the D+ members is so crisp. They knew where Pyoshik was the whole time, and they just didn't let him play.
Yeah, it was a real rough one, and it just shows that sometimes it's one mistake that leads to the game being over, even if it is extraordinarily early in the game. And we have to remember, it was first blood that went over to DNF on the bottom side. It was Peril going a little bit too deep, and then it didn't matter at all. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space going to break that one down. Then we'll have game number 2. We'll see whether DNF can wake up for that one.
라인 정도.
멜플 있어.
아야.
그래 다 빠졌어. 바로 줄 앞에서 누구?
앞으로 해줘.
타워. 야 이거 베고. 가자. 나 3초 다 죽여. 나 3초. 다 죽여.
더블 맞았고.
나 타워.
안돼.
다 맞지?
아래.
위. 아래. 위. 아 아래. 아니 아래.
미안하다. 그래.
뭘 맞췄어? 뭐야 이거? 뭘 맞췄어 뭐야? 맞았나? 맞았어.
Hello, and welcome back to the space where we had a game of League of Legends where DK really did not hold back. DNF did not really stand a chance. It wasn't close, and D+ were having way too much fun, which of course means that game 2 will go to DNF. We'll see how that one goes. I'm still Valdez. With me is Chronicler and Ox. How are you guys doing after that?
I thought it could have been looking good, and then they killed Beryl once, and I knew it was over from there. You know, they fell into his trap. Beryl always dies for a reason. He died in lane. Immediately, the top side won a 2v2, so never fall for the Beryl bait.
What I really like is Ox showcasing us that there is a link between something happening, you know, cause and effect. Not in this game, though, because Beryl dying does not actually mean that much. Unless you believe in the fact that there is more, which I do, because when it comes to DK, we all know the superstitions are true, right? So as Valdez was saying, we're going to highlight how well they played in this early game, just so we can remember for what's next, which is game 2, which they will lose.
Of course. Yeah, curses are still real, Chronicler, just so we get it
only on DK.
Straight. No, for every team. Let's take a look at the draft here, because we had some questions about this one specifically, because we had the Forest coming out, and then the Gwen was picked, and then the Ambessa into it. Where's Jace? Where is he?
I don't know.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, he's right there. Oh, okay.
Hiding. Oh, he was hiding. Maybe
so that's why they didn't pick
Maybe
it.
the Hex Gates were malfunctioning. You had to go fix them. Or maybe Victor was doing his whole thing again, so maybe he was like, I
don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he doesn't know because he didn't watch season 2. Obviously, everyone watching us watch season 2. Only person in the world didn't watch it. I do think it's fun we got the Xin Zhao Gwen together, because even though these two have both been in the meta, we haven't really seen them on the same team very much. But that was what we always used to see back when Gwen originally came out. It was the circles comp, you know? You can't deal damage to them unless you come in a melee range, and you don't want to come in a melee range.
It's, to me, very telling that DK end up picking the Gwen for Xiu. Xiu has been very heavily played towards on this team, right? We saw aiming. I don't even feel like aiming has been underperforming. I just think the team has done a really big shift in their playstyle. And the fact that he picks Gwen, I'm okay with. Them prioritizing that over the Jace is fine. But then picking Ambessa instead of Jace just doesn't make sense to me, because I think Ambessa, her biggest strength, will never happen because Gwen she still got outskilled. The whole point of Ambessa is that I think once you get 2 items, particularly once you hit your third, you're such a menace.
The thing is, of the big 4, you know, Ambessa's the one who struggles into Gwen the most. Rumble and Jace, you can both win those matchups. You know, you have an advantage against the Gwen. And yet they went for the one with the weakest matchup and didn't take long for them to suffer for it.
You know, I think DNF are still struggling a lot, and maybe Dudu just wanted to go for comfort. Unfortunately, it wasn't very comfortable in this game, which is, you know, comfort is in that word as well. We have to talk about what happened here in the early 2v2 because it was all DK all the way.
Why are we committing to this 2v2? And 1, Viego's dueling has been nerfed a lot. 2, we're playing on the best jungler on the patch. And 3, we're using our Spectral Maul to get away from him. And in theory, it's like, oh my god, Ambessa actually has prio, you know? We can get early. But the 2v2 of Viego and Ambessa, compared to particularly the strength of Xin Zhao early on, just doesn't quite work. And then these mid-game fights from DK are so clean.
Yeah, the W flash Q for the triple knockup from Beryl was really slick. And then, you know, they're thinking maybe we can get away. We've just lost 1. And then they just keep going and keep going. The Aria resets come in. We did get the funny moment with Showmaker, who ends up going down. It's a good ult from Dudu, but it's like it's not enough to really change the outcome of this fight.
And from this point on, the game was over. And now you might think, but guys, there was more, right? And we've been hinting towards it already. I am a big believer that curses aren't real, as I've been very vocal about. Although when it comes to DK, I'm also very superstitious, so maybe that is not entirely true. But that was the game. There was nothing else.
Yeah, that was the
right.
game.
That was it.
I don't think we have anything else to show you guys, right? Maybe there is. Highlight 2? Is it time for Highlight 2? I think maybe it is. Let's take a look at what happened here.
Pioshik is a man on a mission. All right? All he needs to do is get out. And guess what? That's it! Right there! Right there for a second he appeared. Half a second, Shield, he's got minions on his mind. Didn't catch him in the, what, like 3 frames he was there?
I was probably for the best. It might have been a bit spooky if he just showed up in his face, so maybe for the best.
That he was already. That was the only other relevant moment in that game. I thought it was
Silly.
really fun.
Wow, that
neat.
happened.
Yeah, wasn't that fun? It's the Viego stealth. They can't see him except when he was in the orb.
Wait, Viego can go invisible?
I know.
Thank you for pointing that out, Mao. That's really important for us to all know. Yeah, he did feel pretty invisible that game. So, you know...
He was Paperman, and he was such a thin paper that you could see through him, actually. It was more like transparent man, you know? See where I'm going with this?
No.
That's your best work.
What do you mean? They call him Paperman all the time. DNF are moving over to the blue side. They were on the blue side. Maybe this time they will select the Jace, or it might skip Ban in this game, because now there's no Ambessa, no Gwen.
I feel like the thing is, if Jace and Rumble are open, like even though Jace is favored into Rumble, I think she will just take Rumble and not care. Assuming that they take the Jace, which I don't even know if they'll do anymore.
What for me is worrying is I don't expect DNF to have the best time into DK, but we have seen so many players, and Dudu in particular has also already shown this, is that if you start losing enough, you're going to break your back. And Berserker, I think he's buckling under the pressure. And if they want to get wins, they need that guy to stay intact.
They're going to need him for game number 2. We'll see if he can have a bigger impact this time around, or if anyone will have an impact on the side of DNF, or will DK just stomp them tonight? Let's go back to Atlas and Wolf and find out.
Thank you very much, Valdez. I think you were looking for Cellophane Man, or, like in Chicago, Mr. Cellophane.
Or at least, like, say, Paperman, like, turns sideways so he's thin and you can't see him. Paper doesn't, like, normally become very transparent.
Oh yeah, that's true. Unless it's like really thin,
like really
like
thin. I mean, he said
that's all wet and stuff.
He said like really thin, but I don't know.
Like those Japanese walls that like you can kind of see through.
Yeah, kind of.
But it's mainly just like silhouettes and stuff.
It's mostly just so a sword can cut through it to start the scene.
I know which kind of movies you've watched in the past.
It's a Samurai Champloo episode. And,
yep. By the way, I found the video.
Oh, he did find the video. He showed it to me, and I'm not sure if I'm better off or worse off for watching it.
It's probably the worst choreographed and acted fight scene of all time from a bad 80s action movie.
You can tell it's like take 80, and they're like, all right, I guess this is what we got.
Yeah. And so they do a really fake, this guy's eye comes out on a hook on the wall, and then a very fake, he then gets put on like a meat hook in the other eye socket, and then he's like screaming as he's going away, and the lady says, "We'll see you around, Stingray." And then the other guy goes, "Yeah, see ya." And it's funny because he can't see. Yeah, because he doesn't have eyes, and that's what all the build-up was. And I apologize for that one. I'll post it on Twitter a little bit later, and you guys can watch for yourselves. It's okay. Neferi, Ezreal, and the Lily are going to be banned away this time. The only difference is the Sejuani is now left up.
D+ will likely ban Jace. You know, I'm feeling good about that. But I think Showmaker's considering like, well, they didn't play it last time, so I mean, maybe they just won't play it ever, and they banned the Sejuani instead. So, it's going to be a Skarner lock-in here as they are allergic to Jace. They won't do it. And I think the Skarner pick is fine, but just remember what you're giving up here.
Rumble and Jace. And they can just pick both. Why not pick both?
It would be fun. Now, we did tell everyone that the way we were feeling about this series going 3 is Game 1, pretty solid victory for D+. Game 2, maybe a little cooking. I'm hoping for a little cooking. And I'm not talking about like Cooking Mama or, you know, one of those like games
about barbecuing?
Overcooked where, you know, everyone's working together trying to cook. I'm talking about like just playing weird champions.
Yeah.
Hey, they did it! And you called it!
Yeah.
And why not both? It's, you know, D+ said, I'm on the same wavelength as you.
Yeah, and look, they're very happy to play the Jace in the mid lane. I don't know why Bulldog's laughing about it, but maybe they just knew that this was going to be an option. The Azir is what they're considering taking into it. And it does mean that Dudu can just play now something towards the top side like the Dusante.
Imagine how much value you would have in being able to, from a long way away, root people in place and prevent them from moving when you've got Shock Blast and the Equalizer damage. I think Maokai would be pretty good in this situation, but they like to play Tristana for some reason instead.
Oh, Poppy would also be pretty good, and that's a flex.
Yeah.
So you can also play for a pretty brutal topside 2v2 with that one as well, because there's not necessarily that much damage, but they are opting in to grab Aiming's pick instead.
Now,
the Maokai rooting people in place for all 3 of these. I'm just creating a scenario in my head where DN Freaks can't move and D+ shoot them from far away and burn them and put holes in them, and it's a very fun image in my mind. Like, I'm just trying to make this draft a little bit more cooked.
Well, I mean, I think there's plenty of cooking. Plenty of cooking going on. As the Ashe is going to be taken away, D+ have something against Freljord, at least 50%. And we'll just have to see what DN Freaks have in mind. I mean, this is a good draft, right?
Yeah.
Like, you look at it, you just cut off the other side, and you're like, damn. You know, Cassante Skarner, that's a lot of power. You
Hey,
know,
they banned the Maokai. They ruined my picture
there you go.
in my head.
They should ban the Poppy as well. I think the Poppy is going to be the next one.
I think that's a pretty good shout, Atlas. I think that's a pretty solid option here. Rel is also gone. They picked that into Alistair in game 1, so they know the MF isn't going to be there.
The Braum ban so that they can pick Nautilus. What do you reckon?
That, I mean, it also blocks the bullets.
It
That would be
also
annoying.
means that they ban more Freljord champions. But instead, it's going to be Kai'Sa.
Aww.
Sad.
Same color theme in general, I guess. Well, right now, I do, like you said, think that DN Freaks have a solid draft in its own isolation. See what this final ban ends up being. Poppy seems obvious, like very obvious.
Yeah, no, I think you need to ban Poppy. The Nidalee will be banned instead, though.
Huh.
And the Nocturne is looking to be picked up, so...
We don't even know what the enemy AD carry is going to be just yet, but we know he won't be seeing anything in team fights when Lucid presses R. That's what we do know. And, well, assuming he locks it in, which he is not.
That's...
we are cooking!
There's a lot of things. All right, one of the trees got banned, the other one gets locked in. There is the Ivern being locked down for Lucid, as the Caitlyn insta-locked by Berserker. Trying to get that range.
Going Lux. We're going to all in on this.
Caitlyn Elise, a lot of power as well.
Yeah, arguably more power, I think, in this meta for what it's looking to do in this draft. Barrel on Leona is very funny in this situation. I don't think it's going to feel very good into Caitlyn Elise. In fact, I think it's going to feel non-good. Double unplus good, as I said earlier. It's going to be another one of those scenarios. The Ivern is another way to be oppressive, like we saw in game 1. You know, Nocturne can turn off the lights, but Ivern can kind of do the same thing by just putting bushes everywhere, and then you can't see, and then you can't move forward, and the shock blasts come out, and it's not fun to play them. This isn't really the most ideal Ivern comp, if I'm honest with everyone. Normally you need an AD carry that, and often 2, that kind of do consistent damage, and then you shield them, and it's hard to kill them, and then the Ivern gets a lot of value. This isn't a bad scenario for the Ivern, and it is an AD champion in the mid lane. It's just not an AD carry, a marksman.
Yeah, it's sort of like they say we need 80 carries like in both lanes, and they're like, we've got 80 carries at home, and it's Jason MF, you know, that are mainly just casters rather than your standard fare, let's auto-attack them down. That's a Caitlyn. That's on the other side of the rift. And DNF just continued to have a very balanced draft. Life is on something a little bit more crazy in the Elise that we know likes to play hyper-aggressively, but I think he's going to get rewarded for that. That playstyle on the bottom side, as long as the top side of the map doesn't make a kerfuffle.
I feel like if I take the nameplates off, I'm like, this is a real comp right here. This one right here, it's solid. It's got a lot of pride, got a lot of power. This, we're not sure. D+ cooked in game 2. We knew it was coming. Nameplates are on, so maybe they'll 2-0, but I'm not sure about this one, Atlas.
Yeah, neither am I. Let's find out. Jump into the rift, game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Man, I swear, DNF have already won in my mind because it's based on how many legs you have. And their composition has so many legs.
So many legs.
Like way more legs. And Rumble's legs aren't even real. They're like machine legs. And so I mean, DK are falling behind.
If you count the Sand Soldier's legs, I mean, just think about the possibilities.
That's too many legs.
And then the soldiers on the Emperor's Divide, their legs.
Oh, yeah, because there's just Sand Soldiers everywhere. But like Pyoshik, he's got 6. There's like 8 on live.
I mean, look, the one thing that D+ have going for them is that Daisy's got some additional legs. Like when they have the summon out,
does live have 10 legs? Because you have legs as the human form, but then you get 8 more, or to just you sprout 6 extra.
Plus the spiderling legs, if you want to add that in.
Oh yeah, if you can count sand soldiers, you can count spiderlings. I think this is the most important conversation to be had in this game.
We have a prio lane bottom side where the Caitlyn, because it is paired with an Elise into Leona, should have a lot of prio. Let's see how it works out in real life. Mid lane, the Azir should be fine. We have a composition for DNF that scales pretty well as long as the Caitlyn can get through the trough. A lot of pick potential, has a front-to-back team fighting opportunity. And then for D+, you have 5 champions that are meta in their role. That's it. That's what you got. It's not really a comp. Doesn't really work well together, but you got 5 champions that are meta in their role.
Yep.
Each lane has a champion, which is in 2025 on this patch meta.
I mean, DK, it is a put brushes down and poke type composition.
Yeah, I mean,
and you can give MF a lot of places to do a bullet time without it being sort of scoped out beforehand. You can see how it's supposed to work. I just don't know whether it's necessarily good enough. Solar Flare Equalizer, also a fantastic combo. But I think DK probably looking to just snowball this one out of control before any sort of teamfight conversation needs to happen.
Yeah. Let's see if on the I see Ivern, it's not quite the same sort of Lucid can take over the game and start taking your jungle camps away type of champion either.
You're not going to get invaded by a Skarner, though.
Fair.
There's that.
Yeah.
And he's made some friends with the jungle, and then Root Caller just completely whiffed, and that's fine. But still able to get this one done. There we go. So that's the full clear completed for the Ivern.
He's going to come down here and say, Caitlyn, pushing up a little bit.
Whoa, there's the flash immediately answered by Berserker. That could have been a kill. Nicely played there by the DNF AD carry.
I mean, Lucid was right there. He's still here. And there's no flash on that.
Wait, you put a push down. If you're Ivern, if you come to the lane, you put a push down. That's the rule.
Well, he's got other things on his mind, like looking for a 3v3 into the Skarner. I don't know about that.
Oh, there's the bush, but that's not where we wanted to put it. As the Scuttle is going to be made friends with.
It was a trick, though, and then he smote him.
He did. And now the junglers are going to spot one another.
I can't take D+'s comp seriously, Atlas.
It is an Ivern composition here in the LCK. It's something that we haven't necessarily mastered over the years. But now Lucid is going to show us what it's good at as he comes down to the bottom side and just straight up misses the Root Caller. He's got a Trigger Seed. He's going to be fine. Not taking too much damage. But there we go.
All right. Traded Scuttle Crabs in the most peculiar way.
That was not what I wanted proven in that moment, Wolf. No. That was not what I was looking for.
No, I don't feel like anyone was looking for that. Now, hear me out on this.
All right.
Riftmaker Rumble with Sork Pen Boots and Leandries. So Leandries, Riftmaker, and Ivern Shields. And then Ocean Soul, just like we saw in a game that happened not on a specific day that we will or not mention.
Yep.
And then the Rumble is the shield target, and he's just doing all the damage.
I could overheat your overheat autos.
Overheat autos?
That's pretty dangerous.
I mean,
wait, is MF just kind of a counter to Elise because you can use the Spiderlings to double up on? Or does the other Spiderling block the second one and you just kill 2 Spiderlings and it doesn't really do much?
I think...
Oh, nice play, dude.
I think you're cooking more than D+ with this question.
Oh, this one's going to land as in comes Showmaker. They pick the flash, but Bulldog still makes it out alive. Still has to use it, and DK do not invest too much.
All right, 2 flashes down here in this early game.
Oh. Yeah, the Ivern kind of working pretty well into this Skarner. This is something that we saw in first stand as well. Of course, was very different tournament, as Lucid is just going to be able to steal away the Raptor camp.
Very frustrating.
Yeah, by making friends with it while it was mid-battle. Kind of interesting. It still seems to work.
Ivern quite the negotiator,
Yeah. All right, Bulldog clearing out waves where he can find them, but he's about, just a bit behind. Halfway.
Where are we at in terms of D+ was cooking and they wanted to have fun versus they kind of just completely messed this draft up and then smiled a lot to make it seem like it was the whole plan all along? I'm looking at this feeling like on one hand, I'm like, okay, well, they got the Jace and the Rumble, which was kind of a joke you were making, but legit, it's actually kind of legit.
Yeah.
Then the Maokai was banned. They could have picked that on 3 instead of the MF, and I would have been like, okay, the draft is saved, and there's a lot of power there, and you can pick any sort of other 80 carry, any scaling late game 80 carry in your golden. I'm not sure if the takeaway from this should be like, wow, D+ can win with anything, or like, are we sure they're good at drafting? Like, I don't know.
Oh, there's a flash cocoon. The Eclipse is making it hard to get through Beryl, but they're doing a decent job. Life also taking some damage as Bulldog's going to get the flash out of aiming, and Beryl is going to get off the rift.
He did choose to play Leona into Elise.
He did.
And now he's paying the price of that choice, which is death.
Yep, First Blood also gone on over to DNF. And they do manage to get one of the grubs as well, so that is not an even feats of strength exchange.
Yeah, no, it's a 1 for 0.
Ooh, Bulldog narrowly avoiding the shock blast here.
This matchup is pretty fun. I think the Jace has some real outplay potential, and Lucid gave him some attention, he got the flash. Can be quite exciting to see what comes next here in this lane, and when they do end up meeting up in the side lane later on. But otherwise, so far, slight advantage here for DNF with the kill. And that's about it. I think compositionally, I still like their comp way more, but I think D+ need to do a lot in the mid game with this comp for it to actually work, and they need to snowball. And so like you said, we just don't even talk about the comp. We're just like, oh man, D+ so good. They can win with anything, doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's sort of the angle that I'm getting to. I do think that there are things that they can get done in the mid game especially, and if they ever do get control of vision in an area, you can use Ivan Bushes to make things really work out, as Life is going to jump scare Shiu here, and Shiu is just going to go back home again.
Such an annoying little spider.
Yeah, that was a frustrating play, but actually is going to give them a bit of space, as the teleport going to now need to be invested by Shiu to get towards the top side. As Lucid comes on over, somehow that Rift Scuttler was still just wandering around. He made friends with that ages ago.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to lock that one up for himself, and he is keeping up in farm quite nicely. They have Hard Steel on the way for Pyosik though.
Quite tricky to start this Dragon, because they don't have mid prio, they don't have bottom prio. And
okay, Life gonna have to go up into the sky, I think, relatively quickly. There's that double up that we were looking for, and Life just gonna have to come straight back down. Daisy gonna join Beryl in bopping that spider on the noggin. And Daisy also getting mad at Berserker here, as Shiu now struggling against the Dusante, looking for an all-out angle, as instead it's Shiu able to get his flamethrower out, finds a bit of damage back, holding his ground here.
So even though they end up getting the kill onto Life, they don't have enough control to start that Dragon up. Pyoshik's going to come over here, will be spotted by the Scryer's Bloom, and now the Scuttle Crab. And they're going to start this one, DNF that is to say, because they again still have that bottom side prio. Now Life is rejoining. Lucid is just going to go ahead and clear the jungle and maybe look for a top side gank here. Now this should be pretty face up to Dudu, because there's no one on the Dragon Pit, there's no other objective. Let's see if he can figure it out.
Well, see whether the Harpoon lands first, and it does not. Pyoshi going to take a while as Rukola comes in. There's the equalizer to stop his escape. He does have to skate all the way down it, but he is pretty tanky, so he will survive. And there goes the Dragon, like you were talking about. DK know full well that Pyoshik is down here.
Luckily,
they look to try and defend.
Luckily for Dudu, he is Cassante, pretty tanky. The initial root collar didn't land, so he is able to get out with his life. Or sorry, the Harpoon rather, I mean to say.
Yep.
But he face checked into the root collar and then was still able to get out because he's Cassante. As Plate Gold is going over here, and Pyoshik does have his ultimate, so this is a very tense moment for the side of D+. Lucid is trying to run over here and maybe help put out the fire that is this bottom lane. But a lot of control.
Yeah,
they don't commit to the dive.
As we sit here, it is about a 500 gold advantage for DNF. They have a composition that we've seen work very well all the time, right? They've got classic frontline, two very beefy members in the Skana and the Cassante, Bulldog for a lot of consistent damage alongside Berserker, and then Life, who can fish for cocoons and try and start fights that way.
Yeah, so you're saying it's a real comp?
Yeah, it's a real comp.
It's a real comp.
And DK have a lot of shenanigans. They have a lot of the best top laners on the patch.
Yeah.
And a tree.
Would you say that, you know, I said earlier they have one champion that's meta in the role that the player is playing it on. Would you say that Ivern is less meta, the least meta champion of the 5? Or is it like Leona, actually, weirdly? I think it's Ivern. I think it's not Jace. I'm going to say I think Jace is the most.
No, but I mean, he's in mid lane.
Oh, that's fair. Okay, you know what? I get you. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you're right.
That's probably where
It's usually not flexed, yeah. True. No, good call. I didn't see that one coming.
But otherwise, yeah, I think the Ivern is probably sticking out, especially here in the LCK. I think if you were going to talk to, you know, a fan of the LEC or even the LTA, they'd probably be like, nah, Ivern's
Berserker, how far up
Oh dear. Well, he's going to have to flash, and then he's going to die, ladies and gentlemen. In goes aiming, finds the angle, and takes down the Caitlyn. So Berserker just caught napping a little bit there in the mid lane. Good wraparound, and once again, just playing with vision control on the side of D+.
Yeah, or the fact that the Caitlyn was practically a melee range with the turret. Good punish. Good punish. This game is a tilter a little bit. I
mean, I did try to talk around that.
Yeah. I just kind of wanted to Chandler bring it, like, could he be any more up the mid lane, you know? Unfortunately, yeah, the vision game is strong. The ward control here is immense for D+. Like, look at the vision they have now deep even behind the mid turret. Barrel drops one on the blue buff.
And Redemption is now done here for Lucid as well. That is a lot of extra power. Showmaker making his way in. There are extra grubs over on Pyoshik's side.
He has Ghostblade, and if he outplays Emperor's Divide, like, he actually might have had kill pressure there, especially with Barrel so nearby, but he doesn't commit.
Is that Bengi's skin, by the way? I think that's what
it is, yeah.
That's
it's
actually
the
really
SK
cute.
Telecom one, yeah.
Yeah, shouting out to the coach on the other side. All right, Dudu not going to really find too much here as Shu is just continuing to cook. Does find an equalizer angle as that harpoon's going to land. I don't think Dudu's dead, but you know, he's scared. Will be pushed away as
he
the
was
Ivern
very
comes
warmed
down.
up. Microwaved.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Solar Flare going to connect onto Live here as I don't think they'll have enough chain CC. As in comes Pyoshik, good flash out from Barrel, who's looking to try and sidestep, wants to find an angle here, I guess, but instead just going to die. And Bulldog going to collect that kill. Pyoshik happy to tank up the turret, and out goes Showmaker.
And they have a teleport here to defend the bottom turret, so even though Shiu got a ton of damage onto it down there, it actually is, I believe, going to survive. Yeah, only got a plate, in fact. It looked like he was there for a long time, but really wasn't that much damage on it. So ends up being, you know, D+ didn't really get anything bottom side they were hoping for there, and then the punish top side was pretty good. 2 kills for the Azir. Got an Asher's Tooth is going to be a side lane threat. And smooth sailing here towards an already pretty solid, like, late game scaling composition for DNF.
Lucid is still making friends with all of this stuff on Pyoshik's side of the map.
Yeah. He's taken away a lot of camps, but actually finds himself down on farm a little bit.
All right, Daisy going to come on over. Life going to use Lucid as a way to taxi out of this one. Still has to flash, and there's the root caller. That's going to land as there's a knockup from Daisy as well. Aiming's going to move in. There's a bullet time as the Elise will survive, at least for now, and Daisy's going to not actually give over any money. Solar Flare almost finishes off the Elise. That was so cute.
I love how Dudu's just like, I'll give you the shield anyways.
Yeah,
you lived, but like, here's shield also.
I mean, it's good. Would have been better earlier. You're exactly right.
But he's like, and see, you didn't even need it. Might have been on cooldown. Either way, he lives, and Skarner?
Yeah, Lucid looking to make his way in as Aiming's over here as well. Doesn't have ulti, remember, as Beryl. He doesn't have Hex Flash, but he's playing like he has it with these aggressive flank angles that he's looking for. It's Dudu and Shiu just doing a bit of a do-si-do. Both of them with this brush warded.
I mean, DN Freaks are in a position where they absolutely can fight. The Caitlyn's not in the greatest spot, but with a teleport here from Bulldog, they could have contested this dragon, but they're instead just going to opt to keep him on the side, use that Nasher's Tooth to hit this turret, and see if they can get some gold to accelerate the Azir, but Showmaker shows up, and they're not going to be able to actually take this turret down. Now, I have a bit of a 2v2.
Yeah, Beryl moving in. Going to get cocooned by Life. Not too much more is going to be found. So far, Shiu actually having a pretty good time. Does have that Leandri's like you were talking about. It is Spirit Visage completed by Dudu. But not too much more going to come out of it. There goes the dragon. Smite going to come on through. And there is the turret. turret going down as well. So first turret blood actually being picked up by DK in the mid lane. Yeah, that's kind of absurd. And, okay, Chemtex, we often get a little bit mean to Orcs about it, but if there's anything that can salvage D+ in this game, it's Chemtex Soul.
Yeah, I mean, also it's the first of the day.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with it, it's fine. When Chemtex Souls are evenly distributed amongst the souls, like it should be in terms of their random number generator, I'm okay with it. When it's suspiciously like a 0.002% chance the amount of Chemtex we had in a row, I'm like, that's when I'm kind of looking at Ox with a raised eyebrow, like, what are you doing over there?
It's always a 25% chance. Bulldog is in a little bit of trouble. Does have his flash available though, and the recall's not going to connect. So there goes the Rift Herald.
Yeah, his teammates are pretty nearby, so he gets out of here without having to flash. They do end up getting the Herald. And we'll see
the fabled Misfortune Gang?
I haven't actually heard the legend. And this is going to be a Herald right away, straight away dropped in the mid lane. They're looking for a play on the Barrel.
Yeah, Barrel presses W, and he's going to be absolutely fine.
That was just, could that be considered like Herald negligence? Is that a Herald just abandoned? Like what, look at the mid lane, he's just like aiming is like, oh, like, okay.
Does get a charge.
He did get a charge, actually. I was worried it wasn't going to.
Yeah, not going to be used for any sort of pressure around a Drake or anything like that. Of course, it was just taken, so maybe a little bit awkward.
Shelly deserves better.
Yeah, maybe that was a misclick. I have no idea. It's an odd time to use it, absolutely.
We are grouped now towards the top side of the map, though, and again, Bulldog has a lot of damage towards these turrets, and he's got a full wave coming over. D+ want to respond, but they don't have the tools just yet.
Yep, it is 1 kill for both teams for Feats of Warfare, and no, never mind. The objectives have actually been claimed, so it's all about who gets the next kill.
Yeah, that is the decider. Yeah, absolutely.
This is fun.
They got the teleport out of Showmaker, and they were like, yeah, that's enough. We're not going to commit to killing this turret any further, and they back away. A lot of people have been making the acronym DNF and it did not finish because some of their poor performances, but like it's more true to say did not fight. They are not a lot of fighting for them in the early game, as Showmaker may finally be caught here. No.
He's just going to play a bit of cricket.
Did not fight.
The Scorpion. We like to call that desert cricket.
Yeah.
In Australia, we do that a lot. Quite a few Scorpions.
And a few cricket players.
Territory, and a few cricket players as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That was going to be Papa Smithy and I's next career move, which was cricket commentator. Still waiting for that to happen.
Cricket is great, but I can only watch it for like 2 hours, and then I'm like, well, I'll check the results later.
It's a really good one if you don't really mind too much about cricket, and you're very happy to sit there with something on the TV.
Yeah.
You know, that's sort of how it works. Solar Flare is not going to land onto the Elise. Of course, a difficult target. What goes up must come down. Make It Rain still there, but DNF just going to stand their ground. A lot of grass being put together, and okay, aiming. Scary.
Angle for an
position.
Impale here is quite strong if they keep pushing into this choke point, but living up to their names, did not fight.
Yeah.
Walked away. And they're scaling, which they are actually scaling. I mean, the Caitlyn is kind of in the trough right now. Azir's about to hit 2 items. Will be pretty strong once he has that Leandri's completed. But they just gave up a turret for free by retreating, so D+ get a little bit of more control over the map. I mean, the vision control is pretty immense. They have control all the way down to the Krugs on the bottom side, and on the top side, there's not one single part of the jungle they don't know about.
Well, she was just going to get followed here by Dudu, as Life was on an angle, but aiming was over here trying to take away a Rift Scuttler. He's going to be able to do that. Focuses on the matter at hand.
The situation here for DNF is not dire yet, but I'm sensing like there's a pattern I'm seeing to game 1 where D+ are, despite not having a massive lead like they did in game 1, they still have a ton of control over the map, and that's going to allow this composition to, as wonky as it is, to do things, especially when you consider Ivern brushes and how difficult it is to actually fight when you can't see as DNF here. So I do think at some point they will have to actually fight. They will have to contest an objective. They can't just give this dragon over for free, surely.
They have to fight at some point. Okay, here it is. Find the angle onto Barrel. He does have a lot of tools here as the bullet time comes on in. Solar Flare is going to lock down Berserker, and then he's cooked. Now Dudu looking for a little bit of an angle. Who is he going to go all out on? That's the question. As the feats of strength have come in, he actually just pulls Beryl to Narnia, but he might need to use that as an opportunity to get the heck out of dodge, as D+ just push them out of their own jungle and look to head over towards the first Chemtech Dragon of the game.
Yeah, I think Beryl is cool with both the Lion and the Witch. So he's fine to go through the wardrobe.
Yeah,
he's okay with it. That is actually going to be the third kill, 4 feats of strength for D+ as well. And it was just not a great setup for DNF. You know, if they wanted to fight for that, I think they had to really force their way in a little bit earlier, and then they retreated through a choke point against a lot of AoEs. Maybe this is an angle, but maybe not.
Wait, they need a reason to go there.
Hex Flash Elise.
They should have put a control ward in the middle of the lane so that Showmaker came down and took it. Instead, Showmaker goes over and helps out with the dragon. Wait, commit. Never mind. They do not commit.
They killed the minions, they committed to that.
Yes.
All right, so, I mean, this looks initially like, oh, Beryl's a little bit out of sorts. He's out of position. Let's retreat back though. Whoa, hold on. That's a lot of cone and AoE damage in the choke point. We gotta get out of here. And Berserker actually is the one who's collapsed on and killed, so that's a lot of their damage gone. The Azir isn't hitting anything but a Daisy this whole fight. This whole fight is not actually doing damage, and then Beryl is just a tanky Leona who doesn't care about that Cassante. So Beryl was the initial target, and he just didn't care, didn't die. The rest of the team follows up. We're starting to see a pretty significant gold lead here in the 80 carry matchup for Aiming, as he's just been in a lot of these skirmishes. He picked up a lot of money. Bulldog finally got the turret.
There we go. Speaking of money, something going DNF's way, and that is going to put Bulldog a little bit in the lead as far as the mid lane matchup is concerned. Aiming puts down Make It Rain and then obviously tanks up the turret as a result. But he's got a Bloodthirster and an Infinity Edge, so he's just happy to lifesteal back up to full health. Everything's going to be okay. The problem is, with this game, is that DNF just kind of didn't do anything, and I understand, right? They want to scale, they want to get their Caitlyn to like 3 items, and then they want to team fight. The problem is that more that they were doing nothing, the more of everything they were losing.
Yeah, D+ just like said, okay, you're not only not fighting us, but you're also just giving us everything. So we'll take it, and we will take a lead, and then now when you have to fight, you don't have the right setups, you're fighting into our vision, we know everything you're trying to do. And yeah, did not fight, did not force, you know? Trying to think if there's any other ones here. Besides, of course, just DN Freaks that this could stand for, but the situation here is still like playable. It's still playable. 2 items now. The IE is done for Berserker. But the trend I've been observing is that they're not able to set up fights. So items and stuff like that don't matter as Bulldog and Pyoshik make it collapse.
D+ are looking to set up a fight as Daisy coming over here does tank a boulder to the dome as she has to chase down this minion wave.
Don't let them get away!
Yeah. He does let them get away, but does catch up because the other minions were flanking them from in the lane. As Daisy's continuing to just
Baron
wander
is
around.
Not up. Otacon is, but I think it'd be pretty optimistic if either of these teams started it right now.
Yeah, some traps. How? Beryl? What? I think the observers as well are just like, wait a second, I'm pretty sure you should have hit that.
Yeah.
As Aiming, just a couple extra shots, and he locks down the inner turret. And this is the problem. This is what's been happening. D+ have just walked into a lane and taken the turret.
Yeah, it's like they went over towards a non-existent Baron and an Otacon they couldn't take. DNF rotated over to respawn, stayed too long, and then Aiming's like, yeah, I'll finish the job from what I was doing earlier on that turret, and it's gone. And there's no fight, there's no engage. I mean, they have Skarner, Azir.
Yeah, there goes the turret.
Yeah, that's another turret down for basically no contest, completely for free. They have Skarner, they have Azir, they have Elise. You gotta try to force something, you gotta try to catch somebody. Okay, now we'll try and do the Otacon with their 2-item Azir. I mean, the speed at which they can clear this is decent, but it's not fast enough. I mean, there will be a contest from D+.
Yep, in comes Baron, and now it's going to be a 50-50. Lucid in position. Daisy getting amongst it as well as the equalizer. Surely gonna come down, and there it is! Perfect position as well as Dudu's wandering down it. It is still just going to be that 50-50 on the Otacon. We'll see who manages to pick it up as Pyoshik able to get the smite, but immediately 4 of them are recalled. Make that 5! And D+ say, well, you guys are back in base. Maybe we'll just take Baron.
Yeah, that they will. So you got the Otacon. You're back up and alive. But it's too late to stop Baron. As fast as you may run with all the legs that this composition has that we identified earlier, they still can't get here fast enough to stop D+ from taking more control over this game.
Yeah, Baron has no legs, Wolf, and that's why the extra legs mean nothing to Baron.
Exactly.
This equalizer was gorgeous.
I mean, it's the second massive equalizer. I mean, really only had 2 team fights in this game, basically. The one over Barrel getting caught, air quotes.
Oh my, and the bullet time?
Bullet time on top of everything. And this is Barrel also getting caught, again, air quotes, I guess, you know, as they get the Otacon, barely, by the way, and then end up getting the res. Imagine if they didn't actually secure the smite and they all died for real, which was very close to happening.
It would have been really bad, but it probably would have been a similar amount of bad, to be honest.
Yeah, just minus a little bit more gold.
Yep. Life down to 50%. It's in goes Beryl. Okay. Pyoshik not wanting to engage onto him, but Beryl looks for an angle, and he is going to die. Equalizer going to be the answer as aiming just flashes away from Bulldog. Bulldog not going to be in too much trouble, though, as the rest of TK now on the engage. Pyoshik finds an impale, but unfortunately he's skewered himself, and Showmaker takes that as an opportunity to go forward. Doo-doo going to be the result of that aggression, and Bulldog has to go back into his base to try and dodge the shock blast. He does so, but now aiming is just dashing after his opposition with impunity.
Mega Blast Cone, that's the kind that Valdez likes.
Yeah, it's the engage cone, Wolf. Valdez is even okay with that, as Berserker gonna have to flash, but then he has no way out of this one. Bulldog comes on over and does lop down the tree, but then he just gets burnt as Showmaker's in the mid lane, and this game is an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
That is an ace in trade for Lucid.
And they got Barrel at the start. They did do that.
That's
this time
true.
They did get him.
So it's a 5 for 2.
Yeah. Barrel goes in, by the way. Like, this is Barrel on a crazy Mega Cone engage, and then he just instantly dies. But the flash here from aiming is super critical, because if he doesn't flash that and he dies instantly, I feel like this fight is way more playable here for DNF. But Berserker, he has 1 Q. That's all he was able to do in this fight. He's so isolated on the other side that he can't heal, he can't offer damage for the rest of his team. He'll have to then run away, and then ultimately he's still caught anyways.
Yeah,
aiming is just, he flies. He and Barrel are trying to showcase that maybe bottom duos can actually take off.
Yeah, the Mega Blast Cone engage from the Misfortune is not what I had in my fortune cookie this morning.
No.
But it certainly was a lot of fun when we saw it. It was having a listen to D+ after this. They look so relaxed. Making you okay? Oh, hopefully we get a little bit of a translation of what exactly transpired there.
Yeah, I don't know. It just sounded like Showmaker hiccuping, and I couldn't really hear the rest. But
yeah, so we will get that one written down. In the meantime, we've got a push here towards the bottom side. 3 minutes until the Baron is Shock Blast really starting to hurt. 3 items and a Serrated Dirk here for Showmaker. As the Wall of Grass.
I guess the translation that was given was aiming asking Barrel how old he was, and then Barrel saying, I'm 26. Thank you.
Thanks for asking. Well, there we go.
I guess relating to the Blast Cone play.
Perhaps.
This is not looking good for DNF.
Well, the Equalizer certainly follows suit on that one. Beryl continuing to do what he wants as aiming is impaled, lasts for a very long time, as now Bulldog also in trouble. Duda goes in, and it's Chiu that's actually the main damage as he flashes forward and barbecues the whole team. There's a Quadra. He's looking for a Penta as he goes golden at the last possible moment, and there is the Pentakill for Chiu.
The shield! I told you it was the Rumble Ivern comp! It's the Rumble Ivern comp! He went Riftmaker Leandres, he did it! We solved it, it was a comp, Atlas! It was real!
He was the 80 carry all along, and there I guess it was just what you said. You weren't even being facetious.
D+, they did it in game 1 off of a 2v2 in the top lane flip and just never let go. Game 2. They just took everything they wanted, and it's a crushing defeat here for the DN Freaks. Their 5th in a row. D+ made it look easy.
Yeah, this was definitely, maybe those who wrote the points of the match, they had an idea, they knew, because what it said at the beginning was they just want to get to it and get it done, and they absolutely did. As Shiu, fan favorite here at LoL Park, even as a rookie. And man, you can understand why. This guy's playing like an absolute god. As Lucid here beside him as well. I think the top jungle was the duo that were playing the most in sync here today. And Showmaker was just having a good time.
He's trying to think about what that comp did, and then he remembered that Rumble with shields is good.
Every time he's just trying a new meme. It's brilliant.
Last time he did the like posing for a picture, but it wasn't a picture thing, I think. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was a reference to something, but I didn't know that one either. I'm sure Chronicler does. He always does.
We're just the boomers over here, don't know anything.
Yeah. But man, what we do know is D+ definitely did not want to mess around against DNF here tonight. This was utter domination. Who's the POM? Is it just Shiu because he got a pentakill on Rumble?
I think that generally that's how POM has been. I kind of miss POG, I'll be honest with you, Atlas.
I love POG.
POG was great because you get to celebrate every player's individual games. POM is like, okay, well, this guy had a pop-off game in game 1, this guy had a pop-off game in game 2, which one do you weigh more? And it turns out most people remember the game, the final game, the winning game, more than the game that happened before. So I think Shiu will get it, but I voted for Lucid. And I think my POM comment is going to be something about how, like, Chronicler's moved on, and his new challenger boy is Shiu, and he's forgotten about Lucid. Something like that.
Ah, I like that one. Apparently, according to Digon, that was just Showmaker's pose. And I'm an idiot. Which could be true. So we'll have to get confirmation on that one. It didn't really ring any bells to me.
Yeah, I don't think so, Digon.
But that's fine. As I believe Brendan Valdez is also there alongside, so we'll just have to see how that one goes. The space is going to...
Digon's here for like 1 year. He thinks he knows everything.
Well, as it turns out, he may.
Showmaker has done that pose before because he's got a big brain, you know.
He does have a very large brain. And they also have a very large Rumble. Let's have a look at what he does here in this fight. Is aiming like he flashed in the last fight, and so obviously had no way to get out of this one. So and this is where you think that maybe DNF have a chance.
He's overheated, goes in for the flash when he has his Q back up, and gets the shield here. Look at this.
It looked like Berserker was being hit by the turret.
And then Lazonia's expires. Lucid's like, I got another one for you, buddy.
Yep. And just tanks up the turret. And even Lucid survives. Okay, that's a lot of damage, Shiu. We need to chill out just a little bit here. Is that? Yeah, that's 4 times. Just 4 times and change. His opposition, of course, Dudu not going to do a massive amount of damage as a Cassante anyway, but putting things into perspective, no one did half Shiu's damage in that game.
Game 1, Lucid took over the whole game off of a topside 2v2, took all the camps away from Pyoshik. So that's why I voted for him. Yep. And you know what? Pentakills are cool, and Shiu had a phenomenal performance today, but I thought what Lucid did was way more impressive.
Oh, never mind. I didn't actually read. I only saw the last line that Digon made, and that was Showmaker's pose in all caps. But before that, he said it was Marcus Rashford from Manchester United.
Ah.
Yeah, and I believe... Yeah, and then Brendan was saying that's what that was, and then so Digon just catching strays because I can't read properly. There we go. Time for the interview. Let's hear from Lucid.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Lucid on the side of D+ Kia. Congratulations! There's so many fans going so loud for you. What a clean 2-0 victory. How do you feel? And being able to win in front of so many fans and getting a POM on top of that and hearing the loud, rowdy crowd makes me so happy. In game 1, you were so incredibly ahead of the enemy Viego, and your Xin Zhao was actually 4,600 gold ahead. So, at which point do you think the gap started widening? I had no idea that the gap was that big. But I think what really caused that was when we were at level 4, the gank or the moment that we were trading and getting the kill actually started that gap, and it snowballed from there. And in game 2, you took Rumble and Jace and even took Ivern. And that was possible due to the white champion pool D plus Kia has. So can you share how the conversation went during the draft? No, I'm not sure up to how much we can share, but because our teammates are so capable of so many different champions, I think it was just a combination of everybody's input. And even with Ivern, it looks like you were able to implement some ganks in your laners, in your solo laners at such perfect timing. So do you feel that you're improving day by day? You know, it's really from all the support and all the help that I get from my teammates. So I think that's really helping me grow as a player. And the first pentakill of 2025 regular season goes to Shiu. So please congratulate him. You know, it's so early on where he's able to get this record. So I'm so proud of him, and I feel like it's just so fun being able to accomplish so many things with my teammates, and I'm really happy for him. And your next opponent is DRX. What will you consider in preparation? You know, DRX has high potential. And I think as long as there are no particular variables, as long as we prepare the way we normally do, it will go well. And any word to your fans? Thank you again, as always, for all the support. And we will try our best to keep winning, so please continue your support. And that's the end of the interview with Lucid, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Always good to hear from the Luwawa himself, which is what the Korean fans do call him, a mixture of Lucid and Chihuahua. Let's take a look at the Palm votes here, as we did have the player of the match being Lucid, but who voted for who is always the question. Who went for the pentakill, and who went for the actual good vote? Okay, we have 10 based voters, and
hell yeah! Viencast and Chizuku, however you pronounce it. Yeah, we're the based ones, you know. We get it. We see boom boom damage, pentakill. That's what you're here for with League of Legends.
Yeah. Look me in the eye. Ox.
What?
You regret it a little bit.
No, not even slightly.
I don't think he regrets it, actually.
Man never backs down.
These are just the knowers. And then there's all these people like, yeah, so Lucid gang top at exactly 13 minutes 40. No, none of that, you know. This is good, honest League of Legends, right? He gets a pentakill, he does 30 million damage. I think he deserved POM.
To be fair, you are all mixed in with media, so there is something to be said about that. Let's take a look at the Palm comments here. We're going to start off with Wolf. Since Chronicler has moved on from Lucid, I'll give him the vote. Instead, his game 1 was insane.
Oh no, we're beefing with Chronicler. I'm so mad. I would never vote for Lucid. Guess what? Pull up my comment. Do it right now. Do it right. Give me the comment. I'm sick of this slander. I'll have you know. You know, normally with POM comments, we wait until the Nexus falls. We really give it the time that it deserves. We really... Not me. Not me.
Suspense is killing me.
I know.
Yeah.
That's actually... I'm maximizing build-up.
I made this decision 10 minutes into the first game. Lucid would never let me down. And you know what? I was there sitting next to him, and he actually did vote for Lucid 10 minutes.
I don't know if you know,
1.
this is player of the match. You're supposed to judge the whole series, so I feel like you kind of jump in the gun a little bit deciding that early, you know? Makes me question the integrity of your vote, honestly.
Shut up, you media voter! I nailed it! That's my boy!
What do you mean? You voted with media. They voted for Lucid.
Guys, anyway, my comment is very...
It's spiritual media.
My comment is very cultured and insightful. Penta to fish you!
It's pretty base, not gonna lie.
I speak.
I mean, if you're gonna vote for Shu, this is the energy you have to have, right? Like, you can't like be like, oh yes, he played a very fantastic game of Rumble. I think he deserves it. No, it's like,
I think Degon would have sided with me, you know.
Yeah,
he would have been yelling, hyping up, you know. That's what, when that Penta happened, I was like, damn, that's crazy. This is hype. And you guys were like, well, I think the game was already over, actually.
Yeah.
Very lame opinions, if I'm gonna be honest.
Well, LCK level Xinjiao, LEC level Ivern.
Is that a diss?
No, it's knowing Pony. That's a compliment, right? Because
I think he's dissing Lucid actually.
I don't think so. I actually don't. No, I actually don't. I mean, we might be wrong. I actually want to know, but I think because Ivern doesn't really get played in the LCK, right? They really prioritize it highly, and Ivern has also beaten LCK teams a bunch of times at internationals. I might be wrong. Maybe Pony's burning him here. I think that's also fine.
I was just making fun of the LEC, but
I was
you're
making
right.
fun of the LEC as well.
You're right, chronically.
Oh,
you're absolutely right.
I gotta explain everything matter-of-factly.
That's what a Lucid voter would do, honestly. Prince says this Lu Hua Hua bites. Yes. Yeah. Again, because Lucid and Chihuahua, and he kind of looks like a Lua. Yeah. It's the Korean fans. They do it all the time, and Pony apparently officially did claim it is a compliment. Thank you for clearing this up.
Yeah. I mean, I still think I had the best both vote and comment, but it was a nice try from everyone else.
Straightforward, yeah.
Yeah, I think everyone can vibe with mine.
Hard to mess up that one, yeah. On that note, let's take a look at the draft here, because we did want to talk about the draft, which, on the note of messing things up.
What I really appreciate about DK is that they didn't do the classic DK thing where they pick, as much as I love it, choke F mid and lose a game against a team that they definitely shouldn't lose to. And instead, they actually went for something I think worked out well. I don't think Showmaker had like a crazy Jace game, but they picked away the two OPs. And then they played around the comp well. They had a good damage profile, good amount of range. I just really liked that one too. I thought it was cute.
Yeah, I feel like it's a sort of situation. A lot of teams would have just taken the Jace and B1 for DNF. They opted not to, and it's very unique, I feel like, to D+, to be like, yeah, we'll put Showmaker on Jace mid. He's been having such a wide pool when it comes to Fearless. Then the fact they went the Azir as well, which doesn't work super well on the Jace because you have that long-range poke, so it can be a problem. But also, like, I feel like the Ivern, this spot was great for it because you're into a comp with a very low damage top jungle. Both of them are tanks. You know, your only damage stats are Caitlyn, who really needs to get a lot of items behind it, and the Azir. So, you know, Azir doesn't have that much burst unless you hit him with the ult. And it means that really it's going to be hard to clear through these three carries on the side of D+. And we kind of saw that in fights, right? Lucid just able to keep... I mean, the great example was the Penta kill, where he kept you alive for such a long time, and he could just burn through everyone.
It's also... Skarner really struggles into Ivern because the one form of engage that he has that is reliable is his E, which get cancelled by the root. And then... because you kind of knew that they had to go for a lane that at least could match the lane pressure, they ended up going for the Elise, which meant they basically had no engage. So then you get outranged into an Ivern comp. None of that mattered. Like, the draft didn't actually matter at all. The gameplay levels were just way too far apart. But I think it's cool to talk about. And it's one of the things that we like about DK.
Maybe it was a bit dangerous picking Ivern with Beryl, because I feel like he was kind of inspired by it. And he's like, shield me, I'm going in. And then he just died. But that's just Beryl.
Leona.
Yeah.
He couldn't help himself.
He was like, I'm immortal, I can't die. And then he died
like,
a few
really
times.
and then he goes in and Blast comes over, is like, Lucid, where are you? I'm like, I'm on the other end of the map, man. And he's like,
yeah,
come on, man. Gotta step it up.
At least it was an engage cone, which is better than the disengage cone we had yesterday. That one was really sad for me. Let's take a look at the standings here, as we do have DK with the win. They are in second place, even ahead of Homalife Esports for now. We'll see what happens when those two do go head-to-head.
Still hard to fully judge D+, because they faced a lot of easier teams so far. And then they faced Gen G, who did kind of beat them. So, you know, there's still a lot of stronger teams that D+ have to play. So despite the fact they're second in the standings, still not 100% sold on them. Still not ready to buy in yet. Obviously, they are a good team, but whether they'll retain that second spot in the next matches of this round robin is another question.
Yeah, it really is. Again, we already know that they're the same DK as before, which were incredible win rates against teams that they were better than. And I don't think that's going to change, particularly because by all accounts they've upgraded across the board. But the real question is going to be, again, how will they do against Homalife? And you know, I would say T1 prior to today, but at this point, I do think that they're going to be feeling a little bit better about that one.
Yeah, I don't think they're worried about that one. DNF as well, unfortunately. only 2 game wins so far. So still looking for their first series. Thought I should mention it. Tomorrow, Saturday Showdown, Gen G up against the Bros, the Giga Chads. Who is going to win that match? Nobody knows. Could be Bro with the 2-0, could be Gen G with the 2-0. We'll never know. And then there's Nongshim versus Hanwha as well.
Egon thinks Gen G, so a little bit of a weird one there.
Yeah.
You know, big Bro fan voting for Gen G on that one. I don't know, you know. I guess he's not here, so he can't really defend himself on this one, but
yeah,
a little confusing. I do feel like kind of sleeper upset potential in both of those, right? The Bro vs Gen G historically is for some reason just been randomly Bro favored at times, and then Nongshim HLE, not impossible. You know, I think closer than we would initially think.
Not likely, but not impossible. I do hope Calyx plays again. I hope he gets another shot.
Yeah. I think something we've learned is that you should give your rookies time to brew, to cook, right? Because we have Lucid, we have Shu, they're performing so well, and some teams have not exactly let their rookies brew for a long time. So hopefully we get to see a little bit more of Alex. But
Hanbok.
Yeah, Hanbok is the one I'm talking about.
Something in your throat there?
No, I'm good, I'm good, sorry.
Hanbok. Anyway, guys, we are done here on the space for today. Hope you did enjoy the LCK, and we'll see you tomorrow.
pick up an unprecedented 2-0. LCK의 호랑이 젠지가 OK저축은행 브리온한테 사냥당합니다. 어떤 분들은 뭐 경기 내용이 일방적인 것 같다라고 하지만 오늘 같은 날 의외로 그 기변 드라마가 나올 수 있어요.